Chapter 1020. The Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City. In the study, central of the Divine Continent, Nine-Li Imperial Dynasty, Qiyu? I was the one who destroyed the Nine-Li Imperial Dynasty in the past. Now they want to rise from the ashes. Matriarch Ji sneered. His Holiness, if we can defeat him once, we can defeat him a second time. In these few thousand years, our great yellow dynasty is no longer the same as before. Qiyu is starting from scratch. He is no match for us. Li Mu sneered. That's right. How long has it been? He only gathered a few of his old subordinates, and one of them gave him the country. He is no longer the same as before. Without Jiang Lianshan, he is nothing. Fengbo sneered. Great righteous position? Qiyu is not worthy. The Nine-Li Imperial Dynasty is separated from our Great Yellow Dynasty by 3 imperial empires and 16 grand empires. This subject is willing to lead the army and expand our territory. Solemnly, Emperor Kong said. Matriarch Ji tapped her fingers on the table and fell silent. Lords, it is better not to underestimate Qiyu, Song Jie suddenly said. Everyone looked at Song Jie. Everyone should have heard the news not long ago. Qiyu and Gu Hai are on the same side. Our scouts reported that Gu Hai and Qiyu called each other brothers. Song Jie said solemnly. Everyone fell silent. Call each other brothers? Everyone, have you ever seen Gu Hai call anyone his brother? Have you ever seen Qiyu call anyone his brother? These two people are naturally proud and unyielding. Although that Qiyu has 81 brothers, do you see that? These 81 brothers all follow Qiyu's lead. However, Gu Hai did not. Songjia said in a deep voice. Isn't that better? Li Mu didn't understand. Haha, you don't understand. Neither of them will submit to the other. However, this brotherhood is stronger than anything else. Once they launch a general attack on Qiyu, Gu Hai will definitely not stand by and watch. You don't think that Gu Hai is still the Gu Hai from 10 years ago, do you? Song Jie said calmly. Everyone's expression darkened. Let's not talk about Gu Hai for now. He has 3 great perfection heavenly palace cultivators under him? Emperor Kong's face darkened. Shangguan Hen and Gu Han listened to Gu Hai's orders. Although Virokana and Gu Hai are of the same generation, you have also seen their friendship. They can follow Gu Hai to battle Jiang Rulai. Their friendship runs deep. Song Jie said solemnly. Even so, the Great Yellow Dynasty is not afraid of the Dahan Empire. Li Mu frowned again. General Li Mu, the Great Yellow Dynasty is not afraid of the Dahan Empire. However, it is undeniable that the Dahan Empire has already caused us some trouble, right? Song Jie said with a smile. That's right. Li Mu frowned and nodded. Secondly, have you forgotten Qiyu's identity? Besides Jiang Lianshan, he has no other relatives? Song Jie said solemnly. Great Yen Celestial Empire, Qi? Everyone's expression suddenly turned solemn. Jiang Lianshan is so calculative. He didn't even let his own children off. Back then, he let His Holiness harm them. Even without Jiang Lianshan, Qiyu and Qi still hold a grudge against His Holiness. I'm sure everyone is clear about Qi's strength. She is a huge threat and is even more dangerous than the Dahan Empire. She seems to be waiting for something. This time, if we fight Qiyu head-on, Qi will definitely interfere. Song Jie analyzed. Matriarch Ji tapped her fingers lightly on the table and frowned. Indeed, Qiyu was like a bone in her throat. She had to get rid of him. However, he didn't seem to be as weak as he seemed. His Holiness, there is Yuanshi Tianzuan in the south. There is Jiang Chen in the west. And there is Qiyu. Is His Holiness really going to make a move on Qiyu? Song Jie looked at Matriarch Ji. Everyone quietened down and looked at Matriarch Ji. I want the position of Great Righteous, no matter who is in my way. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Since that's the case, we have to plan for the long term. Song Jie said solemnly. Mister, do you have a countermeasure? Matriarch Ji looked at Songjie. His Holiness, I feel that our identities are too sensitive. What if we have external help? Songjie said solemnly. External help? Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Yesterday, the envoy from the heavenly devil Holy Land, do you still remember His Holiness? Songjie said solemnly. Vast freedom heavenly devil? They want to touch the Yang realm. If I agree to their request, I will be helping them open a path to the Yang realm? Matriarch Ji's face sank. Amethyst was killed by Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the vast freedom heavenly devil was helpless. Jiang Chen occupied the spiritual mountain, and the vast freedom heavenly devil was helpless. That's why he thought of cooperating with us. The Yang realm is not big, and one more person is indeed inviting a wolf into the house. However, the Great Yellow Dynasty is not the only one in the Yang realm. In the future, there will be people who will chase him back to the Yang realm. Songjie said with a smile. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and fell into deep thought. That's right, His Holiness, what's wrong with cooperating with the heavenly devil Holy Land? Since the vast freedom heavenly devil is the white tiger sovereign, he and Jiang Chen must be enemies. In the future, their conflict will be beneficial to us. This time, we can use them to test Qiyu. It's best if we can eliminate Qiyu. Emperor Kong said with a smile. In the upper study room, everyone nodded. They expressed their willingness to cooperate with the heavenly devil Holy Land. Matriarch Ji pondered for a long time before nodding her head. Infinite Celestial Capital. Longevity Temple. When the unborn man was surrounded by black and white gas, a stone hanging on his chest suddenly emitted a trace of red light. Buzz! As soon as the red light appeared, it trembled slightly. Huh! The unborn man paused. He even stopped his cultivation and took out the stone anxiously to look at the red light. What's going on? Did something happen? The unborn man asked the red stone anxiously. The bone god is presumptuous and started a large-scale invasion. Although there is no danger now, Goddess Ho-Tu said that there might be a conspiracy, so? Long Wanqing's voice came from the red stone. I understand, I will bring Gu Hai here immediately. The unborn man stood up immediately. Facing the Long Wanqing sisters, the unborn man's shrewdness disappeared. Don't be so anxious. The Bone God army is still far away from us. Let's wait for Gu Hai to settle his own matters before we talk to him. Long Wanqing's voice came again. Unborn man, don't force my brother-in-law. Otherwise, don't come to see me. Long Wanyu's voice suddenly came. The unborn man was silent for a while. He was a failure as a father. When the unborn man spoke to his daughters, they defended Gu Hai in every way, making him feel very upset. I know, I will talk to him properly. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Buzz! The red stone trembled slightly and then stopped moving. The unborn man sighed, stepped out of the hall, and looked in the direction of the imperial palace. Coincidentally, Gu Hai also stepped out of the hall with Chen Xian. Chen Xian. The unborn man's voice was full of displeasure. After all, Long Wanqing was the Empress of Dahan, and now there was another Empress. As the Long Wanqing's father, he was still against Chen Xian. Clap! The door of a hall in the distance opened. Gu Han took Guqin quickly to the hall where Gu Hai was. Mother! Guqin suddenly burst into tears. Mother! Gu Han also said excitedly. When they got close, they immediately knelt down. They kowtowed to Chen Xian. Little Qin, Han, what are you doing? The ground is cold. Get up. Chen Xian immediately helped them up. The ground was cold? For the two of them, even if they knelt on the glacier, they would not feel cold. However, when Chen Xian said that, they felt warm in their hearts. This was the tone of a mother. Mother, I'll kowtow to you 3 more times. Guqin said incoherently with excitement. All right, I told you to get up, so get up. Don't make your mother unhappy. Gu Hai said. Yes, yes. The two brothers immediately got up. They looked at Chen Xian excitedly and happily. Chen Xian looked at them. You've changed. Mother, we haven't changed. We'll always be your sons, Gu Han said immediately. Chen Xian smiled. Yes, no matter what, you'll always be my sons. Gu Hai, Chen Xian Gu Qin, and Gu Han were talking happily when the unborn man flew over. Your Majesty! The unborn man saluted respectfully. The four of them paused. Gu Qin and Gu Han furrowed their brows in displeasure. Chen Xian said politely, Greetings, senior unborn man. The unborn man was the father of the Long Wanqing, so Chen Xian was very polite to him. Greetings, Empress Chen. The unborn man nodded stiffly. Chen Xian seemed to have noticed the unborn man's displeasure. Instead, he smiled faintly. Unborn man, what's the matter? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Your Majesty, you promised me last time. It's about time, the unborn man said respectfully. Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai naturally understood the unborn man's words. He wanted to set off for the Long Wanqing by himself. Gu Hai looked at Chen Xian, but Chen Xian said with a serious expression, Husband, you'd better bring Sister Wanqing back as soon as possible. It's not safe to be outside all year round. Gu Hai looked at Chen Xian and felt Chen Xian's magnanimity. He was touched and nodded. The unborn man was slightly puzzled. Chen Xian didn't dislike the Long Wanqing? Just as Gu Hai was about to speak, Chen Xian suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, Don't move. Gu Hai was puzzled. The unborn man sneered. Was Chen Xian starting to make Gu Hai look bad? However, Chen Xian didn't mention the Long Wanqing. She suddenly sniffed. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Chen Xian sniffed and her face turned cold. What's wrong? Gu Hai was puzzled. It's poisonous. There's poisonous gas in all directions. What a secretive poisonous gas. Moreover, this poison is very powerful. Are you trying to poison everyone in the infinite celestial capital to death? Are you trying to poison husband, little Qin, and Han to death? Chen Xian said coldly. When it came to poisoning Gu Hai and his son, no matter how much self-restraint Chen Xian had, she was instantly enraged. A murderous aura burst out of her. The unborn man's expression changed as soon as this murderous aura appeared. This aura? Great perfection of the heavenly palace? It couldn't be. How could Chen Xian have such a high cultivation? Poisonous gas? Poison everyone to death? What kind of poison? Why can't I smell it? Gu Han was puzzled. Gu Han was at the great perfection of the heavenly palace, yet he couldn't detect it. It's spider poison. That's right. This fishy smell can't be wrong. Chen Xian said coldly. Although Gu Han couldn't smell it, he chose to believe his mother at first sight. I can't smell it. It must be a great perfection of the heavenly palace. Spider poison? The 6th of the 12 peaks of the heavenly devil Holy Land, Ponzi heavenly devil? Gu Han's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 10:21. It's spider poison. That's right, this fishy smell can't be wrong. Chen Xian said coldly. Although Gu Han did not smell it, Gu Han chose to believe his mother at the first moment. I can't smell it. It must be the poison of the heavenly palace's grand perfection cultivator. Spider poison? Heavenly fiend Holy Land's old 6, celestial fiend Ponzi? Gu Han's expression suddenly changed. Celestial fiend Ponzi? Gu Hai's face suddenly fell. Not long ago, the heavenly fiend Holy Land's 5 peak masters were forced to retreat by Qi Yu at the Corpse Mound realm. In just a few days they actually caught up again? Even I couldn't stand celestial fiend Ponzi's poison back then. It's colorless and tasteless. Once it enters the body too much, the body will stiffen and be at its mercy. Furthermore, this poison gas doesn't need to be inhaled. It can enter through one's pores. Even celestial fiend Ponzi has a hard time condensing this poison. It needs at least 300 years of accumulation to envelop the entire limitless celestial capital. Father, Mother, let's go quickly, Guhan immediately said anxiously. The unborn man's figure also moved as if he wanted to dodge. Gu Hai frowned and was just about to speak when Chen Xian shook her head. No matter. As long as it's poison, I have a way. But, Mother, this Ponzi poison is no small matter. Gu Han still said worriedly. Listen to your mother. Don't be rash. Gu Hai said indifferently. Yes. Gu Han's face was still incomparably worried. Poison? If it was before, Gu Hai would still care. However, Chen Xian revived. Gu Hai was not worried anymore, because Gu Hai understood Chen Xian's ability. Furthermore, during this period of time in the ancient immortal dome, Chen Xian also showed Gu Hai her mastery of the poison Dao, a body condensed from the poison Dao laws. In itself, she had a natural control over the poison Dao laws of heaven and earth. Competing in poison with Xian, this was the rhythm of courting death. However, he saw Chen Xian reach out her right index finger and point. Buzz. A ripple that resembled rainbow-colored dust suddenly appeared in the void. The rainbow-colored dust instantly spread throughout the entire infinite celestial capital. Because of the diffusion, the seven-colored dust was very thin, making it impossible to see its color. What do you think? Gu Hai looked at Chen Xian. The poison has been detoxified. At the same time, I used a similar poison. Chen Xian smiled. Similar poison? This is the coiling silk poison. When the ancient sorcerer tribe refined the spider poison king, they refined it before. Back then, the production was extremely small, so they imitated and refined this poison. However, the refinement failed and some inferior products were refined. However, they were completely ineffective, Chen Xian explained. Gu Hai nodded. Was Chen Xian luring the heavenly demon out? Poison gas enveloped the infinite celestial capital. Another half a day passed. All of a sudden, a commoner in the boundless celestial capital stiffened. Ka. One by one, the commoner's movements stiffened. What's going on? Why is my body so stiff? It's like I'm being entangled by a large amount of spider silk. Me too, I can't move. I'm getting stiffer and stiffer. Why is this happening? Save me. The commoners in the city all revealed terrified expressions. Citizens of the infinite celestial capital, I'm feeling a little unwell. Don't worry, I'll be fine soon. Suddenly, Gu Hai's voice resounded throughout the city. Upon hearing Gu Hai's voice, all the commoners immediately relaxed. If His Majesty said it would be fine soon, then it would definitely be fine soon. There was no need to worry. Gu Hai was now the spiritual pillar of the infinite celestial capital. Every word and action of his affected the entire city. The commoners were no longer afraid. But at this moment, an icy laugh suddenly resounded throughout the infinite celestial capital. Feeling a little unwell? You'll be fine soon? Ha, Gu Hai, I think you can't move yourself now either. Suddenly, a voice was heard, instantly exploding in the infinite celestial capital. Everyone turned to look, only to see three black-robed men standing on a white cloud high up in the sky. The one in the lead was the one who laughed loudly just now. At this moment, Gu Hai's group was standing in the plaza of the soaring sky hall. They looked at the three black-robed men in the sky together. Sure enough, Old 6 is the one who released the poison, and the other two are Old 8 and Old 9. Gu Han glared. Amit Ba, Mahavairakana said with a gloomy expression. Shangguan Hen clenched his fists even tighter. Chen Xian stood beside Gu Hai and smiled at the three people in the sky. Husband, they seem to be too confident? Chen Xian said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at the three people in the sky. Ponzi celestial demon? Why, it's only the three of you this time. Where's Old 5 and Old 10? The three of us are enough. The last time at the corpse tomb realm, we just didn't have time to prepare. Do you think we were really afraid of Chiyu back then? Humph, we just didn't want to have unnecessary losses. Now, how do you feel? Ponzi Celestial Demon said with a cold laugh. How do you feel? Heh, do you all know what place this is? Trespassing in the infinite celestial capital. You all don't want to leave, right? Gu Hai said in a cold voice. Leave? Ha ha, with just the few of you? Even if you're at your peak, forget about keeping us behind too. Moreover, all of you are poisoned now. Your nerves are going to be numb, and you'll completely lose consciousness. Mahavairakana? Shangguan Hen? Guhan? Even if you all are at the great circle of the heavenly palace, you can forget about getting lucky under my Ponzi Celestial Demon. My Ponzi Celestial Demon is the most poisonous poison in the world. No poison can compare. You all just wait for death. Ponzi Celestial Demon said with a cold laugh. Just Ponzi Celestial Demon, nothing more than this. Gu Hai said coolly. What did you say? Ponzi Celestial Demon said coldly. I said, you're looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. A puny Ponzi Celestial Demon also dares to say that it's the most poisonous poison in the world? Gu Hai said with a cold laugh. Ponzi Celestial Demon was just about to mock when suddenly, the OL-9 at the side rubbed his nose. A trace of blood appeared on his finger. OL-6, my nose is bleeding. OL-9 said in shock. And my nose is bleeding too. I seem to have been poisoned. OL-6, you didn't put the poison on my body, right? OL-8 also said in shock. Rubbish. How is that possible? Using poison in the world, who can compare to me? I'm bleeding too? Ponzi Celestial Demon suddenly quivered and said in shock. Impossible. OL-6, you have the extreme poison body. How could you be poisoned? OL-9 cried out in shock and disbelief. Extreme poison body? It had always been Ponzi Celestial Demon who poisoned others. She had never been poisoned before. Poisoned? Ponzi Celestial Demon instantly thought of the miserable states of those people who died under her poison in the past. She was poisoned too? She didn't even know what poison it was? How was that possible? Go and capture them. Gu Hai instructed. Okay. Shangguan Hen, Guhan, and Mahavairakana immediately stepped out. Boom. 3 great circle auras suddenly erupted, charging straight at Ponzi Celestial Demon and the others like a mountain torrent. Why you guys weren't poisoned? OL-9 cried out in shock. See quickly leave. Puff. Ponzi Celestial Demon immediately vomited a mouthful of blood from being poisoned. Ponzi Celestial Demon was a poison expert. She naturally understood how frightening this acute poison was. Now, she was already not bleeding from her nose, but from her 7 orifices. If she still didn't expel the poison fire would attack her heart. Even if Vast Freedom Celestial Demon came, he also wouldn't be able to save her. Go. The 3 people turned around and ran in fright. Want to leave? Isn't it a bit late? Shangguan Hen said coldly. Rulai Divine Palm. Buddha Kingdom in a palm. Vicious Vajra Palm. The 3 people struck a palm with tremendous power at nearly the same time. Although the 3 great celestial demons were poisoned, fleeing for their lives was more important at this moment. They didn't even counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. 3 palms suddenly bombarded the 3 great celestial demons. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the 3 people vomited blood and were sent flying. Buzz. As the 3 people were sent flying, their figures suddenly swayed, as if they had disappeared. Not good, they are escaping. Quick. Guhan's expression changed as he quickly grabbed. However, the 3 people were already gone in a flash. Where are they? Shangguan Hen's expression changed as he said in shock. The aura of the netherworld? Mahavairakana said in surprise. The 2-realm talisman bestowed by Vast Freedom Celestial Demon can travel between the 2 realms of Yin and Yang. Guhan's expression sank. Unborn man, quick! Ask the unborn man to open the netherworld gate. They are heavily injured. This is the best time to pursue the victory. Shangguan Hen said anxiously. No, it's too late. The two-realm talisman does not travel to the netherworld but to a random place in the netherworld. Now that they have escaped, we can't find them anymore. Gu Han showed a regretful expression. If only we had been faster earlier. Shangguan Hen also showed an angry expression. They actually let them escape from such an easy task? This was too infuriating. The three returned to the soaring palace hall's plaza with bitter expressions. Father, mother, this child miscalculated. I should have charged up earlier. Gu Han said regretfully. There is no need to regret. If you had gone up earlier, I would not have had time to use the poison. If they escaped, so be it. My poison already locked on to them. If they come again, I can discover them in advance. Chun Xian consoled. At this moment, the stiff bodies of all the people in the city suddenly trembled and recovered. Oh, I feel so comfortable all over. The poison of those three black-robed men earlier was not that great. His Majesty is still the best. Countless people rejoiced. However, Gu Hai frowned slightly. It was indeed not a good sign that they could not capture Heavenly Demon Ponzi earlier. It had only been a few days, and they had already chased them to the Yang realm. It could be seen that the Heavenly Demon Holy Land's revenge was extremely strong. Husband, don't worry. The poison that Heavenly Demon Ponzi and the rest were poisoned with is not an ordinary poison. Although they escaped, it will take some time to detoxify them. Moreover, whoever detoxifies them will be infected by this poison. They will not have an easy time now. Chun Xian consoled. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man at the side looked at Chun Xian in horror. Wasn't she immortal before she died? Even if Gu Hai reconstructed her body, it could not be so exaggerated? How could she be so good at using poison? Even the White Emperor was not so exaggerated. Even the great perfection of Heavenly Palace was silently poisoned by her? What would happen to Wan Qing in the future? The unborn man was worried. However, Gu Hai's expression suddenly turned solemn. Not good. Nine Li Imperial Dynasty? Big Brother sighed. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Chiyu? Gu Han asked doubtfully. However, they saw Gu Hai's heaven's eye at his glabella suddenly open. A beam of light shot out from the heaven's eye, and the aura of heaven's might made everyone's heart palpitate. Instantly, Gu Hai saw the center of the divine continent in the distance. Nine Li Imperial Dynasty, capital, Chiyu City. Rumble. In the sky above Chiyu City, rolling thunder and lightning rushed down like a waterfall. It was as though it was going to destroy the entire Chiyu City. Chapter 10:22. Central of the Divine Continent. Nine Li Imperial Dynasty. Chiyu City. Chiyu City was renamed not long ago when the dynasty was established. Chiyu was announcing to everyone that he, Chiyu, was back. Although it had been 3,000 years, Chiyu's name was still resounding. The ruler of a dynasty was once Chiyu's subordinate. When he learned of Chiyu's return, he immediately relinquished his country and pledged his loyalty again. The leaders of the 6 major sects also relinquished their sections. In a short time, the Nine Li Imperial Dynasty was promoted to the Nine Li Imperial Dynasty. The trend was the return of the king. Although it was still far from 3,000 years ago, the Nine Li Imperial Dynasty was already in its embryonic form, and it was getting bigger and bigger. All the officials of the Nine Li Imperial Dynasty knew how strong Chiyu was. They believed that other than the Great Yellow Dynasty, no one would dare to go against them. But today, a calamity that could destroy the world suddenly descended. Outside Chiyu City, there was a grand formation protecting it. Outside, lightning surged like a heavenly river bursting its banks, drowning the entire Chiyu City. Outside Chiyu City, there was already a scorched earth. The citizens in the city revealed terrified expressions because there were many cracks on the grand formation protecting the city, as if it would shatter at any moment. Once the lightning surged into the city, the citizens would definitely die. The threat of death loomed over everyone's heart. Chiyu led a group of officials and looked coldly at the rolling lightning clouds in the sky. Your Majesty, this is the divine lightning? So much? One of the officials shouted in fear. Big brother, this is the electric eel demon? A giant narrowed his eyes. Chiyu sneered. Heavenly demon Holy Land? The 10th brother we saw a few days ago? Heavenly demon Holy Land? They are really persistent. They even chased us to the world of the living? 10th brother? Isn't that the great perfection heavenly palace? The giant said coldly. That's right, the great perfection heavenly palace. Heh, that's about the same as the corpse bug heavenly demon. At most, it's only slightly stronger. Electric eel? It's just a small fish. Chiyu said coldly. Your Majesty, leave it to us brothers. Brothers eat it, the giant said with a sinister expression. The other 80 giants also revealed sinister expressions. Eat? Of course I have to eat. However, this clearly isn't as simple as the heavenly devil holy ground. Humph, Matriarch G actually colluded with the heavenly devil holy ground just to deal with me? Ha ha, good timing. Just these trash? Today, I'll let you experience my Chiyu's ability, Chiyu said in a cold voice. We await your Majesty's orders. The group of giants shouted. Didn't you want to eat? Eat. Other than Chiyu City, everything else is yours. Chiyu shouted. Yes. The 81 giants shouted. Since they were already here, there was no need to be courteous. They immediately rushed out of the city guarding formation. Rumble. Suddenly, rolling thunder and lightning struck the bodies of the 81 giants. Just one look at the rolling thunder and lightning was enough to send chills down one's spine. The 81 giants did not even use their mana to defend themselves and were instantly drowned by the sea of thunder. Ha 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 ha. My divine firmament heavenly lightning contains poisonous electricity. You dare to touch it with your physical body? You are courting death. A loud laugh came from the lightning. He could vaguely see a huge electric eel that was 3,000 meters long swimming in the thunder and lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a large amount of thunder and lightning struck the giant. However, the giants followed Chiyu and learned the main branch of the shaman path, the Devour the Heavens and Earth branch. Their bodies were made of steel and were invulnerable. The rolling thunder and lightning struck their bodies, but they did not suffer any injuries. It was as if they were swimming in water. What? The electric eel great demon exclaimed in surprise. Ha 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 ha. You want to deal with my big brother with this drizzle? What the hell is this? Brothers, let me eat it. A giant shouted. Boom. The 81 giant mouths opened and sucked in. Rumble. Rumble. The rolling thunder and lightning were instantly sucked into the giants' mouths like a river. The giants seemed to be enjoying the thunder and lightning that exploded into their throat. In the blink of an eye, 1/10 of the thunder and lightning was eaten by the 81 giants. The huge electric eel's face stiffened as if it did not believe it. Impossible! Devour the heavens and earth? The lineage of the ancient shaman cultivators was extinct. You've only scratched the surface at most. The electric eel said in shock and anger. In its shock and anger, it swung its tail at a giant. The thunder and lightning on its tail seemed to have turned black as it hit a giant. Boom! The giant was instantly sent flying. Its chest was charred black. Ha ha ha, I thought you were invincible. The electric eel said disdainfully. You hurt my brother? Brothers eat it. A giant suddenly roared. Boom! 80 giants pounced on the electric eel together. Humph, who do you think you are? The electric eel said disdainfully. It immediately swung its tail at a giant again. Boom! With a slap of the tail, a loud sound rang out. However, the giant did not fly away. Instead, it hugged the tail tightly and stuck to it. Pfft! The giant spat out a mouthful of blood, but its face was even more ferocious. It bit the electric eel's meat. Squeak! The giant's teeth were like the most powerful blades in the world. It tore off a piece of electric eel's meat. Ah! The electric eel swung its tail in pain. However, the giants around it pounced on it one after another. One after another, they gnawed at the electric eel crazily. Black lightning exploded, and the giants' bodies were charred black. However, the 81 giants ignored their injuries and ate, gnawing, and swallowing. Get lost, you bugs! Get lost! The electric eel shook its body desperately, but the giants did not care about their lives. Injuries? Those injuries were nothing. As long as there was food, they did not care about anything. In the blink of an eye, most of the giants were entangled with the electric eel, but the remaining giants were devouring the thunder and lightning. The rolling sea of thunder and lightning was rapidly decreasing. Get lost! Boom! The giants swung their bodies and paid the price of tearing off a large piece of flesh. All of them were thrown away. Thunder domain, open! The electric eel roared loudly. Hum! Suddenly 10,000 electric eels appeared in the void. As soon as the divine path domain opened, the 10,000 electric eels looked extremely huge. We didn't want to increase in numbers. Now that there are so many of us, we're even hungrier. However, if we're hungry, then so be it. We have food anyway. A giant said coldly. Bang! Each of the 81 giants could use their divine path domain. Suddenly, there were 10,000 of each of them. Whoosh! They inhaled sharply. More than half of the divine sky lightning sea was sucked away, leaving only a thin layer. You bunch of foodies, you actually have a god? Go to hell. The electric eel was also shocked and angry. The 10,000 electric eels opened their mouths and spat out rolling black lightning. Roar! The 810,000 giants opened their mouths and faced the black lightning. Boom! Squeak! Squeak! As they ate the black lightning, they arrived at the electric eel's periphery. So what if there were 10,000 electric eels? You have a domain, so do we. Isn't it just eating? Rumble! The electric eel at the peak of the heavenly palace was trapped by the 81 giant. It was at a disadvantage, and was constantly being eaten. Far away, in the infinite celestial capital, Guhai, Guhan, Mahavarakana, and Shangguanhen all looked over. Devour the heavens and earth? As expected of one of the 5 main branches of the sorcerer tribe. These 81 giants at the 9th level of the heavenly palace can fight against a great perfection? And they have the advantage? Guhai exhaled softly. The 10th brother of the heavenly demon's sacred ground can hurt even a great perfection of the heavenly palace with that destructive black lightning. These giants are unaffected? Their bodies? Guhan said in shock. Chi-Yu is indeed extraordinary. Husband, you have become sworn brothers with a powerful big brother? Chen Xianer laughed. The unborn man was stunned. What did Chen Xianer mean? Could she also see far away? Was Chen Xianer also at the great perfection of the heavenly palace? Gu Hai nodded slightly and said solemnly, Only one electric eel? It doesn't seem that simple. Guhan, Shangguanhen. Here. The two answered. You two go to Chi-Yu City immediately and wait for Chi-Yu's orders. Fight the enemy. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The two answered in shock. This scene clearly showed that Chi-Yu had the upper hand. Why did he want us to go? However, the two did not ask further. They stepped forward and instantly shot to the center of the divine continent. As expected, just as the two of them set foot on the road, there were changes in Chi-Yu City. However, he saw that the 10,000 doppelgangers had once again returned to one giant. The 81 giants held onto the electric eel demon tightly. No matter how the electric eel demon struggled, they refused to let go. Even though there were many wounds on their bodies from the explosion, they still continued to gnaw on the electric eel demon's body. For the sake of food, they were willing to give up their lives. You bastards! Let go! Let go! The electric eel kept blasting with destructive black lightning. However, no matter how injured the giants were, they refused to let go. Quickly, save me! These smelly bugs can't die from the explosion. Quickly, save me! The electric eel writhed in pain. Vaguely, a large hand grabbed at the electric eel from the lightning. Below, Chi-Yu smiled coldly. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore? Huh. As he spoke, Chi-Yu extended his hand and struck toward the sky. Boom! A pitch-black astral palm shot into the sky, carrying a destructive aura. In an instant, it shattered the remaining lightning and reached where the large hand was. That large hand was originally prepared to help the electric eel. However, when Chi-Yu's palm suddenly struck, it did not dare to ignore it. It could only meet Chi-Yu's palm. When the palm struck, it was a huge bear paw. It's you, Matriarch Ji's lackey, the supreme of the bear tribe, Xiongyu? Don't you know? I like to eat bear paws the most. Chi-Yu sneered. However, just as the huge bear paw was about to collide with Chi-Yu's astral palm suddenly changed. A mouth appeared in the center of the palm. It was a mouth full of fangs. The mouth in the center of the palm suddenly opened and bit at the bear paw. What? Bastard Chi-Yu, how dare you! A deep roar of anger came from the sea of lightning. Boom! The huge bear paw was swallowed by the mouth in Chi-Yu's palm. Gotcha! As if something was bitten off, a large amount of blood instantly splattered in all directions. Roar! An angry roar came from the sea of lightning. Chapter 10:23. Chi-Yu City. Roar! An angry roar came from the thunderclouds. Xiongyu, don't be so desperate. It's not like I haven't eaten your paws before. Ha 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 ha. Chi-Yu laughed. Chi-Yu, you will definitely die today. An angry roar came from the thunderclouds. Chi-Yu smiled disdainfully. Bastards, you bugs! The electric eel demon suddenly roared ferociously. As it roared, it turned its head and swallowed a giant on its body. Although the giant was bigger than an ordinary person, it was only 30 feet tall. The electric eel demon was 1,000 feet tall, so it naturally swallowed it. After swallowing a giant, the other giants did not seem to care. They were still biting. Humph, eat. Let's see who can eat who. I will eat all of you. The electric eel demon roared. Whoosh! Immediately, another 2 giants were swallowed into his stomach. I have an infinite amount of destructive black thunder in my stomach. Once I enter, the electric eel demon said ferociously. However, halfway through, its eyes suddenly widened. Puff! The electric eel demon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The electric eel demon exclaimed. Ha ha ha! Us brothers have heads of copper and foreheads of iron, invulnerable to swords and spears, impervious to fire and water. Let's see if it can refine our brothers. Ha 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 ha! The giants laughed. In the electric eel demon's stomach, although the 3 giants were surrounded by countless black thunder, they opened their mouths and quickly ate the flesh in the electric eel demon's stomach. In an instant, the electric eel demon was severely injured. Its body was severely injured. The deities in its body wanted to stop it, but they were almost eaten in an instant. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, there was a series of cracking sounds, and the 3 giants were spat out. The giants were entangled with the electric eel demon. No matter how the electric eel demon attacked, even if it bit the giants with its sharp teeth, the giants were invulnerable. What are you waiting for? Lao Wu, hurry up and do something! The electric eel demon roared. Whoosh! All of a sudden, 4 more palms reached out from the remaining bit of thundercloud. 4 palms. Seeing the 4 palms that suddenly appeared, Chi-Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He finally took it seriously because the 4 palms were different. Moreover, this aura was like that of 4 great fulfillment heavenly palaces. What's the use of having so many? Break. Chi-Yu once again struck out with his palm. One of the palms struck towards Chi-Yu, while the other 3 went to save the electric eel demon. As soon as the palm arrived, it turned fiery red, and a large hole appeared in the center of Chi Yu's palm. Just as it was about to devour the fiery red hand, the hand suddenly expanded 100 times, surpassing the size of the mouth. Hong! With a loud bang, the fiery red palm was blasted away. It was clearly no match for Chi Yu, but it was surprisingly not eaten by Chi Yu. This made Chi Yu's expression sink. "It's you? Heavenly Devil Holy Land's 5th brother?" Chi Yu's face turned cold. Not long ago, they had clashed once in the corpse mound realm. Chi Yu would never forget this aura. On the other side, 3 gigantic palms struck out and sent the 81 giants flying, rescuing the electric eel demon. The electric eel demon immediately escaped. At this moment, its body was covered in blood and looked very miserable. Whoosh! The electric eel demon immediately turned into a fat man covered in blood. However, at this moment, a large piece of flesh was torn off, looking very miserable. Roar! The 81 giants opened their mouths and sucked. All the lightning in the sky was instantly devoured. Immediately, the 5 figures in the sky were revealed. 2 dogs of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land and 3 dogs of the Great Yellow Dynasty? Fire Toad Heavenly Demon? Electric Eel Demon? Bear? Aoing? Fengbo? Chi Yu said coldly. The electric eel demon was covered in blood, and looked at Chi Yu with a cold expression. The fire toad heavenly demon was dressed in black robes. However, its exposed palms were red, and it gave off a fiery poisonous aura. Aoing clenched his fists and showed a cold expression. Fengbo looked at Chi Yu with a smile, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The last one was a burly man in a fur robe. He had a ferocious expression as he held his right hand that was bleeding. He looked at Chi Yu coldly. His right hand that was bleeding seemed to have been bitten off earlier, and now it was slowly growing back. Soon, it returned to its original state. It was the bear tribe's prime, Xiongyu. Fire Toad Heavenly Demon, how was that palm strike earlier? Fengbo asked. It was a little rushed. This Chi Yu is indeed powerful. However, I can hold him back, the Fire Toad Heavenly Demon said confidently. Prime Xiongyu, how are your injuries? Fengbo looked at the burly man in the fur robe. Humph, Chi Yu is cunning. I am fine. I can kill him, Xiongyu said with a ferocious expression. However, Chi Yu showed a cold smile. You can kill me? Are you careless? Did you think that I was using my full strength? The 5's faces sank. Aoing, you actually reached the consummation of the Heavenly Palace? It seems that you are not stable yet. Chi Yu said coldly. I just reached the consummation of the Heavenly Palace. However, since I reached this step, I will not lose to you. Aoing said coldly. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Consummation of the Heavenly Palace? That's right. Your dragon race is indeed blessed. You should have obtained some kind of inheritance from the ancestor dragon. The moment you entered the Heavenly Palace, you were stronger than this eel. But, so what? Chi Yu said coldly. Aoing looked at Chi Yu coldly. Chi Yu finally looked at Fengbo. Fengbo? Heh, I really underestimated you. You really hid yourself well. You were sent by that old man Jiang Lianshan to spy on Matriarch Ji. You actually submitted to her? 2-faced and 3-faced. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Everyone misjudged you. Fengbo smiled. It doesn't matter if you misjudged me. What's important is that I didn't do anything wrong. Chi Yu, why aren't you mobilizing the power of the Heavenly Palace? The 5 of us are already at the consummation of the Heavenly Palace. You don't think that you can fight us alone, right? Apart from you, there is no one else in your 9-Li Imperial Dynasty. Oh right. There are also the 81 charcoal heads. They barely fought the electric eel heavenly demon. You should know that the electric eel heavenly demon is the weakest among the 5 of us. Prime Xiongyu sneered. The electric eel heavenly demon's face stiffened, but he didn't refute. I don't need to mobilize the power of the heavenly palace to deal with the few of you, Chi Yu said coldly. Ha 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 ha. It's your 9 Li imperial dynasty that doesn't have the support of the people. Even if you borrow the power of the imperial dynasty, you won't be able to borrow much strength. Prime Xiongyu laughed. Chi Yu, since you have no troops to use, today is the day you die. Aoing said coldly. Chi Yu's face turned cold and he was about to speak. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 streaks of light shot over and landed on 2 mountain peaks not far from Chi Yu City. 2 powerful auras suddenly burst out. They were the auras of the consummation of the heavenly palace. Everyone turned to look. I am Shangguan Hen of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. I have received His Majesty's order and am here to await the 9 Li Heavenly Emperor's orders. Shangguan Hen bowed respectfully as he was surrounded by golden light. I am Gu Han of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. I have received His Majesty's orders and am here to await the 9 Li Heavenly Emperor's orders. Gu Han was also surrounded by golden light as he bowed respectfully. Shangguan Hen? Gu Han? Since you're here, where's Ponzi Celestial Demon and the rest? Fire Toad suddenly said coldly. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the limitless celestial capital. However, they saw that outside the limitless celestial capital, everything was extremely peaceful. There was no trace of Ponzi Celestial Demon and the rest. Something happened? Fire Toad said solemnly. Suddenly, 2 consummation of the heavenly palace came to help. Chi Yu laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, many thanks to the 2 of you. Originally, I didn't need to trouble second brother. However, since you're here, then come over. Yes. Shangguan Hen and Gu Han stepped forward and arrived at Chi Yu's side in an instant. Chi Yu wasn't too courteous with Gu Hai. Originally, I only wanted to deal with these 5 small fries, but since all of you are here, then help me hold back 1 or 2 of them. Since all of you are here, then I will kill all 5 of them, not leaving a single one alive. Chi Yu said with a cold expression. Humph, Chi Yu, you talk big. Xiongyu glared at him. However, the 5 of them weren't as confident as before. Bang! Bang! However, at this moment, 2 streaks of flowing light suddenly rushed over. Everyone turned to look. However, they saw 2 figures land on the square where Chi Yu was at. Xing Tian, Hoi? Xiong-Yu's expression suddenly changed. Great Yen's Celestial Empire, Xing Tian. Following His Holiness's orders, I'm here to await the 9 Li Great Emperor's orders. Great Yen's Celestial Empire, Hoi. Following His Holiness's orders, I'm here to await the 9 Li Great Emperor's orders. The 2 of them immediately bowed respectfully. Fire Toad, who was not far away, sneered. Great Yen's Celestial Empire? They only sent 2 people from the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace to help? Ha ha, looks like the Great Yen's Celestial Empire doesn't have any experts. Fire Toad could feel the aura of Xing Tian and Hoi. They were only at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. They weren't even comparable to the giant just now. How could they shamelessly say that they were here to await the 9 Li Great Emperor's orders? No, it's not. Fengbua, who was the calmest at the side, said with a darkened expression. What? Are they not at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace? This aura is clearly there. Electric Eel said in disbelief. However, Chi Yu frowned as he looked at Xing Tian and Hoi. His expression was complicated. My 2 brothers, you actually submitted to Jiang Yan? You were so arrogant back then, Chi Yu said with a trace of disbelief. His Holiness is a man of great talent and strategy. We are honored to follow him, Hoi said with a determined look in his eyes. Alright, you are honored? Back then, when I went to the battlefield for the first time, it was the 2 of you who protected me. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 4,000 years. That old fogey Jiang Lianshan wants to hide you and seal your cultivation? Jiang Yan turned into a zombie, and his bloodline changed. However, I can help you undo it. Jiang Yan? Haha, he called you here so that I can help you undo the seal, right? Alright, forget it. Come. Qiyu said in a low voice. As he spoke, his finger trembled, and 2 drops of blood appeared on his fingertip. They instantly dripped into Xing Tian and Hou Yi's glabella. Stop him! Fengbua exclaimed. However, it was too late. The 2 drops of Qi Yu's blood landed on Xing Tian and Hou Yi's glabella. Suddenly, a blood-colored restriction appeared on their glabella. Bang! The blood-colored restriction suddenly broke open. Rumble! A storm-like aura suddenly erupted from Xing Tian and Hou Yi's bodies. The enormous aura even caused a large number of cracks to appear on the ground of the plaza. Consummation of the Heavenly Palace? Electric Eel's expression changed. Many thanks, Ninely Heavenly Emperor. Xing Tian and Hou Yi bowed deeply. My 2 brothers? Haha, you are too polite to me. However, it seems like we have returned to the past. We can fight side by side again. Originally, I only planned to leave behind these 5 lackeys. Now, I feel that we should kill our way to Xianyuan City and kill that treacherous Empress Ji. Qiyu said with a ferocious expression. We will listen to Ninely Heavenly Emperor's orders. Hou Yi and Xing Tian shouted in response. Boom! Qiyu, Xing Tian, Hou Yi, Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, and the 81 giants immediately looked at the 5 experts in the sky with ferocious gazes. Chapter 10:24. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City, Upper Study Room. Matriarch Ji looked at Qiyu City in the distance with a gloomy expression. A group of officials stood behind her. Among them, Song Jie was using a spell to show the scene of Qiyu City to the others. Looking at the scene of the spell formation, everyone instantly became solemn. Mr. Wu Xing, who was at the back of the group of officials, narrowed his eyes and thought, Fengbua is also at the great perfection of the Heavenly Palace? He has been pretending all along, right? This great yellow dynasty still has many experts hidden? Among this group of people, other than Song Jie, could there be other officials who are also at the great perfection of the Heavenly Palace and are pretending to be weak? Mr. Wu Xing checked the faces of the officials. However, to be able to be Matriarch Ji's official, none of them were simple. In a short time, no one could find any clues. What a good move! It's a pity that 5 great perfection of the Heavenly Palace are here. No matter how powerful Qiyu is, he won't be able to escape. Emperor Kong sneered. Shangguan Hen, Guhan? Could it be that the heavenly demon Holy Land's attack on the limitless celestial capital failed? Li Mu's expression turned cold. Matriarch Ji looked at the limitless celestial capital in the north. As expected, the limitless celestial capital was peaceful. The heavenly demon Holy Land is really unreliable, Matriarch Ji said coldly. Everyone patiently looked at the scene displayed by Song Jie. Hou Yi Xing Tian? The great Yen Sky dynasty also came to unseal them? Qiyu unsealed them? Emperor Kong's eyes widened in shock. Supreme martial artist Xiong Yu and the others are in trouble, Song Jie said. Matriarch Ji's face darkened as she looked into the distance. In the distance, Qiyu had the help of 4 great perfection of the Heavenly Palace, and his strength instantly rose to the peak. Even if 5 great experts came to attack, he was still fearless. Moreover, each of them emitted a fierce aura. A great battle was about to begin. Qiyu City. Qiyu twisted his neck and revealed a sinister smile. Alright, 1 each. You guys hold them back, I'll kill them. Qiyu laughed evilly. Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, and Xing Tian immediately stepped into the sky. Aoing? I'll do it. Shangguan Hen's body glowed with golden light as he charged towards Aoing. Shangguan Hen? Do you think it's Elder Wu? You overestimate yourself. Aoing glared at him and punched out. Ong! He punched out, and the sound of a dragon shook the heavens. It was as if an azure dragon claw was smashing down. Shangguan Hen had a ferocious expression on his face, and his fist was also emitting a dazzling golden light. Hong! When the two fists collided, the void instantly shattered into countless pieces. Shangguan Hen and Ao Ing both retreated. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched. Not bad. Come again. Ao Ing glared and pounced again. Shangguan Hen did not decline, and the two of them once again intertwined. Gu Han instantly arrived at the fire-toad heavenly devil land. With the guidance of Mahavairakana these past 2 days, I have comprehended the Buddha country in a palm. Fire-toad heavenly demon, try again, Gu Han said in a deep voice. Old 7? You are not even comparable to Old 6, and you want to fight with me? You are courting death. The fire-toad heavenly demon snorted and struck out with his palm. The two palms collided in the void. Hong! Under the huge impact, the area of the void shattered was not smaller than that of Shangguan Hen and Ao Ing. Old 5 was Old 5 after all. Even though Gu Han had a breakthrough, he was still not a match for the fire-toad heavenly demon. However, Gu Han's goal was not to defeat the fire-toad heavenly demon, but to hold him back. In the instant that Gu Han retreated, he pounced forward again and exchanged blows with the fire-toad heavenly demon again and again. The swastika behind him shone brightly in the void, and the sound of scriptures chanting could be heard from his palms. Gu Han's golden body of virtuous virtue was much stronger than before in terms of resistance to attacks. Xing Tian carried his battle axe and huge shield and instantly charged at Xiongyu. Xing Tian, we were comrades in the past. Xiongyu struck Xing Tian's huge shield with his palm. Hong! The huge shield paused, and the void shattered at the point of impact. Comrades? He, Xiongyu, from the moment you betrayed His Holiness, we were no longer comrades. Xing Tian struck down with his axe. Xiongyu struck out with his palm. Hong! The power of the axe was extremely great. Xiongyu was instantly sent flying by the axe. Mighty bear, boundless strength? This was what His Holiness praised you in the past. However, it doesn't seem like much now. Kill. Xing Tian glared and struck down again. Hong! Xiongyu was sent flying again after colliding with the axe. Xing Tian pressed on, not giving in at all. Xiongyu was in an extremely sorry state. Hou-yi did not rush forward. Instead, he pulled out a divine arrow and knocked it on his bow. He looked coldly at Fengbua, who was not far away. Creak! Hou-yi slowly pulled his bow into a full moon. The purple divine arrow also emitted purple light. He aimed at Fengbua with a cold expression. Fengbua, who was far away, was also at the consummation of the heavenly palace. He did not seem to be weaker than Xiongyu and Ao Ing. However, when Hou-yi stared at him, he felt like he was facing a great enemy. Large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Whoosh! 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 Fengbua summoned wind from all directions, blowing continuously to his left and right to protect himself, as if trying to deflect Hou-yi's divine arrow. Hou-yi, we were comrades in the past after all. Fengbua shouted. If you don't move, I won't move. If you move, my arrow will definitely shoot. Hou-yi said indifferently. Hou-yi did not take the initiative to attack because they were comrades in the past. However, he had a sage fate. He could not do nothing. Since he did not want to kill, he had to pin down one person. Perhaps Fengbua was too afraid of Hou-yi's arrow. However, Xiao Chen really did not move. Not moving in this chaotic battlefield was a very dangerous thing to do. At the same time, it was also very helpless. Infinite heavenly capital, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Hou-yi? Is his arrow really that powerful? Fengbua does not dare to move? Arrow God Hou-yi. Number 1 in archery. Rumor has it that the person Long Zhanghua wanted to subdue the most was Hou-yi. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Number 1 in archery? Gu Hai's expression turned serious. Chiyu City. Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, Hou-yi and Xing Tian restrained Ao Ing, the fire-toad demon, Fengbua and Xiongyu respectively. Now, only Chiyu and the electric eel demon were left. Chiyu looked at the electric eel demon with a cold smile. The electric eel demon suddenly showed a look of horror. Why did you leave Chiyu to me? The electric eel demon exclaimed. However, they saw Chiyu take a step forward. No one saw how fast Chiyu was. In the blink of an eye, Chiyu was behind the electric eel demon. What? The electric eel demon's expression changed. He turned his head and hit Chiyu with his palm. Chiyu did not resist. The electric eel demon's palms slammed on Chiyu's chest. Boom! Boom! Under the huge hit, the electric eel demon was not happy. Instead, he showed a look of horror. Chiyu's body was too hard. It was like a child hitting an iron wall. It did not even shake Chiyu. His palms were ineffective? The electric eel demon wanted to retreat, but it was too late. You want to leave after the fight? It's not that easy. Chiyu sneered. He grabbed the electric eel demon's shoulder with one hand, and suddenly grabbed the electric eel demon's head with the other hand. The strength of his fingers was so strong that he had already dug 5 bloody holes in the electric eel demon's head. Fifth brother, save me, ah! The electric eel demon suddenly roared in pain. As it roared, it desperately hit Chiyu's body. However, Chiyu's body was too strong. Could not shake him at all. In the distance, the fire-toad demon was suppressing Guhan. When it heard the electric eel demon's cry for help, it suddenly turned its head. 10th brother! The fire-toad demon suddenly shouted. However, it saw Chiyu's lips curl into a sinister smile. His arms suddenly bulged with huge muscles. Bang! The electric eel demon's head was twisted off its neck by Chiyu. Its head and body were separated, and blood splattered everywhere. Bang! The 2 halves of the electric eel demon's corpse immediately turned into the huge electric eel demon. At this moment, the electric eel demon was not completely dead. Its head and body were separated, and it showed an expression of disbelief. My brothers, you want to run when you are not full? It is not time yet. Chiyu sneered. As he sneered, he threw the 2 halves of the electric eel demon's corpse to the 81 giant. Brothers, eat the fish, Chiyu said coldly. Yes, big brother. The group of giants immediately swarmed over. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giants' stomachs were like bottomless pits, quickly swallowing the electric eel demon. 10th brother! How dare you! Shut up! The fire-toad demon shouted in fear. Whoosh! Chiyu abruptly turned his head with a ferocious expression on his face. The fire-toad demon was startled. It was as though it was facing a great enemy. Fire-toad demon? Although the fire-toad is somewhat ugly, it should be very nutritious, right? Chiyu laughed heartily. Whoosh! Chiyu instantly arrived before the fire-toad demon like a beam of light. The fire-toad demon knocked back Guhan with a palm strike. When it saw Chiyu approaching, its expression changed. Didn't you want to kill me? Now, this emperor is before you. Let's see what you can do. Chiyu charged at the fire-toad demon. Little nephew Guhan, leave this to me. Go. Chiyu shouted at Guhan. Yes. Guhan answered. However, the fire-toad demon acted as though it was facing a great enemy. It waved its hand and boundless flames suddenly soared into the sky. A red flame with a faint green hue instantly enveloped Chiyu and the fire-toad demon. Ninely Martial Emperor, be careful. There is poison in this flame, the poison of the fire-toad. It is the most poisonous poison in the world. Guhan shouted as he retreated. Chiyu's laughter came from the flame. Poison? Fire? Ha 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 ha. I am impervious to fire and water. I fear no poison. Boom. 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 Loud sounds came from the vast sea of fire poison. Chiyu was fighting the fire-toad demon. What? No, Chiyu. My heavenly demon Holy Land has records of you. You should not be this strong. You should not. The fire-toad demon suddenly roared. Records? Those are all rubbish. To think that you believe them. Ha 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 ha. Chiyu guffawed. Fire toad divine poison, corroding heaven and earth. The fire toad demon's horrified cry came from the flame. Boom! However, that faint green light suddenly flourished. Instantly, it enveloped all the red in the flame. The entire flame turned emerald green. Sizzling sounds could be heard coming from the area that was enveloped by the fire. Even space seemed to corrode. Fire toad divine poison? Do you know why I fear no poison? It is because I cultivate swallowing heaven and earth. There is nothing that I do not eat, including poison. All poisons are my food. Ha 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 ha. Chiyu laughed. Whoosh. The sound of a strong wind came. The rolling emerald green flame shrunk and was swallowed by Chiyu into his stomach. That area of space was exposed in front of everyone. Fengbo, Xiongyu, and Ao Ying's expression changed. They saw that one of Chiyu's hands was already in the fire toad demon's face. 2 fingers dug into its eyes, while the other 3 fingers dug 3 bloody holes in its face. The other hand was on its right leg. There were also 5 bloody holes. The fire toad demon kept waving its arms to attack Chiyu. However, it could not hurt Chiyu at all. No, no, don't kill me. If you dare to kill me, my master will not let you go. The fire toad demon screamed in fear. Don't worry. I will not kill you. Chiyu laughed. Ah. The fire toad demon was surprised. Will not kill me? I like to eat alive. Chiyu said in a cold voice. I like to eat alive? Hearing Chiyu's words, not only the fire toad demon, but also Fengbo and the rest felt their scalps go numb. Chiyu exerted force in his arms. Kacha! The fire toad demon was broken into 2 from the waist by Chiyu. Ah! The fire toad demon screamed in pain. Its scream tore through the space. Everyone felt the pain of its waist being broken. However, in the next moment, Chiyu's body suddenly became 30 feet tall. He opened his bloody mouth full of fangs. He swallowed the fire toad demon in 1 gulp. When Kong Xian swallowed demons, he swallowed them directly into his stomach. However, Chiyu swallowed them in his mouth. In his mouth, Chiyu chewed with his 2 rows of teeth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. He chewed the entire fire toad demon and swallowed it slowly. A great fulfillment of heavenly palace was chewed and swallowed alive just like that? The squeak and squeak sounds of chewing sent chills down the spines of the great fulfillment of heavenly palace. One of the 5 main bloodlines of the ancient sorcerer tribe. Swallowing the heavens and earth? Isn't that too terrifying? After swallowing the last mouthful of minced meat, Chiyu suddenly turned his head to look at the remaining 3 people, Ao Ying, Xiongyu, and Fengbo. Looking at the 3 of them, Chiyu smiled. This ordinary smile, in the eyes of the 3 people, was like the most sinister and terrifying demon in the world. Chapter 10:25. Crunch, crunch, crunch. When Chiyu ate the fire toad heavenly demon, the 81 giants also ate the electric eel heavenly demon. They did not even want to throw away the skin, bones, and blood. In the blink of an eye, the 2 complete heavenly palaces were eaten. Chiyu turned to look at the remaining 3. Xiongyu, Ao Ying, and Fengbo's expressions changed. Let's go! Fengbo shouted. Xiongyu and Ao Ying did not linger. They turned around and flew into the distance. Go? Good. Everyone, follow me to Xianyuan City. What do you think? Chiyu turned to look at the crowd. We await the 9 Li Great Emperor's orders. Shangguan-hen, Guhan, Xing-tian, and Ho-yi answered at the same time. Then let's go. Chiyu took a step forward and chased after the 3 people who were running away. Behind him, the 4 powerhouses followed closely behind. The 81 giants wanted to go, but their cultivation was not enough. They could only stay in Chiyu City. Great Yen Celestial Empire, Primitive City. Dressed in a red dragon robe, Bai stood at the entrance of the Flame God Hall and watched the battle in Chiyu City coldly. Sister, aren't you going to help? The elite guard was worried. It's not time yet, Bai said calmly. But the elite guard was anxious but could do nothing. Because once a decision is made, no one can change it. Limitless celestial capital, soaring sky hall square. Gu Hai looked at the battle in the distance and frowned slightly. Jiang Lianshan's power is really huge, Gu Hai said with a hint of shock. Jiang Rulai, Tian Rulai, Ren Rulai, Bai Ho Yi, Xing Tian, Qi Yu, Fengbua, Matriarch Ji, Xiongyu, Aoing? Including Jiang Lianshan himself, Jiang Rulai had already set up 12 heavenly palaces of perfection on the surface? Jiang Lianshan has really hidden it well. Mahavairakana sighed and nodded. However, in the end, he died 800,000 years ago. Ah, what a pity, what a pity! Gu Hai said in shock. Mahavairakana nodded. Husband, are you going to help? Chen Xian asked. It's not time yet. Gu Hai shook his head solemnly. Oh? Why? Chen Xian was confused. The main reason why Big Brother is attacking Xianyuan City today is to reveal the trump card of the Great Yellow Dynasty. As long as we don't reveal the trump card, we won't be able to go all out. The moment the Great Yellow Dynasty's trump card is revealed, we will rush in without hesitation. However, if the Great Yellow Dynasty doesn't reveal its trump card, we will move in together. If there is any obstruction, it will be the same as exposing our abdomen to Matriarch Ji. What awaits us then is Matriarch Ji's killing move. Gu Hai explained. I don't understand. Chen Xian frowned slightly. The Great Yellow Dynasty is a celestial empire after all. It can't be compared to an imperial empire. Furthermore, even Jiang Rulai couldn't win against Matriarch Ji when they fought for the Divine Tao Sorcerer's Book. This means that Matriarch Ji is more powerful than Jiang Rulai. If Jiang Rulai hid so much as an emperor, how could Matriarch Ji not hide anything? I dare say that Matriarch Ji is hiding even more than Jiang Rulai. To take in advance, one must give first. Big Brother is attacking Xianyuan City this time because he wants to use this opportunity to reveal Matriarch Ji's trump card. Gu Hai explained again. Alright. Chen Xian nodded. She seemed to understand a little. Qi Yu's group flew and chased after Fengbua and the other two. They flew to the heavenly palace and released their auras. Wherever they passed, it was as if there were 8 huge black clouds in the sky. Hoi, where are your arrows? Xing Tian frowned and shouted at Hoi. Although the 3 of them had escaped, Hoi could definitely hit them if he shot an arrow. Why didn't Hoi shoot an arrow? Qi Yu might have cared about their old friendship and didn't ask, but Xing Tian couldn't help it. Hoi frowned slightly and said, We were comrades in the past. If they didn't attack, I couldn't bear to shoot them. Didn't attack? What do you mean? Xing Tian frowned and said, Apart from them, I won't let anyone else off. Furthermore, if they attack, I won't show mercy. Hoi sighed slightly. Qi Yu looked at Hoi and smiled. Hoi, I finally understand why Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, and Long Zhanguo wanted to rope you in back then. It's because you are too loyal and righteous. Ninely Heavenly Emperor, Hoi frowned slightly. You don't have to say anything. I understand. Don't worry. You protected me on the battlefield in the past. You are my comrade. I won't force you. Follow your heart, Qi Yu said. Thank you, Ninely Heavenly Emperor. Hoi smiled bitterly. As the group flew, their powerful aura alarmed the experts along the way. The group of emperors and sect leaders were frightened by the aura. They wanted to see who was so presumptuous, but when they saw the fierce aura of the group, they swallowed their words. Great Perfection Heavenly Palace, Great Perfection Stage? And there were 8 of them? Who dared to stop them? Xianyuan City, at the entrance of the upper study room. Matriarch Ji and the others looked at Qi Yu and the others who were chasing after Fengbua, and their faces turned gloomy. They are here. What should we do? His Holiness? Emperor Kong was worried. Someone walked out from the group of officials. His Holiness, I will lead. Just as that person opened his mouth, Matriarch Ji waved her hand and stopped him. Mr. Wu Xing looked at them carefully. That person was called De Hong. He looked like an ordinary civil servant, but his calmness and confidence surprised Mr. Wu Xing. Where did this person get his confidence from? How dare he ask for battle? To lead an army? What army in the Great Yellow Dynasty could stop Qi Yu and the others? Matriarch Ji stopped him, as though she didn't want to reveal her strength. Bingheim, Matriarch Ji suddenly said. Whoosh! The door of a palace not far away opened. From the inside, a woman in a white veil slowly walked out. She was the commander of the Dahan Empire's Third Army, Bingheim. His Holiness! Bingheim walked over and bowed respectfully. Far away, in the boundless celestial capital, when Gu Hai saw Bingheim, his eyelids twitched. That is Bingheim? She is indeed a beauty. She is Tai Yi's daughter and Matriarch Ji's granddaughter? Chen Xian asked with a smile. Gu Hai nodded, but Gu Hai was still very worried. Don't worry, husband. She is Matriarch Ji's granddaughter after all. Perhaps Matriarch Ji is preparing to use her to deal with you. Therefore, she shouldn't hurt Sister Bingheim now. Chen Xian advised. Yes. Gu Hai nodded. However, Bingheim's expression is quite cold. Husband, you like such an ice beauty, right? Chen Xian asked with a smile. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and didn't answer. He saw Bingheim bowing respectfully to Matriarch Ji. Bingheim, command the 10 Suns Sky traversing formation and intercept the enemy. Matriarch Ji said calmly. Yes. Bingheim nodded. Matriarch Ji waved her sleeves. Wah! 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 Immediately, 10 huge golden crows flew out of Bing Ji's sleeve. When the golden crows flew out, they immediately released a monstrous heat wave. In an instant, the lake on the ground was completely evaporated. The 10 golden crows grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, each of them was 3,000 feet tall. They flew into the sky like 10 suns. Pa! The 10 golden crows spread their wings and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. They were like meteors flashing by. Matriarch Ji waved her hand and a huge 3-dimensional map appeared in front of her. She let Bingheim see the location of the enemy and the golden crows in the map. Rumble! Wherever the 10 golden crows passed, the ground was instantly roasted. Countless plants were instantly burned into a monstrous fire. These are the golden crows? They seem to be even more. Mr. Wu Xing said in shock. These 10 are the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Matriarch Ji said confidently. Ah! The officials exclaimed in shock. This isn't the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi from a few decades ago. That Eastern Emperor Tai Yi was just a puppet. This is the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi from 800,000 years ago. Matriarch Ji said calmly. 800,000 years ago? Everyone exclaimed in shock. That's right. Back then, when Jiang Lianshan and I returned to 800,000 years ago, the first thing we did was to capture the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Then, we made an identical copy of him and allowed him to roam freely 800,000 years ago. As for the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's true body, Jiang Lianshan and I have already refined his evil soul. Matriarch Ji explained. This 800,000-year-old Eastern Emperor Tai Yi is a fake? Everyone exclaimed in shock. That's right. Although he has Tai Yi's memories, he isn't as ferocious as the real Tai Yi. That's why he didn't reach the peak of the Heavenly Palace 800,000 years ago. If that wasn't a fake, why didn't Tai Yi break through after 800,000 years? Matriarch Ji sneered. Matriarch Ji stared coldly into the distance. What Matriarch Ji didn't know was that the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi that she had swapped was swapped by Gu Hai a second time 800,000 years ago. Then, why did Princess Bingheim? Emperor Kong frowned and asked in confusion. Although that Tai Yi of the Solar Divine Palace is a fake, the 6 Paths Immortal gave him the heart of the Crow God. Bingheim's purpose of existence is to retrieve the heart of the Crow God and lead the Crow tribe in the world. She managed to do it. Hence, she was able to control the Tai vile soul and merge it with a large number of evil souls. Then, she separated the Tai vile soul, allowing the Tai vile soul to split into 10, and 10 into 100. Then, their strength? Each of them is at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly palace. When 10 of them fuse into a formation, they have the strength of a peak heavenly palace expert. Matriarch Ji said confidently. The 10-sun sky crossing formation has the strength of a peak heavenly palace expert? Emperor Kong's eyes lit up. Everyone looked over. The 10 suns had already flown to where Fengbua, Xiongyu, and Aoing were. His Holiness has sent people to help us. Haha, this is the 10-sun sky crossing formation. Even if I am trapped in it, I won't be able to escape. Fengbua said happily. 10 suns as one as the sun in the sky. Xiongyu had seen the 10-sun sky crossing formation before and was overjoyed. The 10 suns formed a large formation. When they burned the sky, they seemed to form a halo of energy. The halo of energy enveloped the 10 suns, forming a towering flame barrier. In the distance, Qi Yu and the others also saw the 10-sun sky crossing formation approaching. Golden crow suns? 10-feathered beasts. You want to stop me? Qi Yu said coldly. Ninely Great Emperor, let me deal with the 10 golden crows. Hou took out a giant bow. He took out a purple arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and pulled the string into a full moon. Chapter 10:26. Boundless Celestial Capital, Soaring Temple Square. 10-sun sky crossing formation? It's even more powerful than the one I saw 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai looked at the 10 golden crows in the distance. The golden crow formation forms the shape of a cauldron. The temperature inside is so high that even a normal great perfection expert might not be able to withstand it. Mahavairakana narrowed his eyes. Oh! Gu Hai looked carefully. Sure enough, the 10 golden crows were arranged in a shape like a giant cauldron. The center was like a golden cauldron fire. Although he couldn't see the temperature from far away, Gu Hai believed in Mahavairakana's eyesight. Even a great perfection expert couldn't withstand it? Hou finally made a move? Chen Xian said with a serious expression. Chen Xian had some memories of the White Emperor, so she naturally recognized Hou at a glance. In the distance, Hou's bow was drawn to a full moon. There was a dazzling purple light on the long arrow. Hou's eyes turned cold and he loosened his grip. Bam! The purple divine arrow was like a shooting star. It streaked across the sky with endless purple light and brightened the world. In just a moment, it reached the boundary outside the 10-sun sky crossing formation. The cauldron boundary can't be broken. Even if I hit it with my full strength, I can't break it, let alone an arrow that has lost contact with it? Xiongyu said with disbelief. Hong! The purple divine arrow hit the flame boundary outside the 10-sun sky crossing formation with a loud bang. However, it didn't penetrate the boundary as Xiongyu guessed. Wah! Suddenly, one of the golden crows screamed. Immediately, the arrow pierced through its head, and it fell from the sky. Boom! Like the sun falling, a super-huge fire pit was blown up on the ground. 10-sun sky crossing formation? It was nothing in front of Hou's divine arrow. What? Impossible? How can Hou's arrow be so powerful? Xiongyu said in surprise. In the distance, boundless celestial capital. What a powerful arrow! Arrow to god destruction? Mahavairakana said in astonishment. Good archery. This arrow was able to accurately shoot into the eyes of the golden crow and pierce through its Naiwan palace after breaking through the barrier. His eyesight is truly shocking. Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. After losing one golden crow, the 10-sun sky traversing formation was instantly broken. The previous formation disappeared, and the 9 golden crows were immediately exposed in front of everyone. Wow! Wow! Even though there were only 9 of them left, they still charged towards Qi Yu and the others. Humph! Hou sneered and drew the bow to a full moon again. Release the arrows. Swish! The second divine arrow shot out in a clean and efficient manner. In just an instant, the arrow arrived at a golden crow, piercing through its eye and flying out from the back of its head. The second golden crow died. However, the divine arrow that flew out did not stop. It continued to shoot forward. Bang! The third golden crow fell from the sky. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? In the distance, Gu Hai's expression froze. Bang! The fourth golden crow fell from the sky. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Mahavairakana's expression froze. Bang! The 5th golden crow fell from the sky. The 6th golden crow fell from the sky. Bang! The strange scene made everyone's hair stand on end. When the divine arrow finally pierced through the head of the 10th golden crow, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Killing 9 birds with 1 stone? Hou Yi's archery is really amazing! Gu Hai exclaimed. Killing 9 birds with 1 stone? This was not something that could be done with great strength. More importantly, one's eyesight had to be extremely powerful. One's eyesight had to predict the flight paths of the 9 golden crows, so that when the arrow arrived, all 9 of them would be shot at the same time. This was because before the arrow was shot, the golden crows would not be in a straight line. However, the direction of the arrow was only a straight line. No, to be precise, it was a parabola. To accurately predict the golden crows at different times, one had to be in the path of the arrow. Even with Gu Hai's powerful mental calculation, it was difficult for him to be so precise. But Hou Yi had done it. It was as if he had done it instinctively, killing 9 birds with 1 arrow. This is called 9-star alignment, the highest level of archery. I didn't expect Hou Yi to be able to do it. Chen Xian was also shocked. The 9 golden crows fell at the same time, like 9 suns descending from the sky. Boom! 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 The series of landing made everyone's eyelids twitch wildly. 9-star alignment? Hou Yi's arrow has reached the Tao realm. Qi Yu exclaimed in admiration. It's just a small trick. Ninely Great Emperor is overpraising me. Hou Yi waved his hand modestly. Swish! The 2 divine arrows in the distance instantly flew back to Hou Yi's hands, and Hou Yi put them into his quiver. Hou Yi did it very casually, but the others who saw it were shocked. Xianyuan City. At the entrance to the upper study room. Hou Yi shooting down the sun? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. How can the golden crow be so weak? Bingheim asked in disbelief. His Holiness, this Hou Yi is dangerous. I am willing to lead the army to stop Hou Yi. De Hong, who had requested to fight previously, said again. Empress Ji narrowed her eyes and shook her head. Glancing at the 8 people in the distance who were chasing after each other, Matriarch Ji said, This time, all of you don't have to interfere. Everyone was puzzled. Empress Ji took a step forward. People of the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty, at this moment, there are enemies attacking. I, Empress Ji, request all of you to raise your right hand and borrow my supreme power to defeat these evildoers and restore the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty to its former glory. Empress Ji shouted. Roar. Above the sea of Providence clouds, there was a deafening dragon roar. Following which, Empress Ji's voice spread throughout the entire Great Yellow Dynasty. In an instant, all the citizens of the Great Yellow Dynasty were stunned, and they raised their right hand without hesitation. His Holiness, please use my power. Amidst the cheers of countless citizens, surging energy gathered towards the sea of Providence clouds above Xianyuan City. Roar. Above the sea of clouds, Matriarch Ji's divine statue suddenly transformed into a gigantic golden dragon. The golden dragon absorbed the boundless energy from the masses as it swooped down towards Matriarch Ji. Boom! As the human and dragon merged, Empress Ji flew into the sky, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from her body. Even the void seemed to be shattered by this overflowing energy. In Xianyuan City, Everyone who saw this had the urge to kneel down and worship her. Xiongyu, Aoing, and Fengbo were not far away, and Qi Yu's group of 5 were chasing after them. Swish! Empress Ji waved her sleeves, and a gust of wind seemed to appear out of nowhere. Xiongyu, Aoing, and Fengbo were all swept into Xianyuan City. His Holiness! When the 3 of them were swept in front of her, they immediately said respectfully. Empress Ji ignored them and looked at the 5 people in front of her. Boom! Qi Yu's group of 5 instantly stopped outside Xianyuan City. From afar, they looked at Empress Ji. At this moment, Empress Ji's aura was extremely powerful. Even though the 5 of them were at the peak of Heavenly Palace, she was still slightly stronger. Empress Ji! Qi Yu roared with a ferocious expression. Empress Ji sneered coldly. Qi Yu, how dare you? Qi Yu's eyes flickered, and a trace of viciousness appeared on his face. Great Yen Celestial Dynasty, Primitive City, Entrance of Flame God Palace. What a cunning Empress Ji! Qi's eyes flashed with anger. Boundless Celestial Capital. Soaring Sky Palace. Empress Ji is really cautious. Qi Yu's probing was actually seen through by her. Gu Hai's face darkened. Seen through? Chen Xian frowned slightly. Imperial Matriarch Ji figured it out. Imperial Matriarch Ji could tell that Qi Yu was here to expose his trump cards. Hence, she hid it well, not revealing any of her trump cards. She only mobilized the dynasty's forces, Gu Hai said seriously. Empress Ji saw through my husband and Qi's plan, so she deliberately activated the power of the dynasty? Chen Xian instantly understood. Gu Hai nodded. Xianyuan City. Empress Ji glanced at Qi Yu, and her gaze suddenly crossed the distance and looked at the boundless celestial capital. With a glance, everyone in the Soaring Sky Palace's square felt their hearts tighten. It was as if they were locked on. Mahavairakana's face turned cold. Chen Xian's eyes flashed with anger. My husband, is Empress Ji provoking us? Gu Hai did not say anything. Instead, he stared coldly at Matriarch Ji. Empress Ji glanced at Gu Hai, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Empress Ji turned her head and looked at Primitive City. She instantly looked at Qi in front of Flame God Palace. Empress Ji looked at Qi, and her gaze seemed to be provoking him. At the entrance of Flame God Palace, Qi and Empress Ji exchanged glances. Their eyes were cold and murderous. Empress Ji provoked Gu Hai and Qi, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be telling the 2 of them that she had already seen through their little trick. If you have the ability, why don't you come at me together? Gu Hai and Qi narrowed their eyes. The 2 of them were not impulsive people. They stood on the spot without moving, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Xianyuan City. After Empress Ji provoked Gu Hai and Qi, she saw that the 2 of them did not explode. She then looked at Qi Yu and the others who were not far away from the city. Empress Ji, it has been 3,000 years. Back then, you obtained Jiang Lianshan's help and stole everything from me. Isn't it very comfortable to sit on my 9-Li Imperial Dynasty's throne? Qi Yu said coldly. Winner takes all. Qi Yu, we haven't met for 3,000 years. You actually like to find excuses for your failures? A victory is a victory, a defeat is a defeat. Back then, I gave face to Jiang Lianshan and spared your life. You actually dare to be so impudent in my great yellow empire? Empress Ji coldly said. Impudent? Ha 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 ha, back then, you weren't even fit to carry my shoes. Today, since you want to make a move, let's settle this once and for all. My things are not something you can take as you wish. Qi Yu said coldly. After that, Qi Yu sent a palm strike towards Empress Ji. Boom! A gigantic black astral palm appeared in the air. In the center of the black astral palm, there was a blood-red mouth filled with fangs. It slammed towards Empress Ji. The mouth and the palm slammed towards Empress Ji, shattering the space around it. A terrifying aura pressed down on Empress Ji. With a wave of her hand, a protective formation appeared around Xianyuan City. Empress Ji faced that palm strike head-on. Not bad. We haven't met for 3,000 years, but your cultivation has increased by a large amount. Jiang Lianshan sealed you away to help you cultivate? Heh, but you aren't the only one who can improve. Empress Ji coldly shouted. After that, a golden sword flew out from her sleeves. The moment the sword appeared, the entire area was filled with boundless white light. Overwhelming righteousness, Xianyuan's sword. Empress Ji coldly shouted. Xing! The sword light soared into the sky. The overwhelming righteousness accompanied the golden sword light as it slashed towards Qi Yu's mouth. Chapter 10:27. Righteous Qi Xianyuan's sword. Empress Ji shouted coldly. Xing! The sword gleam soared into the sky. Surging righteous Qi accompanied the golden sword gleam as it slashed towards Qi Yu's palm. Hong! When the mouth and Xianyuan's sword collided, a huge black hole appeared and the surrounding space was torn apart. The pure white righteous Qi collided with the pitch-black demonic shaman Qi and seemed to cancel each other out. Empress Ji had finally used the power of the dynasty, and her strength was slightly stronger. After a short stalemate, a loud boom rang out, and the huge mouth in the palm exploded with a loud bang. The sword light instantly arrived in front of Qi Yu. Qi Yu's face was ferocious as he punched forward. Boom! Under his full strength, the sword light exploded. Qi Yu's figure also paused. Empress Ji? You actually reached the great circle of the God Legion? Qi Yu's eyes widened. I have the power of the dynasty. Do you think that I have been cultivating for the past 3,000 years? Empress Ji sneered. Qi Yu, back then when Jiang Lianshan sealed you in the Eastern Sea, I knew that he wanted to help you cultivate. The demonic shaman Qi can help you cultivate the demonic shaman indestructible body. However, so what if you have the demonic shaman indestructible body? Today, under my Xianyuan sword, I will still cut your head off. Empress Ji shouted. With a shout, she slashed her sword again. After using the power of the dynasty, Empress Ji's strength had already reached its peak. When she slashed her sword, billions of sword Qi seemed to appear in the sky. Each sword Qi carried the aura of a king as it slashed towards the 5 people. Ha! Qi Yu suddenly roared and opened his mouth. Rumble! The billions of sword Qi were swallowed into his stomach like a whale sucking in water. Is that all you have? Qi Yu said coldly. Devouring the heavens and the earth? It's indeed powerful. Unfortunately, didn't the ancient shaman race perish together with the demon race? Empress Ji sneered. Empress Ji looked at the remaining 4 people with a cold smile. Brother Hou-Yi, Brother Xing Tian, how have you been? Empress Ji smiled. Hou-Yi and Xing Tian's faces were cold, and they didn't reply. I didn't expect that our former comrades would actually meet on the battlefield today. Matriarch Ji sighed lightly. Heh, fellow comrades? When you betrayed His Holiness, why didn't you think of your comrades? Haven't you thought about Junan? Xingtian sneered. Ji Matriarch wasn't angry and she explained, Junan? Indeed, I was once indebted to Jiang Lianshan in the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty. However, I have already repaid what I should have done over the years. Back then, he had said that as subjects, they could stay or leave as they pleased. I left the Dian dynasty and established the Great Yellow Dynasty, so why should I still listen to him? For the sake of our old friendship, I agreed to all of his requests. Is this not enough? 800,000 years ago, he was courting death and wanted to fight to the death with Rokudo Shinkuan. He had already made up his mind to die. Should I die with him? You know the specifics. You know better than anyone how your Great Yellow Dynasty came to be. Xing Tian said coldly. The Great Yellow Dynasty was, of course, fought by myself. There's nothing to be clear about. Brother Xing Tian, don't be fooled by others. Brother Hou-Yi, you didn't attack Aoing, Feng Bo, and Xiong Yu out of consideration for your comradeship. Ji Matriarch thanks you. Ji Matriarch said solemnly. Thank me? There's no need for that. Hou said indifferently. Don't worry, I'll remember this gratitude. Later, no matter what, I won't attack you, Empress Ji said solemnly. Hou's eyelids twitched. Qiyu sneered. Empress Ji, I realize that you haven't changed at all. You're still so cunning. Attacking the heart before the battle? You just don't want Hou to fight with his full strength, right? Empress Ji ignored him and looked at Shangguan Hen and Gu Han. Are the two of you here to issue a challenge to the Great Yellow Dynasty on behalf of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Empress Ji said coldly. His Holiness, you don't have to threaten us. We'll listen to the Ninely Great Emperor's orders. We won't give up because of your threats. Gu Han shook his head. You want us to split up? Haha. Empress Ji, it seems like you're scared? Qiyu sneered. Scared? Maybe. Qiyu, are you ready? I'm coming. Empress Ji's expression suddenly turned solemn. Come, Qiyu said. However, before he could finish his sentence, Empress Ji's figure flashed, and she shot toward Qiyu's group like an arrow. Attack! Qiyu yelled. Boom! The Xianyuan sword's light illuminated the entire area. The space where the six were instantly shattered. At the same time, the black hole blew strong winds in all directions. The mountains and rocks were all swept into the black hole. The center of the battlefield was turbid. No one could see what was going on. Boom! 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 A huge collision sound rang out, causing the earth to tremble. Beams of sword light shot out from the turbid battlefield and pierced into the earth. Instantly, a 1,000,000-mile-long trench appeared in the earth, piercing into the starry sky. Any star that came into contact with it instantly exploded. Be careful! Roars of anger came from the turbid battlefield. In the outside world, in the Xianyuan city, Empress Ji's trusted subordinates revealed worried expressions. Although His Holiness had mobilized the power of the dynasty, the opponents were 5 great perfection heavenly palace experts. In the distance, in the boundless celestial capital, Husband, will little Han be in danger? Chen Xian asked worriedly. Gu Hai also revealed a trace of worry. Bang! In the turbid battlefield, a streak of sword light sent a figure flying out of the turbid battlefield. Shangguan Hen? Mahavairakana's face sank. That sword light slashed Shangguan Hen's chest. If it had been an ordinary great perfection heavenly palace expert, that sword light would have definitely split Shangguan Hen in half. However, Shangguan Hen cultivated the 8 and 9 mystic mysteries art, which gave him an indestructible body that was impervious to weapons. Only then did he manage to block the attack. Buzz! The sword light disappeared. Clearly, it went to deal with the others. Shangguan Hen was blasted into the starry sky. He smashed through 3 stars in a row before stopping. His clothes were blasted apart, and there was a shallow sword mark on his chest. What a powerful sword light! Shangguan Hen's body is comparable to a divine weapon. Even after defending with all his strength, he still left a sword mark? Mahavairakana said in shock. Although Shangguan Hen's chest hurt, he gritted his teeth and instantly charged into the turbid battlefield, continuing to kill Matriarch Ji. Shangguan Hen's defense should be stronger than you think. He is not Sun Wukong, who cultivated the monkey body. Instead, he is Xuanwu. Xuanwu's defense is already the best. With the 8-9 mystic art, no one in the world can compare to him. However, even so, Gu Hai said in shock. Boom! Another beam of Xianyuan sword light sent Xing Tian flying. When the sword light landed on Xing Tian's huge shield, Xing Tian flew 500,000 li before stopping. When the sword light disappeared, Xing Tian's huge shield was split in half. Xing Tian's shield has never been broken before. Matriarch Ji actually split it? Chen Xian said in shock. Xing Tian tossed his shield aside and instantly charged into the turbid battlefield again. Bang! Another purple divine arrow was knocked away. Even Hou Yi's arrow is not enough? Gu Hai's face sank. Another golden swastika symbol was struck by the sword light and exploded. Matriarch Ji broke the Buddhist nation in a palm? Mahavairakana said in shock. Aside from Chi-Yu, the other 4 heavenly palaces were not Matriarch Ji's match. In the turbid battlefield, Matriarch Ji slaughtered in all directions, continuously sending experts flying. Roar. Chi-Yu's roar rang out. However, a huge figure with an ox head and a human body appeared in the turbid area. Matriarch Ji, eat my fist! Chi-Yu roared. Boom. A loud sound rang out. A huge shockwave destroyed the battlefield from before. The turbid earth and rocks instantly exploded and disappeared. The 5 people on the battlefield were once again exposed. Matriarch Ji's sword had landed on Chi-Yu's fist. At this moment, Chi-Yu had indeed transformed. 2 ferocious bull horns appeared on his head, and he grew to a height of 3 zhang. His body swelled as if countless muscles were bulging out. Black demonic chi dyed half of the sky black. On the other side, Matriarch Ji's Xianyuan sword shone with a golden light. However, the world was filled with a white aura of righteousness. Black and white were in a stalemate. A stalemate? No, Matriarch Ji was stronger. Chi-Yu's fist seemed to be no match for the Xianyuan sword. Ninely Great Emperor, I'll help you! Gu Han shouted as he suddenly placed his hands on Chi-Yu's back. Buzz. Surging energy entered Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu's strength instantly increased. It's not enough. Shangguan Prime, quickly! Gu Han shouted. Alright. Shangguan Hen immediately stepped forward. But Shangguan Hen placed his palm on Chi-Yu's back. Surging energy entered Chi-Yu's body. At this moment, Chi-Yu had an ox head and a human body. He was 10 meters tall, and his back was extremely large. Xing Tian placed his palm on Chi-Yu's back. Hou-Yi placed his palm on Chi-Yu's back as well. The power of the 5 heavenly palaces gathered in Chi-Yu's fist and clashed with Matriarch Ji's Xianyuan sword. Matriarch Ji's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The 5 heavenly palaces at the consummation level were barely on par with Matriarch Ji. The power of the dynasty? Matriarch Ji, if you don't use the power of the dynasty, you won't be a match for me at all, Chi-Yu said with hatred. Is that so? The power of the dynasty is also my power. If I use the power of the dynasty, don't you also have 4 consummation level heavenly palaces helping you? We're the same. The winner takes all. It's enough for me to kill you, Matriarch Ji said coldly. It's still not enough for you to kill me, Chi-Yu said coldly. Do you think that this is already my limit? No, by using the power of the dynasty, I can be even stronger, Matriarch Ji sneered. Rumble. Under Matriarch Ji's strength, the Xianyuan sword slashed at Chi-Yu's fist, forcing the 5 of them to retreat further and further. In the blink of an eye, they were already 1,000,000 miles away. Chi-Yu's expression was savage, but he was helpless. This was the power of the dynasty. Matriarch Ji's strength had indeed surpassed his. Break! Matriarch Ji shouted. Boom! The Xianyuan sword exploded with golden light. With a loud sound, the 2 sides separated, shattering a large piece of space. For a moment, the battle stopped. Do you still want to continue? Matriarch Ji laughed. Chi-Yu and the others had ugly expressions. They originally wanted to destroy the Xianyuan city and kill Matriarch Ji, but Matriarch Ji's strength had exceeded their expectations. She even had a bunch of trump cards that she had yet to reveal. Matriarch Ji, I will be back. I will definitely take back what is mine. Let's go. Chi-Yu roared ferociously. Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, Xing Tian, and Hou-Yi looked deeply at Matriarch Ji before they followed Chi-Yu and flew away. Matriarch Ji did not chase after them. Instead, she coldly watched the 5 of them leave. Chapter 10:28. Empress Ji watched as Chi-Yu and the others left. Swish. At the entrance of the upper study room in Xianyuan City, 4 figures flew to Empress Ji's side. They were Fengbue, Xiongyu, Aoying, and Ahong. His Holiness let Chi-Yu go just like that? We can make them stay, Fengbue said anxiously. That's right. His Holiness mobilized the entire dynasty. Even if Qi Yu had the help of 4 great perfection sovereigns, he would not be a match for you. If we delay the other 4, His Holiness can kill Qi Yu quickly. Xiong Yu said anxiously. His Holiness let them go just like that? What a pity! De Hong said worriedly. Empress Ji looked at Qi Yu, who was leaving, and then looked at Gu Hai and Qi, who were far away. Finally, she shook her head gently. Kill Qi Yu? It's not time yet. I don't want to become someone else's weapon. Empress Ji said indifferently. The 4 were slightly stunned. Let's go back. Empress Ji said in a deep voice. Yes. The 4 answered and followed Empress Ji back to Xianyuan City. Empress Ji returned. Qi in Primitive City squinted his eyes, and an uncomfortable chill flashed in his eyes. Boundless Celestial Capital. Gu Hai also frowned. This Empress Ji is very patient. She is very good at politics. What do you mean? Empress Ji can make Qi Yu stay? Chen Xian'er asked in confusion. Gu Hai shook his head. Empress Ji can defeat Qi Yu by mobilizing the entire dynasty, but she shouldn't be able to make Qi Yu stay. Unless Empress Ji mobilizes her subordinates from the Heavenly Palace, then she can make Qi Yu stay. However, Qi Yu won't be willing to do that. Oh! Once Empress Ji's subordinates join the battle, we and Qi will definitely enter the battlefield as well. This battle will become bigger and bigger, and the destruction will be greater. In the end, we will lose 800 of our own men while injuring 1,000 of our enemies. We will let the heavenly demon Holy Land reap the benefit. Why would Empress Ji do such a foolish thing? Gu Hai smiled coldly. Mahavairakana nodded. Matriarch Ji is indeed powerful. After this, I wonder. Chen Xian'er said worriedly. Matriarch Ji is only able to achieve such a result because she mobilized the might of an entire dynasty. Fighting against 5 paragons and not falling into a disadvantageous position? Although his strength is strong, compared to the battle prowess of Long Zhanghua in the past, he is somewhat inferior. Qi Yu's big brother couldn't do anything to Qi Yu in his court. Similarly, if Matriarch Ji was in Qi Yu's court, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Qi Yu either. Qi Yu and Empress Ji's strength should be about the same, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. That's right. In my opinion, Matriarch Ji and Qi Yu's strength are about the same. However, Matriarch Ji's wings are strong and she has a group of powerful subordinates. Qi Yu, on the other hand, Mahavairakana said worriedly. Qi Yu is really popular. Gu Hai laughed. Oh! When his 81 brothers work together, they are equivalent to a great perfection. Furthermore, I can borrow troops at any time. The Ho will also borrow troops from him. Hence, as long as Qi Yu doesn't act rashly, Matriarch Ji won't be able to do anything to him, Gu Hai said confidently. Mahavairakana nodded. Far away, Qi Yu returned to Qi Yu City with the 4 great perfection paragons. Qi Yu's expression was very unsightly. However, he was still polite to the 4 great perfection paragons. The 4 of you have worked hard. I'm done here. You can return now, Qi Yu said solemnly. Ho Yi and Xing Tian looked at Qi Yu before turning to look in the direction of Great Desolate City. The Ho stood at the entrance of Flame God Hall. The Ho nodded. Ho Yi and Xing Tian stepped forward and flew towards Great Desolate City. From far away, the Ho looked coldly at Qi Yu. The 2 were siblings. However, they no longer recognized Jiang Lianshan. At this moment, the 2 looked at each other without saying anything. Or perhaps they did not know what to say. In the end, Qi Yu nodded slightly, as though he was grateful for the Ho's help. You didn't say anything and just nodded in response. Then, you led the elite guards back to the Flame God Shrine. Qi Yu looked away. However, Gu Hai brought over a Guqin statue. The Guqin statue transmitted Gu Hai's voice. Big brother! What a heroic battle! Gu Hai's voice sounded. Qi Yu turned to look at the endless celestial capital. However, he revealed a bitter smile and said, What a disgrace. Sigh. The endless celestial capitals. Gu Hai spoke again. No, in my opinion, Big Brother did not lose. Since he did not win this battle, he can come again in the future. The one who should be afraid is Matriarch G. We are barefooted. Why should we be afraid of him? Ha. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. Second brother is still to my liking. Since I did not win this time, next time, I will definitely beat him down. Chi Yu laughed loudly. That's right. There will be plenty of time in the future. Gu Hai also laughed. This time, many thanks to Gu Han and Shangguan Hen. I will let them go back. Chi Yu said with a smile. Sure. Whenever Big Brother wants them, you can send them back. Gu Hai nodded. However, Big Brother, I might leave the endless celestial capital for a period of time. Gu Hai said solemnly. Chi Yu asked doubtfully. I am going to pick up my other chess piece, Long Wanqing. She has been outside for many years. I have not visited her yet. As her husband, I have neglected my duty. Gu Hai sighed softly. Don't worry. If Matriarch G attacks your endless celestial capital, I will definitely not sit by and do nothing. Chi Yu said solemnly. Many thanks, Big Brother. If Matriarch G attacks again when I am not around, just give a shout. My wife, Chen Xian'er, will definitely send Shangguan Hen and the others. Gu Hai said solemnly. Chi Yu nodded. Although it was only a few words, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Nineli Imperial Dynasty had formed an alliance. Even if Gu Hai was not around, they would not have to worry about Matriarch G attacking them. After leaving a zither figurine for Chi Yu, Gu Han and Shangguan Hen bowed slightly and flew back to the endless celestial capital. From beginning to end, the unborn man stood beside Gu Hai and listened to Gu Hai speak. As he listened, the unborn man looked at Gu Hai with a strange gaze. 20 years ago, when the unborn man first saw Gu Hai, he was only in the higher heaven realm. How long had it been? Gu Hai's forces were no longer afraid of the Celestial Empire? No, they had just destroyed a sacred ground not long ago. Now, they had Chi Yu's help on the outside and Heavenly Palace's perfection stage on the inside. They even had trump cards that even he did not know about. Even if the Celestial Empire attacked, they would not be afraid? Unborn man, give me 2 days. I will settle the affairs of the Imperial Court. After 2 days, I will follow you to see Wanqing. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The unborn man nodded. 2 days seemed very short. However, Gu Hai had the immortal dome of the ancients. With the immortal dome of the ancients, a mountain of memorials could be quickly replied to. Then, a court meeting was held and everything was arranged. To the outside world, Gu Hai would be in seclusion for a period of time. The affairs of the imperial court would be supervised by Gu Qin. The officials would assist. At the same time, there was also a secret order. Chen Xian'er could decide everything. After all, Chen Xian'er did not have time to deal with the affairs of the imperial court. However, when it came to important matters, as the Empress of the Dahan and Gu Hai's wife, she could still make the decision. Xian'er, after I leave, use poison gas to envelop the surroundings of the infinite celestial capital and maintain vigilance. To prevent accidents, Gu Hai said solemnly. Husband, don't worry. I have already set up a miasma barrier outside the infinite celestial capital. I will know immediately if any expert approaches. Chen Xian'er nodded. That's good. However, you still have to be careful, Gu Hai said solemnly. Chen Xian'er nodded. Husband, if you are worried about us, bring Sister Wanqing back as soon as possible. Gu Hai nodded. Your Majesty, it's almost time. Who else do you want to bring along? The unborn man asked. Gu Hai looked at the group of experts. Your Majesty, I will accompany you. Shangguan Hen was the first to speak. Everyone was eager to try. Gu Hai shook his head. The great perfection of the heavenly palace is not allowed to go. Stay in the infinite celestial capital in case anything happens. This trip of mine is extremely secretive. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Yes. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, I want to accompany you. I don't want to stay here anymore. Mosquito Dauren said anxiously. All right, Mosquito Dauren and Dragon Sheniying will follow me. The rest of you will stay in the infinite celestial capital. Assist the Crown Prince of Guqin. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Everyone answered. Husband, come back soon. Chen Xian said reluctantly. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man waved his hand and opened the netherworld gate. Gu Hai, the unborn man, Dragon Sheniying, and Mosquito Dauren stepped into it. Whoosh! The netherworld gate suddenly closed. Xianyuan City, in the upper study. Matriarch Ji listened to the officials discussing Gu Hai. His Holiness, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty has become Qiu's wing. We must destroy it as soon as possible, Fengbua said in a deep voice. Emperor Kong shook his head. No, they have formed an alliance. If we go to destroy Gu Hai, Qiu will definitely interfere. Moreover, Gu Hai is not a pushover. But our target is the center of the divine continent. Now that Qiu is blocking us, we... Xiongyu frowned. Everyone was debating. Songjie, who was in the crowd, suddenly said, Your Majesty. Songjie said. Everyone paused. What's the matter? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. According to my calculations, Gu Hai has already left the infinite celestial capital, Songjie said. Left the infinite celestial capital? Matriarch Ji was slightly stunned. Everyone was shocked. Men, immediately inform the spies of the infinite celestial capital to find out the whereabouts of the officials. Emperor Kong shouted immediately. Soon, an official came to report. Reporting to His Holiness, after today's morning assembly, all the officials of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty were present. Gu Hai announced that he will be in seclusion for a few days. Dragon Goding, Mosquito Dauren, and the unborn man also announced that they will be in seclusion. The official said respectfully, You may leave. Matriarch Ji ordered. Yes. The official immediately left. Mister, your calculations are correct. This Gu Hai is really bold. He dared to sneak into the netherworld with just these 3 people? Mister, do you know where Gu Hai and the others are going? Matriarch Ji looked at Songjie. I can only predict their location. I can't predict their future. Songjie shook his head. That's enough. His Holiness, that's enough. That Gu Hai sneaked into the netherworld. No matter what, it's a heaven-sent opportunity. Emperor Kong said excitedly. That's right. Since he went to the netherworld, let's make him stay in the netherworld forever. Xiongyu said excitedly. Matriarch Ji was silent for a while before finally nodding. Mister, do you have a way to find them? Matriarch Ji asked. Yes. I can create a treasure that can track their direction. Songjie said solemnly. That's great. Mister, please make 2 as soon as possible. Send 1 to the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. Matriarch Ji said coldly. His Holiness is wise. The Heavenly Devil Holy Land hates Gu Hai to death. Now that Gu Hai is here, isn't he courting death? Ah. Emperor Kong laughed loudly. What about the other one? Mr. Wu Xing suddenly asked. Da Hong. Matriarch Ji said. I'm here. An inconspicuous official stepped out and said. Take the other one and follow behind the Heavenly Devil Holy Land to chase after Gu Hai. I don't want any more accidents to happen. Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Yes. Da Hong replied. Matriarch Ji sent 2 batches of assassins to kill Gu Hai. One batch was from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. The other batch was from Da Hong? Who was Da Hong? Mr. Wu Xing didn't know. However, before the battle with Qiu, Da Hong was the one who requested to fight. Since he dared to request to fight, it meant that he was one of Matriarch Ji's secret trump cards. Furthermore, he was so strong that he was confident that he could deal with Qiu. However, Gu Hai's group didn't even have a perfected Heavenly Palace expert. In the netherworld, it was filled with danger. Chapter 1029. Netherworld. Inside a palace in the west. Inside the palace there were 3 enormous medicinal pools. The medicinal pools were blood-red in color, but what floated out of the blood-red medicinal pools was emerald green gas. The emerald green gas floated to the roof of the main hall. The roof made sizzling noises but was being corroded by the emerald green gas. At this moment, inside the 3 enormous medicinal pools, there were 3 naked men sitting. Each and every one of them had emerald green complexions. Those strands of emerald green gas were the medicinal pools forcing out the poison gas in their bodies. At the side of the medicinal pools, a white-robed figure with golden edges waved his hand and flicked the emerald green gas out of the main hall. All of a sudden, in the medicinal pools, a naked man opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Celestial fiend Ponzi, you're awake," the white-robed man said indifferently. "Old Four, you saved us?" Celestial fiend Ponzi exhaled deeply. "It's also your luck that after being poisoned, you found me at once. Otherwise, even His Majesty couldn't save you," Old Four said indifferently. "Huh? What poison is this? How can it be so tyrannical? I'm a poison cultivator, why?" Celestial fiend Ponzi said in shock. "This is a mixed poison. 72 kinds of poisons perfectly presented in a special arrangement. Truly amazing. I haven't seen such a powerful poison in a long time. When I started to detoxify you guys, I was actually infected too. Fortunately, I thoroughly researched poisons, but I still didn't dare to subdue these poisons. Hey, you guys ran into an expert," Old Four said in a low voice. "It's Gu-Hai. Impossible. Researching poisons isn't possible in a short few decades. It's definitely an expert. A poison expert settled in the endless celestial capital? Poison Dao? This poison, only that person from the ancient era could do it," Old Four said in a low voice. "Who? The witch race's poison sovereign," Old Four said gravely. "Poison sovereign? Was he the founder of the bloodline that created the divine blood duplication? He created the cultivation method of the Gu arts and poisonous insects?" Celestial fiend Ponzi said in amazement. "That's right, the poison sovereign. Too many demons have died at his hands. That's why the demons did everything they could to destroy him. He should be dead by now. There shouldn't be anyone else who can use poison to such an extent." Fourth brother frowned. "No matter what the reason is, it's all Gu-Hai who harmed us. This enmity, I must avenge it," Ponzi Heavenly Fiend said with a ferocious look. Fourth brother nodded. "By the way, how are things with Old 5 and Old 10? Is Chiyu dead?" Celestial Fiend Ponzi said urgently. "Old 5 and Old 10 are already dead," Old 4 said indifferently. "What? Don't worry. My heavenly devil holy land will definitely take revenge for this," Fourth brother said in a cold voice. Report. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the main hall. An attendant walked into the hall respectfully with his head lowered, not daring to look at the people in the hall. "The vast freedom heavenly demon has sent a letter, please take care of it, Peak Master." The servant carefully handed over a letter and a crystal ball. After handing over the letter and the crystal ball, the attendant quickly left. Lao Si opened the letter and read it carefully. "What's going on?" Ponzi Heavenly Fiend asked curiously. Fourth brother finished reading and handed the letter to Ponzi Heavenly Fiend. But he started to play with the crystal ball. Ponzi Heavenly Fiend woke up at this moment, and the poison was more or less cleaned up. She quickly took it. Matriarch Ji sent a letter. Gu-Hai brought Dragon God Ing, Mosquito Dauren, and the unborn man to the netherworld? Ponzi Heavenly Fiend said with narrowed eyes. Fourth brother looked at the crystal ball in his hand and activated it according to the letter. Immediately, an arrow appeared on the crystal ball, pointing in a direction. "Master sent a letter for us to deal with? Hey Gu-Hai?" Fourth brother revealed a trace of a cold smile. "I'll go and kill him," Ponzi Heavenly Fiend immediately revealed a sinister expression. I'll go too. I'll go too. In the other two medicinal pools, two people also woke up and immediately said with hatred, "Sixth brother, eighth brother, ninth brother? You all want to go and deal with Guhai?" Fourth brother said indifferently, "That's right. Fourth brother, do you want to go together?" Ponzi Heavenly Fiend asked. "There's no need. The three of you are at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Can't you deal with a few ordinary Heavenly Palace experts? Even if that Guhai's methods are outstanding, it's impossible for him to be a match for you all. Be careful this time, you all." Fourth brother said indifferently, "Then what about you?" The three looked at fourth brother. "Me? I haven't taken revenge for fifth brother and 10th brother. Chiyu? I'm preparing to go to the netherworld to meet this Chiyu and this matriarch Ji. Does he really think that my heavenly devil Holy Land is his blade? Borrowing our hands to kill Guhai? Borrowing our hands to kill Chiyu?" Fourth brother said coldly. "All right." The three nodded. "Since you all have woken up, the poison in your body is almost completely removed. Even if there's a bit left, with your self-healing ability, you should be able to get rid of it completely. This crystal ball is for you all. Rely on it, you can find Guhai." Fourth brother handed over the crystal ball. "All right." The three responded. The three slowly climbed out of the medicinal pool. They put on a black robe. Heavenly Devil Ponzi grabbed the crystal ball. The three immediately rushed out of the main hall and chased after Guhai. The unborn man opened the netherworld gate. Guhai, the unborn man, Dragon God Ing, and Mosquito Dauren stepped onto a piece of white cloud in the netherworld with a single step. Chongming had already started to build a large number of palaces in the surroundings to facilitate Guhai's arrival. The netherworld is also extremely vast. Unborn man, can you open a real netherworld gate and allow the Dahan's army to enter and exit at will? Guhai asked. Your Majesty, you want to conquer the netherworld? The unborn man was slightly startled. That's right. I want to open a netherworld gate that will never close. Is that possible? Guhai asked solemnly. The unborn man was silent for a moment. What, you can't do it? Guhai asked. Your subject is incompetent. The unborn man finally shook his head. Guhai frowned slightly. The unborn man said, Your subject is incompetent. Does that mean that he can't do it? Why did he hesitate just now? Guhai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Your Majesty, do we need to find Chongming? Mosquito Dauren asked. No need. It's just the four of us. Unborn man, you lead the way. Where is it? Guhai looked at the unborn man, at the end of the myriad bone mountain, the netherworld's yellow spring sea. Mosquito Dauren pointed in a direction. Oh! Guhai's expression changed slightly. He looked in the direction of the myriad bone mountain. The previous 2 times, the life ender saber in Guhai's body instinctively sensed something. This time, it was extremely calm and didn't sense anything. Did something happen to the myriad bone mountain? Let's go, Guhai said in a deep voice. Everyone instantly flew toward the myriad bone mountain. Along the way, the ground was covered with countless bones. Skeletons and skeletons wandered aimlessly in this sea of bones. However, the skeleton people here didn't seem to be very strong. There aren't any skeletons that can open the sky palaces? Guhai frowned slightly. There used to be. Mosquito Dauren said with a frown. What do you mean? I don't know where they are now. In front of us is the divine bone temple of the myriad bone mountain. In the past, the bone ancestor and the bone god used to live here. Mosquito Dauren explained. The bone ancestor? Guhai raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the life ender saber used to be called the bone ancestor. Later, it was betrayed, defeated, and almost destroyed. It fled to the world of the living and was obtained by him. The bone god replaced the position of the bone ancestor and commanded all the skeletons in the netherworld. He is extremely strong and also has the power of the Great Perfection stage. The unborn man explained. Gu Hai nodded and flew toward the so-called Divine Bone Temple. That's not right. I have been to the periphery of the Divine Bone Temple before. Why is the defense so weak? There isn't even a skeleton in the Upper Sky Palace. No, a skeleton in the Middle Sky Palace? Only a few lazy Lower Sky Palace skeletons? Mosquito Dauren asked curiously. Everyone quickly arrived outside the Divine Bone Temple. Who is it? A few skeleton soldiers shouted angrily and rushed over. However, they were all in the Lower Sky Palace. This little bit of power couldn't hurt Gu Hai at all. All the powerful skeletons in the Divine Bone Temple are gone? Dragon Sheniying showed a look of shock. Mosquito Dauren waved his sleeve. Buzz. Rolling black mosquitoes instantly rushed to every corner of the Divine Bone Temple. Your Majesty, all the magic treasures in this place have been taken away. All the powerful skeletons are gone. Mosquito Dauren said in surprise. Where did they go? Dragon Sheniying was also surprised. They went to Wan Qing's place. The unborn man said solemnly. What? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man with a gloomy face. Before I returned to the infinite celestial capital, the Bone God had sent a large number of skeletons to find the way to Wan Qing's place. He must have found her. Not long ago, Wan Qing sent me a message saying that the Bone God had led a large number of skeletons to invade her place. The unborn man explained. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Hai immediately shouted angrily. Your Majesty, don't worry. Wan Qing's place is very big. Even if the skeletons invade, they won't be able to find Wan Qing in a short time. Moreover, there are people there who will stop the skeletons. The unborn man explained. Hurry up and lead the way. Stop talking nonsense, Gu Hai said anxiously. The unborn man nodded. The group quickly flew north. After flying for more than half a day, they arrived at the northernmost Yellow Sea. Countless skeletons stood guard at the edge of the sea. There seemed to be a large number of evil spirits trying to climb ashore, but they couldn't swim out of the sea. This is the Yellow Spring Sea? Mosquito Dauren's expression changed. Yes, there is a road in the Yellow Spring Sea called the Yellow Springs Road. As long as we step on the Yellow Springs Road, we will arrive at Wan Qing's world. The unborn man explained. Wait, you said the Empress's world? What do you mean? Dragon Godding narrowed his eyes and looked at the unborn man. Gu Hai looked at the Yellow Spring Sea and suddenly, a memory flooded his mind. I remember that 800,000 years ago, when Empress Ho-Tu learned that the high heaven was in danger, she went to the Yellow Springs Road alone. Through the Yellow Springs Road, she entered the void? Or rather, through the Yellow Springs Road, she left the Six Paths Immortal Dome? Gu Hai suddenly looked at the unborn man. Enter the void? There is a world outside the Six Paths Immortal Dome? There is a world in the void? Dragon Godding also looked at the unborn man in surprise. The unborn man nodded. Your Majesty is right. We are indeed going to leave the Six Paths Immortal Dome and enter the void. We are entering a new world. What new world? Is there another world in the void? Dragon Godding asked seriously. Do you know what reason Rokudo Shinkuin used to deceive the previous high heaven? The unborn man explained. World creation? Creating a new world out of nothingness? He asked the high heaven for help, but it turned out to be a scam. The high heaven lost its power and was ambushed and killed by Rokudo Shinkuin? Gu Hai said solemnly. In fact, Rokudo Shinkuin had already created a new world. The unborn man explained. Ah! Everyone was shocked. If they did not create a new world, how could they deceive the high heaven with words? No, they have already created a new world. However, this new world is not perfect. It is a broken immortal dome, not as perfect as the one we are in. The new world they created has a huge flaw and cannot survive for long. It is already a miracle that it has not been completely destroyed. However, it should be destroyed soon. the unborn man explained. Wanqing and the others are in the immortal dome that Rokudo Shinkuan created 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai asked solemnly. The unborn man nodded. The Yellow Springs Road can lead to that place. Lead the way, Gu Hai said solemnly. Chapter 1030. The extreme north of the Netherworld. The Underworld Sea. Your Majesty, you can't fly in the Underworld Sea. We have to go down, the unborn man explained. The mosquito Dauran at the side immediately said, Your Majesty, the unborn man is right. The laws in the Underworld Sea are chaotic, and birds can't fly. Those who aren't at the peak of the Heavenly Palace can't fly. Gu Hai nodded. The group landed on the shore of the Underworld Sea, and a large number of skeletons immediately surrounded them. Stop, who are you? The skeletons shouted, preventing Gu Hai's group from getting closer. However, as long as they weren't at the peak of the Heavenly Palace, who could stop Gu Hai's group? Dragon God Ing only waved his hand, and the skeletons were immediately sent flying. Not good, quick, report to the Bone God. A few skeletons jumped into the Underworld Sea and disappeared in an instant. They went to report. The Underworld Sea is at the bottom of the sea. Your Majesty, be careful. The Underworld Sea has almost no buoyancy, but it's extremely heavy. It's like entering a swamp. The unborn man explained. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man slowly stepped into the Underworld Sea. Sure enough, the sea was extremely strange. It was water, but it was extremely heavy, as if it was dragging people down. This is courting death. I heard that no one who enters the Underworld Sea can survive. The mosquito Dauran smiled bitterly. The group quickly sank to the bottom of the Underworld Sea. Once they reached the bottom, there were hands grabbing them. These are the people who were recently trapped at the bottom of the sea. The moment they entered, they were suppressed by the Underworld Sea. When they see people coming down, they desperately grab, hoping to drag them up. Don't worry, Your Majesty. With our strength, we can walk on the sea. Follow me, and we'll be there soon, the unborn man explained. Gu Hai's group followed the unborn man. The Underworld Sea had no buoyancy, and the water was extremely heavy. The laws here were also extremely chaotic and strange, making it impossible for people to fly. However, with their current cultivation, their physical bodies were extremely strong. They moved bit by bit. Soon, they arrived at a huge sea valley. In the ocean valley, there was a whirlpool that seemed to be sucking in the water of the Yellow Springs. This whirlpool is the road to the underworld. Your Majesty, if we jump into it, we will be able to reach the immortal flaw, the unborn man explained. Gu Hai nodded. The four of them jumped in without hesitation. Who? In the blink of an eye, the four were sucked into the eye of the sea. As soon as he entered, Gu Hai immediately felt a force tearing at his body. However, this tearing was still within the range that Gu Hai could endure. The four of them quickly passed through a tunnel and fell into the infinite depth. When Gu Hai entered the Yellow Springs Sea, bang! Suddenly, three figures landed outside the Yellow Springs Sea. It was Celestial Demon Ponzi who brought Old 8 and Old 9 to arrive. Sixth brother, are you sure? Here? Eighth brother asked in surprise. What the crystal ball points to is here. Celestial Demon Ponzi said solemnly. You're saying that Gu Hai, the four of them, came to the netherworld from the world of the living, went to the Yellow Springs Sea, and committed suicide by jumping into the sea together? Eighth brother said with a look of disbelief. It's impossible for Matriarch Ji to lie to us with this matter. Under this Yellow Springs Sea, there must be secrets that we don't know. Celestial Demon Ponzi said solemnly. But, this vast Yellow Springs Sea, even if we go down, what can we do? The laws here are chaotic, basically. Ninth brother said with a frown. Follow the crystal ball's guidance. Celestial Demon Ponzi said. Amen? The crystal ball's guidance is gone? Celestial Demon Ponzi's expression changed. Without guidance, is this finding a needle in a haystack? Eighth brother said anxiously. Splash! Not far away, quite a few skeletons jumped into the Yellow Springs Sea. This group of skeletons definitely know? Follow them. Celestial Demon Ponzi said solemnly. Okay. Splash. The three of them stepped into the Yellow Springs Sea. Gu Hai's party of 4 shuttled through the Yellow Springs Sea quickly. Roughly an incense stick's time. Whoosh. The 4 of them suddenly appeared in a pitch-black environment. In the pitch-black environment, there seemed to be a yellow barrier channel. The 4 of them shuttled through the channel quickly. This is? Gu Hai's expression changed. This is outside the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, in the void. However, the water of the Yellow Springs paved a road or a bridge that connects to the flawed Immortal Dome. We will arrive soon. At most, in another incense stick's worth of time, we will arrive, the unborn man explained. Where are the skeletons that just entered? Dragon Shenying asked curiously. There are 18 Yellow Springs sea paths. We only entered one of them. The skeletons may have found another Yellow Springs sea path. The unborn man explained. Everyone nodded. An incense stick's time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black environment disappeared. The 4 of them shuttled through the Yellow Springs sea path faster and faster. When they reached the flawed Immortal Dome boundary, their speed had already reached the limit. Boom! A loud noise sounded, as if they had crashed into the sea. Under the huge inertia, the 4 of them flew from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea and landed on the shore. Bang! The 4 of them barely managed to stand properly and did not fall. However, even with the huge momentum, a few mountains by the sea were blown up. Who is it? In the distant forest, someone suddenly shouted. Your Majesty, let's leave quickly, the unborn man immediately said. At this moment Gu Hai's face sank. The moment they entered the flawed Immortal Dome, Gu Hai's connection with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's fate was cut off again. Your Majesty, let's leave quickly. Those people are very troublesome, the unborn man urged again. Gu Hai ignored him. Instead, he looked up at the sky and then at the sea in front of him. A look of worry flashed across his eyes. The fate dissipated. He wondered how Xian Er was doing. At this moment, 5 men in Taoist robes stepped on long swords and shot toward Gu Hai not far away. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the territory of the Das Ho True Sect? The leading man in Taoist robes shouted coldly. Unborn man, it's just these 5. They are little brats from the Yuanying state. You say they are troublesome? The Mosquito Dauren said with a look of disdain. Little brats from the Yuanying state? Big words. Senior brother, these people are of unknown origin. They trespassed on the forbidden area of our sect. Let me take them down. A man in Taoist robes shouted. Okay. One of the men in Taoist robes took out a long sword and suddenly slashed toward the Mosquito Dauren. The Mosquito Dauren flicked his finger. Bang! The man's long sword suddenly exploded. Pooh! The man instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed a look of shock. Senior brother, they are too strong. I need the sacred leader's help. The man who spat out blood shouted. Okay. Boundless heaven and earth, borrowing the power of the universe. Sacred leader of the 6 paths, give me power. The man who spat out blood shouted. Ha 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 ha, borrowing the power of the universe? Sacred leader of the 6 paths? Give you power? Could something like power be bestowed upon others? Who would lend it to you? Based on your empty words? The Mosquito Dauren laughed. However, the strange thing was that the man's body suddenly moved without any wind. His voice seemed to reach the 9 heavens. Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above the 9 heavens, and the world suddenly turned dark. At that moment, a beam of holy light suddenly shone from the dark clouds. It was as if an immortal had shot down the light of dawn. The light instantly enveloped the man who spat out blood. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from the man's body. Yuanying state? In the blink of an eye, the aura reached the lower celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, It reached the middle celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, it even reached the upper celestial palace. What? The mosquito Dauren rubbed his eyes. That's impossible. How can there be such a spell? Just one sentence, give me power, and the power came. Kid, surrender now. The man suddenly slapped at the mosquito Dauren again. I don't believe it. The mosquito Dauren's face was cold as he met the attack with his palm. Boom. There was a loud noise and the void shook. The man was immediately sent flying. The mosquito Dauren did not move at all. Obviously, the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace mosquito Dauren was much more powerful than the man. That's impossible. Is that really the power of the Heavenly Palace? The power of the 1st level of the Heavenly Palace? Wasn't he in the Yuanying state just now? The mosquito Dauren said in surprise. Senior brother, that bastard is too powerful. The man spat out blood and shouted. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Holy Master of the 6 paths, give me power. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Holy Master of the 6 paths, give me power. The remaining 4 people shouted at the top of their lungs. Then, the sky was filled with dark clouds again, and the light of dawn shone on the 4 people again. Their aura suddenly changed, and all of them became the aura of the Heavenly Palace. What the hell? The mosquito Dauren shouted in surprise. Bastard! Give me your life. The 5 of them rushed at the mosquito Dauren again. Swoosh! The mosquito Dauren swung his hand, and the 5 of them were sent flying. They were in the Heavenly Palace, but they were still no match for the mosquito Dauren. That bastard is too powerful! One of the men shouted. Send the signal. Another man shouted. Bang! Suddenly, a firework-like spell shot up into the sky. Then, Mosquito Taoist saw hundreds and thousands of men in Taoist robes suddenly fly out of a forest in the distance. They all flew toward the crowd in a menacing manner. Your Majesty? The Mosquito Dauren showed a trace of confusion. I said that this group of people may not be as powerful as us, but they are very annoying. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Let's leave here first. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The previous 5 people suddenly stared at him. Gu Hai waved his sleeve. Swoosh. The 5 people were immediately absorbed into the ancient immortal dome and disappeared in an instant. Gu Hai and his group quickly left the place. When hundreds of thousands of De Shou True sect disciples came from afar, Gu Hai and his group had disappeared. Where is he? The crowd looked around, but they couldn't find him. In the distance, in a forest, Gu Hai looked at the large number of De Shou True sect disciples in the distance and frowned at the unborn man. What happened just now? Borrowing power? Where did this power come from? Your Majesty, do you know the sect established by Rokudo Shinkuin? The unborn man asked. Rokudo Shinkuin's sect? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Dragon Shenying was puzzled. I have been there 800,000 years ago, but there was no Rokudo Shinkuin's sect there. No, there was a sect called the Divine Heavens sect. The Divine Heavens sect was the first sect 800,000 years ago. The reason why you didn't see it 800,000 years ago is because Rokudo Shinkuin brought all the disciples of the Divine Heavens sect into the flawed Immortal Dome. All the living beings in the flawed Immortal Dome are fanatics of Rokudo Shinkuin. Although they have established various sects, all of them worship the Saint Lord of the 6 Paths. Every sect has a statue of Rokudo Shinkuin, and they worship Rokudo Shinkuin every day. They are borrowing power from Rokudo Shinkuin's statue. Rokudo Shinkuin has disappeared for 800,000 years, but everyone's worship of him has not decreased. Instead, it has increased. The unborn man explained. Fanatics using the divine power of faith? The Mosquito Dauren was stunned and immediately understood what had happened. Chapter 1031. The 6 Paths of the Immortal Dome, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty of the Yang Realm. The moment Gu Hai entered the flawed immortal dome and lost contact with the Dahan imperial dynasty, boom! With a loud sound, the boundless providence in the sky of the Dahan imperial dynasty immediately collapsed. The terrifying providence disappeared in an instant. If it were another dynasty, the sky would have collapsed long ago. The collapse of providence was a sign of the death of an emperor. The collapse of the sky and the earth would cause great panic among the people and officials. However, in the infinite celestial capital, the people looked up at the sky, then lowered their heads and continued with their own business. Continued with their own business? The spies that the various factions left in the infinite celestial capital were confused. What's going on? Your imperial dynasty's providence is gone? Why do you look like nothing happened? In the blink of an eye, the excitement of the spies from the various forces was doused with cold water. It was not that the people did not take it seriously. They were indeed a little worried, but it was just a little worry. The people had too much confidence in Gu Hai. Moreover, it was not the first time this kind of providence had disappeared. This was already the third time. The people were already used to it. What was there to worry about? They would be reunited after a while. Guqin gathered the officials and comforted them. Although the officials were worried, they were more relaxed after the previous two experiences. They ate and slept as usual and did not take anything seriously. After comforting the Dahan officials, Guqin brought a few important officials to visit Chen Xian. "Mother, don't worry. Father will definitely be fine." Gu Han comforted her worriedly. Chen Xian nodded. "I know. I can feel him, but that feeling is erratic, as if he has left the 6 paths of the immortal dome." Everyone was slightly stunned. "Alright, you guys be more careful. Husband is not around. Don't let others take advantage of him," Chen Xian said. "Yes." Everyone answered. "Send a message to Chiyu. Tell him that husband is fine and that he does not need to worry," Chen Xian said immediately. Yes. As expected, in the 9 Li imperial dynasty, Qi Yu's expression sank when he received the news of the infinite celestial capital. He wanted to rush over, but Chen Xian quickly sent him a message. "Gu Han, are you sure that your father is fine?" Qi Yu asked coldly as he looked at the Qin figurine. On the other side of the Qin figurine, Gu Han said solemnly, "My father must have encountered something mysterious again. However, my mother has already said that my father is fine. 9 Li Heavenly Emperor, don't worry." Qi Yu nodded. The 9 Li Imperial Dynasty didn't do anything, and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty continued to operate as usual. However, the sudden disappearance of this providence attracted the attention of all the major powers in the world. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City. "Mr., why is Gu Hai gone?" Matriarch Ji asked curiously. This was too thorough. It was as if he had returned to 800,000 years ago. Song Jie shook his head. "According to my calculations, the last place Gu Hai appeared should be the Yellow Spring Sea. I have never investigated that place before. There must be some great secret there. However, Dahong is already there. There is no need to worry about His Holiness." Matriarch Ji nodded. "Report." Suddenly, a guard entered the study. "Report to His Holiness. A person claiming to be an envoy from the heavenly demon Holy Land wishes to meet His Holiness." The guard reported respectfully. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. "Heavenly demon Holy Land? It looks like fourth brother is here. Flawed immortal dome." Gu Hai looked at the longevity true sex disciples in the distance and frowned slightly. Indeed, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. However, these fanatics would be more troublesome. They would waste his time. "All right. Unborn man, lead the way. We will set off immediately," Gu Hai said. "Yes." The unborn man nodded. The 4 of them quickly soared into the sky and shot toward a direction in the distance. "This world seems to be very vast," Gu Hai said with a frown. With everyone's strength, their flying speed was extremely fast. However, after flying for 2 hours, they still couldn't see the end of the world. The flawed immortal dome and the 6 paths immortal dome were created in a 1-to-1 ratio. The unborn man said, "Oh? 1-to-1 ratio?" Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. "Yes. You said that after 800,000 years of inheritance, the flawed immortal dome's living beings are already 1% of the 6 paths immortal dome," the unborn man said. 1%? That means it's counted in trillions? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. "Yes." The unborn man nodded. "You just said that it was you who said it. You haven't said clearly what you said last time. What secrets does you have?" Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. Dragon Shenying's expression turned solemn as he nodded. "I'm also very curious. Does my father, Long Zhanghua, know something? Why did he dote on Yu so much back then? He even pretended that he didn't see her act of contempt for the emperor? Even if it was a serious crime, my father allowed her to be so presumptuous? It's too strange. My father is an extremely serious person." Back then, Long Zhanggua's doting on Yu had reached a point that made people's hair stand on end. So much so that no one dared to offend Yu. Yu called Long Zhanghua old man, but Long Zhanghua didn't get angry at all. Of course Long Zhanghua wouldn't get angry. The unborn man suddenly laughed. Also, when Yu was injured back then, Long Zhanghua said that Empress Hudu would definitely save her. "Why?" Gu Hai said solemnly. The unborn man was silent for a moment, then looked at Gu Hai and said, "Your Majesty, when I mentioned it to you last time, your eyes were very strange. Have you already guessed it?" "I need you to say it." Gu Hai didn't comment. The unborn man nodded. "Yu? Your Majesty guessed right. Yu is actually a reincarnation. Her previous life was the previous generation's heaven, Song." "Song? What?" "The immortal of the 6 paths defies the heavens, and defies Yu's previous life?" Mosquito Dauren exclaimed. "The previous generation's heaven? No wonder my father dotes on her so much. No matter how presumptuous she is, he never gets angry," Dragon Shenying said in surprise. "The previous generation's heaven? Wasn't she killed by Rokudo Shinkuin in the void?" Gu Hai said with a frown. "Although Firmament was killed, it was not that Firmament did not put up any resistance. True Monarch 6 Paths was ruthless, killing Firmament until its body and soul were completely destroyed. However, Firmament was reborn in a different form, losing everything from its previous life. However, it was already enough to be reborn in this life," the unborn person said with certainty. Dragon Shenying, Mosquito Dauren, and Gu Hai were all shocked. "Is this why you didn't reveal her identity in the immortal dome of the 6 paths?" Gu Hai asked solemnly. "Yes. Although the immortal of the 6 paths is in deep sleep, he might be everywhere, so I didn't dare to reveal her identity. When Empress Ho-Tu found out about Yu's identity, she didn't hesitate to bring her to the flawed immortal dome," the unborn man explained. "The flawed immortal dome was created by Rokudo Shinkuin. Why?" Gu Hai frowned. "Rokudo Shinkuin created it, but Rokudo Shinkuin abandoned it, and there's no divine will here," the unborn man said with certainty. "Rokudo Shinkuin killed Song Tian in the void, so he was worried that he would be killed if he left the immortal dome of the 6 paths. Therefore, he didn't want to leave the immortal dome of the 6 paths. It was only a matter of time before the flawed immortal dome collapsed and disappeared. The immortal of the 6 paths didn't care about it, so he never paid attention to it," the unborn man explained. "Song Tian? Immortal? No wonder it's so strange. Long Zhanghua respects her so much, and Goddess Hudu was once her oracle. That's why she cares so much," the Mosquito Dauren said in shock. "Yu, have you fully recovered from your injuries?" Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. "She's fully recovered, but she hasn't gone back yet. She's just recovering her cultivation from her previous life," the unborn man explained. "Good. Gu Hai exhaled softly and nodded. They're in the middle of the immortal dome, so? The unborn man pointed into the distance, but he was interrupted by Gu Hai halfway through his sentence. 1. Gu Hai's figure paused in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them also paused. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Dragon Sheniying asked in confusion. Gu Hai's face was gloomy, but the life-ender saber in his body vibrated again, as it sensed something that made it angry. The Bone God? Without needing to guess, Gu Hai knew that it definitely sensed the Bone God. The life-ender saber originally belonged to the Bone Ancestor. The Bone God's betrayal severely injured the life-ender saber and nearly destroyed it. The life-ender saber held a deep hatred for the Bone God. Now that it sensed the Bone God, naturally, the Bone God would be exceptionally enraged. Previously, Chang Ming sent word that a large number of skeletons came to investigate after Shao Chen left. This meant that the Bone God could sense the life-ender saber as well. The Bone God targeted Shao Chen's group as well? If Shao Chen went to meet Wan Qing now, would he bring the Bone God along as well? If he accidentally injured the Wan Qing sisters, Gu Hai would definitely blame himself. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Wan Qing and the others are right in front, the unborn man said, feeling confused. Gu Hai shook his head. Then, he suddenly opened his heavenly eye. When he opened his heavenly eye, he followed the life-ender saber's senses and instantly looked into the distance. 1. Suddenly, Gu Hai saw a battlefield in the distance. Countless skeletons lined up in formations on the battlefield, fighting a huge battle with the flawed immortal dome's sections. Countless skeletons surrounded a huge throne. Sitting on the throne was a skeleton in a black robe. The skeleton's hat emitted a faint blue light, and black gas billowed around it. The black gas soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky black. When Gu Hai looked at that skeleton, the Bone God on the throne happened to turn his head and look at Gu Hai as well. The two looked at each other from a distance and discovered each other. Bone Ancestor? The Bone God on the throne said sullenly. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Bone God. That Bone God seemed to care a lot about that battle. Although he wanted to come over, he did not leave the throne in the end. Just as Gu Hai was considering whether to go over, his heavenly eye suddenly picked up a familiar voice. Originally, I refused to sing for you skeletons. It's not that I want to sing for you skeletons. However, who asked you to worship me so much? Since you want to hear my songs so much, I'll reluctantly sing one for you. I improvised it. It's called Skeleton, You Are Not Cute. Suddenly, this strange and loud voice came from the battlefield, confusing the skeleton army on the other side. Where did this idiot 13 come from? You want to sing in such a solemn atmosphere? Who wants to listen to your song? Kill. The skeleton army ignored the voice and charged into the range of the voice. In the distance, when Gu Hai heard this voice, he was slightly stunned. Skeleton, you are not cute? When Gu Hai heard the name of this song, he got goosebumps all over his body. This name already made one tremble. Now he knew how to sing. Gauchen? He is going to sing again? Gu Hai's expression froze. Chapter 1032. Gu Hai looked into the distance. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and the unborn man followed Gu Hai's gaze. Vaguely, the three of them saw a storm in the distance, stirring up dirt and stones. Is there a battle over there? Dragon God Ying's face darkened. Gu Hai's heavenly eye had already sensed Gauchen's voice and naturally would not leave. The Bone God is over there. It just so happens that I have a personal grudge with him to settle. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ah? Your Majesty, since when did you have a grudge with the Bone God? The unborn man asked in shock. Did he have enemies all over the world? The Bone God? Your Majesty, that Bone God is at the peak of the heavenly palace. Mosquito Daoran said worriedly. The peak of the heavenly palace? This is not the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Gu Hai sneered. Oh! This is the flawed Immortal Dome, a replica of the Six Paths immortal dome. So, there is. As Gu Hai spoke, he gently waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A strong wind suddenly appeared in the void. Gu Hai seemed to gently push aside the transparent threads, and a thick fog instantly enveloped Gu Hai's group. The Go Dao laws? Mosquito Daoran exclaimed in surprise. There are Go Dao laws here? Then, do we need to worry about a peak? Mosquito Daoran immediately relaxed. Gu Hai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The unborn man asked, puzzled. The Go Dao laws here are a little strange. It seems like something is missing. Gu Hai frowned. This is the flaw, right? I heard Yu say that most of the 3,000 great Daos here have flaws. Only 300 are complete. Back then, heaven was tricked into coming here in order to help perfect the remaining great Daos. Unfortunately, in the end, it couldn't do so. Even if heaven had a complete diagram of the 3,000 great Daos, it couldn't fill up the flaws in this realm. Rokudo Shinkuan seemed to have known that this would happen, which was why he set Song Tian up. The unborn man explained. 300 complete great Dao? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Your Majesty, since the rules of chess are flawed, could it be? Mosquito Daoran asked worriedly. Without the perfect laws of chess, the power of Gu Hai's formation would definitely be greatly reduced. Don't worry. My spirit design can avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. This place is much better than the divine continent. Gu Hai smiled. Yes. Everyone nodded solemnly. When we get there later, try to cover your ears. No, you can't cover your ears. Set up a soundproof barrier. Gu Hai said. Huh. The three didn't quite understand. Gu Hai didn't say much. He led the three and flew quickly to the battlefield where Bone God was. It was a vast and empty battlefield. On one side of the battlefield, there was an army of skeletons. They were all supreme experts of the skeleton tribe, gathered around a huge throne in the center. Bone God, dressed in black robes, sat on the throne. Blue light shone from the brim of his hat, and black chi filled the air around him. An extremely tyrannical aura burst out from his body. On the other side were the experts of the various sections. The leaders of the various sects were gathered on a high platform. Around them, the disciples held swords and sabers as they faced the army of skeletons. On the high platform there were 10 statues. Each statue looked like Rokudo Shinkuan. These 10 statues all shone with dazzling white light, and divine power of faith gathered around them. The leaders of the 10 sects kept bowing to the statues. The 10 statues emitted rays of white divine light that surged into the bodies of the disciples of the 10 sections. The disciples suddenly felt as if they were being assisted by God, and their strength suddenly increased by leaps and bounds. However, the army of skeletons was too powerful. Bone God didn't interfere, and the army of skeletons was still suppressing the disciples of the 10 sects. Although the leaders of the 10 sects were anxious, they didn't panic. This was because there was another batch of reinforcements besides the 10 sections. It was 2 people and a cat. Hoqing, Gaochen, and Mao Tianyun. Hoqing, the younger brother of goddess Hutu, was one of the 4 zombie ancestors who helped the immortal of 6 paths guard the entrance to the Azura Path's secret land. Later, he accidentally injured Long Wanyu in the limitless celestial capital and was almost killed by Long Zhangua. He was detained to lead the way and sent Long Wanyu to meet goddess Hutu. Gaochen, transformed from a heaven-grade Qin. His voice was too unpleasant, and he once recognized Gu Hai as his master. In Lin Fan's previous life, he was one of the 5 celestial messengers under heaven. Mao Tianyun, who opposed Rokudo Shinkuan 800,000 years ago, was accidentally released by Gu Hai. He was one of the 5 celestial messengers under heaven in the past, and was the fire celestial messenger. The leaders of the 10 sects were anxious when they saw their disciples being suppressed. One of the leaders in red robes looked at the 3 of them. 3 celestial messengers, it has been 800,000 years, and we have lost contact with the immortal firmament. Finally, someone from the immortal firmament has come. Why are these evil guests here? The three of you are the celestial messengers of the immortal firmament. Our Saint Lord of Six Paths has a good relationship with the immortal firmament. Ever since the Saint Lord of Six Paths established the immortal firmament, he might have used up too much energy and fell into a deep sleep. Now the immortal firmament has sent evil guests. Please help us get through this crisis. When the Saint Lord wakes up, we will report to him. The leader of the leaders said respectfully. Meow. Mao Tianyun sat cross-legged on a throne. Looking at the 10 sect leaders, he sneered. Did these people from the immortal firmament really think that Rokudo Shinkoen was in a deep sleep in this world? What a joke. They didn't know that Rokudo Shinkoen had already abandoned them. Mao Tianyun didn't care. If it wasn't because Long Wanyu asked him to come, he wouldn't have bothered with this matter. Mao Tianyun stretched his back and didn't say anything. Ho Qing looked into the distance. He was feeling very complicated. A few years ago, he was almost beaten to death by Long Zhanjing and was escorted here. He had hoped that his sister could help him get revenge. As a result, when his sister learned about the situation, she actually beat him up. If it wasn't because Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu begged for mercy, his sister might have beaten him to death. I am your brother. The depressed Ho Qing was holding a grudge, but when he found out about Long Wanyu's identity, he was stunned. A few times, Ho Qing even thought of secretly reporting to Immortal Six Paths. That was because once the Immortal of the Six Paths found out about this, he would definitely be grateful to him. At that time, he would eliminate Long Wanyu, and all his past mistakes would be forgiven. This was especially true for Jiang Yao. Because she cultivated the fire ancestral zombie body, she had angered the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths would definitely pardon Jiang Yan's sins. But once he reported to Immortal Six Paths, his sister would be implicated. On one side was his sister, and on the other side was the woman he liked. Ho Qing was very conflicted. When Long Wanyu sent him here, Ho Qing wasn't very enthusiastic. Although the 10 leaders begged him again and again, what did it have to do with him? Gaochen, why don't you do it? Ho Qing said calmly. Me? How can I do it? Gaochen was speechless. Gaochen was only in Middle Heaven Palace. If he rushed up, wouldn't he be courting death? You can sing, Miao. Mao Tianyun laughed. After 800,000 years, Mao Tianyun was no longer as simple as he used to be. 800,000 years ago, he was teased by the other 4 divine messengers. Now, it felt good to tease these reincarnated divine messengers. What does my singing have to do with their fighting? Gaochen said unwillingly. Mao Tianyun looked at the 10 leaders and said, if you want to defeat these skeletons, it's very simple. Just ask Messenger Gaochen to sing, and the skeletons will be defeated. After Mao Tianyun said that, the 10 leaders were confused. Are you kidding me? You think you can win by singing a song? What a joke. But since Mao Tianyun said so, the 10 leaders could only nod and agree. Messenger, please save me. Messenger, please help. Messenger Tsangtian, please help. Oracle, please sing a song. The 10 leaders immediately bowed to Gaochen. Gaochen was suddenly moved. Sing? It had been a long time since it had sung, especially since the Gaochen was formed from a heaven-grade zither. It had been a long time since the Gaochen had sung to its heart's content. Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and the others had been avoiding its singing with disdain. The Gaochen had not sung to its heart's content for a long time. This was the addiction of singing. It was like how many people on Earth couldn't get rid of their phones. They were addicted to their phones. If they didn't play for a day, they would feel uncomfortable. Even if others kept saying that it wasn't good to play with their phones, they still wanted to play with their phones. Gaochen's singing was the same. As a heaven-grade Guqin, he liked to sing for others. Even if others said that it was bad, it was because they had no taste. At this moment, the 10 leaders bowed and begged him to sing. Gauchen felt like there were 10 claws scratching his heart. At this moment, he had no choice but to sing. When Mao Tianyun saw Gauchen's face flushed with excitement, his expression changed. His 2 ears immediately drooped down to block his ears. Quick, beg Gauchen to sing. Once he sings, you will win. Ask Gauchen to sing for everyone. Sing at the loudest volume. Mao Tianyun covered his ears and shouted. After shouting, Mao Tianyun still felt that it wasn't safe. He even set up a soundproof barrier around himself. The 10 leaders looked at Ho Qing. Ho Qing's expression stiffened. In the end, he nodded. That's right. As he spoke, Ho Qing also set up a soundproof barrier around himself. While the 10 sect masters were still in a daze, they bowed to the North Star once more. Please save us, divine envoy. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a large number of disciples were defeated. They vomited blood and ran back. When they saw the leaders begging Gauchen, they also bowed. Divine envoy, please take action and save our sect. Everyone nearby knelt down. Gauchen's confidence was boosted. He nodded proudly. He coughed twice and transmitted his voice to the entire battlefield through the Tao of the Guqin. Originally, I refused to sing for you skeletons. I didn't want to sing for you skeletons. However, who asked you to worship me so much? Since you want to hear my song so much, I will reluctantly sing for you. I improvised it. It's called Skeleton, You're Not Cute. Gauchen's voice instantly spread throughout the battlefield. The 10 leaders looked at Gauchen in confusion. Are you really going to sing? Ah! Sect leader, save me. I can't take it anymore. The miserable cries of the sect's disciples rang out one after another. In such a tragic moment, do you really want to improvise a song? Was this Gauchen divine envoy sent by the enemy? The skeletons in the distance also looked at him with disdain. They continued to fight. No one was optimistic about Gauchen's singing. They all felt that this was a joke sent by the immortals of the heavens. Only Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun immediately added another soundproof barrier around their own soundproof barrier. However, Gauchen instantly threw his emotions into the song. With an intoxicated expression, he began to sing at the top of his lungs. Oh, adorable little skeletons, I'm your daddy. Come into my arms and let me braid your hair. Gauchen's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. The moment the song rang out, the entire battlefield suddenly quieted down. Everyone, including the skeletons, suddenly had goosebumps crawling all over their bodies. Their entire bodies trembled, and they felt as if their souls had been frozen in a world of ice and snow. Chapter 1033. Gauchen's voice rang out. It was still the same voice and the same smell. The moment the song rang out, the entire life-or-death battle instantly stopped. Whether it was the sect disciples or the skeletons, all of them had goosebumps all over their bodies at the same time. The skeletons had small bone spurs that could be seen with the naked eye. Everyone suddenly quivered, even forgetting about the battle. His soul felt like it was in a world of ice and snow. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even those who were injured and lying on the ground couldn't help but tremble. Of course, this kind of distraction in battle was fatal. The disciples and the skeletons were only distracted for a moment before they started fighting again. However, Gauchen's voice sounded again. Oh, adorable little skeletons, I'm your daddy. Come into my arms and let me braid your hair. The song once again interrupted the battle between the two parties. All the skeletons looked at the intoxicated Gauchen on the high platform at the same time. She seemed to be extremely intoxicated by the song, but her singing was too improper. A cute little skeleton? You're our father? My dad's face. In your arms? You're even going to braid our hair? Don't you know that skeletons are bald? No matter how one listened to it, the lyrics, the concept, the tone, and the singing were all terrible. It was fine if one was bad, but all four were so bad that they made one want to vomit. When all four were put together, it made one feel numb all over. Gauchen's voice was unpleasant to the ears. No matter who it was, Indiscriminate attacks. At the side, the 10 sect leaders' eyes were wide open. Was this the song that they had been praying for? Is this a divine envoy sent by the immortals of heaven to help us? Were they sent to torture us? Do you know how awkward the atmosphere would be if you yelled at such a tragic occasion? There was no way to fight this battle. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and continue. The skeletons over there are not moving. Mao Tianyun removed the sound isolation barrier and shouted. After shouting, he hurriedly set up 3 more soundproof barriers. Only then did he feel a little better. However, even so, Mao Tianyun's body trembled violently. It was too unpleasant to hear. Don't stop. Hurry up and kill. The 10 sect masters roared. Kill! The sect disciples roared as they charged out once more. Indeed, at this moment, the sect disciples were slowly recovering from their disadvantage. However, the sect disciples couldn't take it anymore. Gaochun's singing was an indiscriminate attack. Ah, sect leader, I can't take it anymore. I've sealed my ears, but it's useless. Sect leader, I'm going to vomit. Sect leader, please be merciful. The group of disciples cried out in despair. The 10 great sect masters couldn't take it anymore. They were right beside him and could hear everything clearly. The damage they received was also at the level of a critical hit. He wanted to ask Gaochun to stop, but Gaochun was helping him fight the enemy. How could he ask for help? For the sake of the Holy Lord, we must endure. A sect leader roared with tears in his eyes. Yes. A large number of disciples answered with tears in their eyes. Who asked him to crazily believe in Rokudo Shinkuan? For the sake of his beliefs, he had to endure. Countless disciples continued to fight with tears in their eyes. The skeletons on the other side couldn't take it anymore. It was fine if they were defeated, but the torture of the song was the most terrifying. It was a blatant insult. Skeletons, you're not cute? If tears could stop this disgusting feeling, the skeletons wouldn't hesitate to cry like the sect disciples. However, skeletons were destined to be unable to cry. Shut up. Your singing is so disgusting. Stop. Your voice is so disgusting. I'm going to kill you. The stench of my rotting corpse is nothing compared to your singing. Stop, I'm going to kill you. Kill him. Countless skeletons trembled as they roared in grief and indignation. However, Gaochun was immersed in the song and didn't stop singing. The battle had turned slightly, and Gaochun's first song ended. It's so comfortable. I didn't expect such a great response. Sect leaders over there, what do you think of my singing? Gaochun finished his song and looked at the 10 sect leaders in front of him. The 10 sect leaders all had their backs facing Gaochun. For the sake of their beliefs, the 10 of them had endured the most torture. At this moment, their backs were facing Gaochun, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of their eyes. Sect leader Ran, you're involved in the way of the zither. You judge. The leading sect leader couldn't bear to strike a blow and kicked the ball out. One of the sect leaders in green robes didn't just have 2 streams of blood flowing out of his nose. Because he knew the way of the zither, the damage was even more severe. After hearing Gaochun's song, sect leader Ran had the determination to never practice the way of the zither again. However, for the sake of his beliefs and to win, he had no choice but to go against his will and say, good singing. Really? That's great. There are indeed people who know their stuff. During this time, I've written hundreds of songs. I'll sing all of them for you. Next, I'll sing my most famous song, Little Radish. Gaochun shouted excitedly. With that, Gaochun started singing again. The power of Little Radish was even greater than Skeleton, You're Not Cute. As soon as the song came out, the battle in the distance became even weirder. The man and the skeleton didn't know how to fight. They just wrestled and hugged each other. They fell to the ground and kept twitching. From afar, they looked very indecent. The 9 sect leaders looked at sect leader Ran with murderous eyes. Blood began to flow out of his ears. In the distance, the bone god, who was surrounded by a large number of skeletons, shook his finger slightly. Listening to this unpleasant song, he didn't even have the mood to pay attention to the bone ancestor in the distance. The bone god was able to successfully usurp the throne, and his endurance was extremely shocking. However, after Gauchen's first song ended, the bone god's endurance was completely exhausted. Evil creature. The bone god's tone was cold. The other skeletons at the side nodded in agreement. Although the term evil creature was usually used by humans to insult skeletons like them, at this moment, the North Star Polaris was definitely the one to be called evil creature. If the bone god wasn't sitting here, the skeletons would have gone crazy. After skeleton, you're not cute ended, Gauchen actually said that he still had hundreds of songs? Hundreds of songs? Then, he sang Little Radish? As soon as the song came out, the demonic sound immediately filled the bone god's mind. At this moment, the bone god couldn't wait to strangle Gauchen, this evil creature. If he continued to sing, he would be dissociated. Looking at the battlefield, many skeletons were killed in the song. Even the disciples of the opposite sect were foaming at the mouth. Oh, Little Radish, Gauchen didn't finish his sentence. Radish your mother, go to hell. The bone god suddenly stood up and grabbed Gauchen with his palm. The bone god burst out with all his strength. A terrifying aura instantly filled the battlefield. Everyone in the battle was suddenly blown away by a strong aura. Bam! When everyone fell to the ground, they found that the ground was actually covered by endless bones. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, whether it was the trees, the rivers, or the earth, everything was turned into bones. Endless bones rolled. Gauchen was interrupted and cried out in shock. Gu Hai, the unborn man, Mosquito Dauren, and Dragon Sheniying. The four of them quickly rushed toward the skeleton battlefield. Along the way, Gu Hai told everyone to cover their ears or set up a soundproof barrier. Gu Hai did it first, but the other three didn't take it seriously. In the infinite celestial capital, the three of them did hear people mention Gauchen, saying that his singing was terrible, but the three of them didn't experience it personally. Terrible? How terrible? Wasn't it just a song? The three of them didn't care. When they got closer and closer to the battlefield, the three of them finally heard Gauchen's singing. The moment they heard the song, Mosquito Dauren and Dragon Sheniying shuddered at the same time. What kind of demonic sound is this? Mosquito Dauren cried out in shock. So terrifying, this Gauchen singing is really terrifying. Dragon Sheniying also cried out in shock. Demonic sound to the brain. Unborn Man also cried out in shock. Buzz! The three of them immediately followed Gu Hai's example and set up a soundproof barrier to isolate themselves. Gu Hai frowned while flying. Something's not right. Why can't the soundproof barrier block it? The soundproof barrier did block most of Gauchen's voice, but Gauchen's voice still penetrated. The soundproof barrier didn't work. It was only slightly better with the soundproof barrier. Only slightly better? The four of them immediately merged the soundproof barrier. The soundproof barrier didn't work. This doesn't make sense. How did he sing such a terrible song? Mosquito Dauren cried out in shock. It shouldn't be. Even if the lyricist's voice is not good, it shouldn't be so terrible. We've heard all kinds of noises, but why does this song make us feel scared? Dragon Sheniying said in shock. It's naturally unpleasant? Gu Hai's eyelids also twitched. After not seeing Gauchen for so many years, not only did his singing not improve, it became even worse. Maybe his singing is the source of the laws. Unborn Man said, trying to hold back the unpleasant sound. Oh? The source of the laws? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Jing Fa Ming had said the same thing in the past. He said that Gauchen's singing was not unpleasant, but the most beautiful voice in the world. It was just that most people did not recognize it. His song is able to affect the laws of the entire Tao of the Zither. A song that can affect the laws of the entire Tao of the Zither naturally possesses a peculiar and profound feeling. It's just like the unpleasant attribute that your majesty spoke of, the unborn man analyzed. But why is it unpleasant attribute? Mosquito Daoran was puzzled. The laws of the Guqin Dao are the aggregation of all sounds in the world. It's not just pleasant sounds. From unpleasant to pleasant, from disgusting to beautiful, they are all under the control of the laws of the Guqin Dao. Gaoqin's singing mobilizes the laws of the Guqin Dao. Maybe he doesn't know how to adjust it himself. Although he's plucking the entire laws of the Guqin Dao, he's plucking the most unpleasant part. Pleasant songs can be pleasing to the eyes and cultivate one's mind. Unpleasant songs are like this, but they can be used as weapons on the battlefield, irritating people's nerves and corrupting people's rationality. Unborn man analyzed. I see. Corrupting people's rationality. The Guqin Dao is so terrifying. It doesn't hurt the physical body, but directly attacks the consciousness and soul? It forcibly distorts people's sense of beauty. Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. Gaoqin's Guqin Dao directly mobilizes the laws. It's really powerful. Dragon Sheniying also exclaimed. Oh no, Bone God is about to make his move. Gu Hai's expression darkened. His figure flashed and his speed doubled. Chapter 1034. The Flawed Immortal Dome. Even though Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun didn't want to help the 10 great sects and clans, Ho Tu and Long Wanyu had given them the order, so they had to do something. However, they were only interested in Gu Shen. While it would be extremely disgusting to have the Gaoqin bellow a song at him, he had developed some defensive measures over the past few days. However, Gaoqin's song had a huge effect on the skeletons. After the song, almost all the skeletons had a mental breakdown. Even the Bone God couldn't take it anymore. It was too horrible. The Bone God stood up furiously. As he took a step forward, the ground within 100,000 miles turned into bones. The trees, mountains, and rivers were turned into bones in an instant. The Bone God's bone realm domain erupted. At the same time, the Bone God grabbed at Gaoqin as if he was going to strangle the singing Gaoqin. Even before the palm arrived, the immense killing intent had already forced the North Star Emperor to reveal a look of fear, and he shouted as he retreated. The 10 great sect masters wanted to stop the incoming palm, but a voice in their hearts was screaming, "That's right. Strangle him to death. Strangle him to death." It wasn't just the 10 great sect masters. All the skeletons and disciples were thinking the same thing. Strangle this bastard to death. Strangle him to death. Although some people tried to stop the Bone God was too strong. Those who tried to stop the Bone God were sent flying. My life is over. Gaoqin revealed a terrified expression. All of a sudden, a fist shot out from behind the North Pole and collided with the energy palm of the Bone God. Hong! A super loud sound rang out as the huge collision brought forth a strong gale. The gale raged, and all the surrounding disciples were blown away. At the place where the fist and palm collided, a large number of cracks appeared in the void. At this moment, Ho Qing finally made his move. The fist and the bone palm were locked in a stalemate. Ho Qing, the Bone God said coldly. You're finally making your move? Bone God, it seems that you're not that strong after all. You're much weaker than the Bone Ancestor. Ho Qing sneered. Bone Ancestor? Heh, I know that you lost to him once back then. However, how do you know that I am inferior to Ancestor Bone? Ancestor Bone was killed by me, so how could I be inferior to him? He was only one of the ribs of the Immortal of Heaven. During the battle with Rokudo Shinkuan, he absorbed the power of nothingness and kept it. The power of nothingness? That is a limitless source of energy. Now that I have obtained it, I will only be stronger than him. Bone God said coldly. The Bone God's palm force suddenly exerted force. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A black hole appeared in the surrounding void. Get out of the way! The 10 sect masters cried out in alarm. Immediately, countless sect disciples and skeletons fled in all directions. Under the immense power, Ho Ching's body suddenly stopped, and he stomped down, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground. Ho Ching looked at Bone God in shock. Even with his full power, he was only evenly matched with Bone God? Oh? Ho Ching, are you stronger than before? However, even if you are stronger, there is a limit to it. You are far from being comparable to Skeleton and Jiang Qin. It is a waste for you to cultivate the wind-type zombie ancestor. Bone God sneered. Waste? What right do you have to say that I am wasting it? Ho Ching looked displeased. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared behind him and swept toward Bone God. However, Bone God could be blown away by a gust of wind? Only his black robe fluttered slightly. Storm domain? It is useless against me. The only thing you have is the power of the zombies, right? That is all. Bone God sneered. Crack, crack, crack. Bone God's palm force gradually suppressed Ho Ching, causing more and more cracks to appear on the ground under Ho Ching's feet. You're stronger than me? Impossible. Ho Ching's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Your strongest power is not as strong as mine. What are you going to use to fight me? Bone God sneered. Oh no, Bone God has reached the peak of the God Legion stage. Mao Tianyun's expression changed. The 10 sect masters' expressions changed as they looked at Bone God with reverence. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Saint Master of 6 Paths, grant me power. The 10 sect masters roared at the same time. 1. The statues of Rokudo Shinkuin released all their divine power into the 10 sect masters. Break. The 10 sect masters attacked Bone God with all their might. Not enough. Bone God sneered. However, Bone God's palm force suddenly enlarged by more than 100 times and blocked the 10 sect masters' attacks. Boom. After a huge collision, Ho Ching and the others were still unable to suppress Bone God. In fact, they were even being suppressed. Ha 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 ha, I told you that you are not enough. Bone God sneered. Bone God suddenly extended his other hand as he sneered. Mao Tianyun. Ho Ching cried out in alarm. Meow. Mao Tianyun shouted. Boom. Heaven and earth were suddenly engulfed in flames. Mao Tianyun grabbed with his claws and countless thin threads were pulled down from the void, forming a huge flaming dragon head that crashed into Bone God's other hand. Boom. Bone God's other hand collided with the flaming dragon head. The two sides were in a stalemate again. The law of fire? You are indeed powerful. No wonder you are heaven's lackey. However, the law of fire in the flawed celestial dome is incomplete. If we were in the 6 Paths celestial dome, you could use the power of law and these people to fight against me. However, your law is incomplete now. How are you going to fight against me? Bone God sneered. Boom. He exerted force in his hand. The flaming dragon head exploded. The 10 sect masters and Ho Ching were stunned. Meow. Mao Tianyun waved his claws ferociously. The two sides were in a stalemate. Even though Bone God was extremely confident, he was finally stopped by the combined power of the others. Ho Ching was also in the Great Accomplishment Heavenly Palace. However, there was still a gap between them, just like Chi Yu and the Electric Eel Demon. At this moment, under the combined power of everyone, everything was in a temporary calm. In the surrounding void, the ripples of power from everyone's body forced the skeleton tribe and the disciples to stay away. It's too scary. I said I wouldn't come, but you insisted that I come. You guys fight first. I will keep watch for you. Gauchen was about to run away in fear. Gauchen, Bone God is being held back by us. Hurry up and attack. Mao Tianyun shouted anxiously. Me? I am in the Middle Heaven Palace. You want me to attack? I refuse. The North Star Polaris immediately shouted. You can use the law of fire. Didn't you use the law of metal before? Now you can use the law of Guqin. The law of Guqin is more powerful than the law of metal. Hurry up, Mao Tianyun said anxiously. I have forgotten about the law of metal. The law of Guqin? How do I use it? I don't know. Gauchen kept shaking his head. Sing. Your voice is the attack of the law of Guqin. Hurry up and sing. Mao Tianyun shouted. Sing? Bone God and the 10 sect masters felt their hair stand on end. You want him to sing when you are fighting to the death? That's an indiscriminate attack. Sing. Ho Ching and I have heard a lot of it. We are immune to it. Your voice will mess with Bone God's mind. Then we will attack with all our might. Mao Tianyun shouted. Sing? I don't think that's a good idea. Gauchen looked at Bone God in fear. You are the most annoying one. You dare to sing? I will turn you into ashes. Bone God said coldly. Hurry up and sing. Ho Ching gritted his teeth. Gauchen looked at Bone God, and after confirming that Bone God was truly unable to move, he nodded and said, Now that your hands are bound, how are you going to grind me to dust? I will sing. What can you do? You can't do anything, right? Come at me if you can. With that, Gauchen took a deep breath and prepared to sing. Rip. Bone God's robe was torn open and a third skeletal hand emerged from his chest. The skeletal hand suddenly grabbed at Gauchen. I said, if you dare to sing, I will turn you into ashes. You evil creature, die. The Bone God roared with hatred. The power of the third hand was much weaker. However, even so, Gauchen couldn't compare to it. It looked like it was going to crush Gauchen to death. Save me! Gauchen immediately cried out with tears of regret. Run! Mao Tianyun shouted. At that moment, Mao Tianyun couldn't move. He used the law of fire. If he retreated, he would be heavily injured by Bone God's power. Ho Ching and the 10 sect masters were in the same situation. Divine Envoy, run! The 10 sect masters shouted in fear. However, when the Bone God's third skeletal palm descended, Gauchen was simply unable to dodge in time. Master, where are you? Save me! Gauchen shouted in despair. Master? Ha 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 ha! No one can save you. If your master comes, I will kill him too! Bone God laughed sinisterly. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Gauchen and pulled Gauchen. Who is it? Bone God's face fell. It was Dragon God Ing. He had turned into a zombie and pulled Gauchen away as fast as he could. You want to run? You will stay here too, Bone God said with a sinister expression. The third hand grabbed at Dragon God Ing and Gauchen. However, at that moment, the void in front of Bone God Ing became blurry. The third hand seemed to have passed through the void and entered a huge array. Go Dao Law? Go Dao Law array? Mao Tianyun said in surprise. I'm out. I'm out. Gauchen shouted excitedly as he escaped into the sky. No one can escape from my palm. Die. Bone God roared. Boom. There were no withered bones on the ground. All of a sudden, they soared into the sky and enveloped the escaping Dragon God Ing and the North Star Polaris. Bone World General, decaying heaven and earth. You and your master will die together. Bone God released all his strength arrogantly, wanting to bury everyone in the world of bones. Oh no. Ho Ching, Mao Tianyun, and Gauchen's expressions changed drastically. Hiss. Suddenly, a bone blade stabbed into the Bone God's back. Then, it emerged from Bone God's chest. What? Who is it? Bone God's expression changed. After Bone God, Gu Hai walked out of the celestial dome of Ancient eerily. Flames surged around Bone God. Even a 9th-tier Heavenly Palace expert would not be able to withstand this energy. However, Gu Hai opened the celestial dome of Ancient eerily, and this energy rushed into the dome. I am Gauchen's master. Didn't you want to kill me as well? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. The life ender saber in his hand seemed to vibrate in excitement. Boom! Gu Hai waved his hand. Bone God was cut in half by the life ender saber. The two halves of his body flew out. Chapter 1035. 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Outside of the immortal dome, there was a void. There was nothing in the void. It was pitch black. There was nothing. However, at this moment, there was a white-robed figure standing in the void. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Wanshou Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan reached out his hand and crushed the pile of items into powder. The powder flickered in the air and then disappeared. In the void, there was a mysterious power that would slowly dissipate the things that existed, until they disappeared into nothingness. This was also the reason why the immortal dome was abandoned by the immortal of the Six Paths. Only the immortal dome of the Six Paths and the 30 immortal domes could exist in this void. The primeval Lord of Heaven sneered as he watched the pile of items turn into dust and disappear. Empress Ji, you want to trap the immortal of the Six Paths with these items? Ha, what a joke! Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. The surroundings were pitch black, but the primeval Lord of Heaven's purple eyes seemed to be able to see through the darkness around him. Facing a certain direction, the primordial Lord of Heaven revealed a cold smile. Empress Ji, now that I've come out, your great yellow celestial empire won't be peaceful anymore. Just as Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to return to the Six Paths Immortal Dome, he suddenly paused and turned to look in a different direction. There's another immortal dome other than the Six Paths Immortal Dome? Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned. After taking a closer look, the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning narrowed his eyes and said, the immortal dome is dark and lifeless, and there are 18 huge cracks. It's not chaos element at all. It should have collapsed. Rokudo Shinkuan, the immortal dome of the Sage Heaven from 800,000 years ago? It hasn't been destroyed yet? Yuanshi Tianzuan was surprised. No, it has been 800,000 years. It should have collapsed long ago. The 18 huge cracks are extremely fatal. Why is it still there? What is it? Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression hardened. Stepping forward, Yuanshi Tianzuan's figure flickered as he headed for the flawed immortal dome. Inside the flawed immortal dome, Bone God had single-handedly suppressed Ho Qing, the 10 sect masters, and Mao Tianyun. Originally, the two sides were in a stalemate. The bone deity was still at ease. However, Gauchen's cocky expression and his tone of wanting to sing immediately changed the bone deity's mood. That unpleasant voice was like the voice of a demon. Even if you heard it once, it would be unforgettable. You still want to sing a voice that can make people bleed from their 7 orifices? The terrifying power of the Guqin Dao Law was fully displayed. Before he could sing, the demonic sound was already ringing in the bone god's mind. The demonic sound filled his mind and instinctively stirred up the bone god's emotions. In his agitated state, he naturally did not notice the abnormality around him. Moreover, Gu Hai was extremely careful, hiding within the ancient immortal dome, even more so completely silent. Over there, Dragon God Ing rescued Gauchen in the nick of time. When the bone god was at his most enraged, Gu Hai immediately drew the life ender saber and chopped it into the bone god's body. Not daring to underestimate the bone god, Gu Hai used the 9 heavenly cycles. A strong might instantly gathered at one point and pierced into the bone god's body. The life ender saber seemed to have resentment and wanted to take revenge. It also burst out with light. Although there were obstructions, Xiao Chen was unprepared. Furthermore, he used his full power. Naturally, it instantly pierced through the bone god's body. What? Who is it? The bone god exclaimed in shock and anger, his expression changing. I am Gauchen's master. Didn't you want to kill me as well? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. Gu Hai did not dare to hesitate. He glared and executed the 9 heavenly cycles again. The life ender saber chopped the bone god in half at the waist. The 2 halves of the bone god's body immediately went flying. The sudden change caught the bone god off guard. He lost his balance. On the other side, Mao Tianyun, Ho Qing, and the 10 sect masters' attacks landed heavily on the bone god's palms. Boom! Crack! 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 The powerful collision caused the bone god's palms to explode. Only the 3rd, weaker palm remained, swaying slightly. Impossible! the bone god with the upper half of his body exclaimed. The two halves of his body went flying. Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and the 10 sect masters also opened their eyes wide. Master! Master! You really came! Gaochen was caught by Dragon God Ing. He cried out in joy. Gu Hai! Ho Qing's expression turned cold. Ho Qing hated Gu Hai very much. Because of Gu Hai, he was beaten to a pulp by Long Zhanghua twice. Also, because of Gu Hai, he messed up the mission given to him by the immortal of the 6 paths. Gu Hai chopped down the bone deity with one saber strike. At this moment, the life-ender saber seemed to absorb a strange energy. This energy made his entire body tremble. There's a treasure in the upper half of his body? Gu Hai's eyes widened as he looked at the bone god. Meow. Be careful. The 2 halves of his body are recovering. Mao Tianyun exclaimed. Mao Tianyun waved his hand. Instantly, a firestorm rushed towards the 2 halves of the bone god. There was even a huge fire dragon head in the firestorm. Boom! 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 When the firestorm hit the 2 halves of the bone god's body, the bone god's black robe was instantly burned. His body was also charred black. However, even so, the 2 halves of his body flew together and tried to reconnect. Ho Qing, stop it! Mao Tianyun shouted angrily. Humph! Ho Qing snorted coldly. In the end, he came to help. I'll take care of the upper half! Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, Gu Hai slashed with the life-ender saber again. Zhou Tian 9. Gu Hai slashed with his saber. The saber chi in the air gathered into the saber force. Gu Hai slashed through the air. Although the upper half of the skeleton had lost its arms, it was still a complete realm cultivator. Zhou Tian 9 could fight against an ordinary complete realm cultivator. However, this was no ordinary complete realm cultivator. The bone god opened his mouth and roared. A long bone river rushed out from his mouth and rushed towards Gu Hai. Zhou Tian 9 slashed towards it. Hong! The 2 forces were evenly matched. Senior, we are here to help you, the 10 sect leaders shouted. Boom! The 10 sect leaders attacked at the same time and hit the Long Bone River. However, the Long Bone River was too strong. Even though the 10 sect leaders had activated their divine power of faith, they could only barely hold on. Zhou Tian 9 seemed to be unable to cut through it. Roar! You can't do it! When my body recovers, none of you will live. The bone god spat out the Long Bone River and laughed maniacally. God-destroying light. Gu Hai's third eye suddenly appeared in between his eyebrows. Boom! The god-destroying light avoided the Long Bone River and hit the bone god's neck. Boom! A large portion of the enormous spine was instantly shattered. What? The bone god exclaimed. Gu Hai was even more shocked. The god-destroying light did not completely break the bone god's spine. On the other side, the lower half of the bone god's body was fighting with Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun. Even though the bone god was cut in half, he was still fierce. However, Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing were not pushovers either. They gradually suppressed the bone god's legs and crushed them into powder. God-destroying light. Another god-destroying light shot out from between Gu Hai's eyebrows. Whoosh! The bone god immediately tilted his body and dodged it. Humph! So what if you know the god-destroying light? What's the use if you can't hit me? The bone god said ferociously. Go Dao Law. Gu Hai waved his right hand. 1. A strange formation enveloped the bone god. God-destroying light. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 beams shot out. The bone god tilted his body. However, he was in the Go Dao formation. His body was at the mercy of Gu Hai's control. Hong! With a loud sound, more than half of the bone god's neck exploded. However, there was a strange force coming out of his skull that seemed to be repairing his neck. No, no. The bone god was anxious. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 beams of god-destroying light shot out. Hong! Finally, the bone god's neck could not bear the burden and broke in half. No. The bone god screamed in despair. Zhou Tianyun finally managed to chop the bone god's head while it was weakened. Boom. The broken bone god's head was immediately sent flying. You guys destroy the two halves of the bone god's body. I will go and chop off his head. Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh. Gu Hai chased after the bone god. Ho Qing, you go and deal with the upper half of the bone god's body. We have already destroyed the lower half of the bone god's body. 5 sect masters, come and help me destroy the lower half of the bone god's body. Mao Tianyun shouted. Okay. Ho Qing immediately flew over. The 5 sect masters immediately flew to where Mao Tianyun was. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle started again. Mao Tianyun's face was ferocious. Meow. I can't defeat you in your complete form, but I can destroy your lower half. Meow. Mao Tianyun was engulfed in flames as he activated his inhumane destruction mode. Ho Qing was enough to deal with the upper half of the bone god's body. He immediately vented all the humiliation he had suffered. The two halves of the bone god's body were instantly destroyed. Gu Hai chased after the bone god's head. This was because the life ender saber sensed that there was something it wanted in the bone god's head. Perhaps that thing belonged to the life ender saber. Where did you all go? The bone god's head roared. Bone god. We are here. A large number of skeleton race experts flew over. Stop them. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Mosquito Dauren and Dragon God Ing answered immediately. Mosquito Dauren and Dragon God Ing couldn't deal with the bone god, but it wasn't difficult for them to deal with the other skeleton race experts. The unborn man and Gauchen hid in the distance. Buzz. Mosquito Dauren used his dark domain, and 10,000 Mosquito Dauren blocked all the skeleton race experts. Dragon God Ing was at the side, dealing with the strongest skeleton race experts. Boom. The two sides started fighting. Gu Hai chased after the bone god's head with the life ender saber in his hand. Now I'm the only one left. You only have your head left, bone god. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. The bone god's head finally panicked. Ancestor Bone? You can't blame me. Back then, you thought highly of me, and I was grateful to you. However, I had no choice but to betray you. I had no choice. Bone god, can't you say something with some integrity? Did you have no choice? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. It was the immortal of the 6 paths. He asked me to betray you. I didn't agree, so he destroyed me. It had nothing to do with me. The bone god said with fear. The immortal of the 6 paths? Gu Hai's face sank. Yes, you are a rib of the immortal of the firmament. In the void, you obtained some void energy and became different. However, you are still a rib of the immortal of the firmament. The immortal of the 6 paths was worried that you were the immortal of the firmament's backup plan, so he asked me to destroy you and gave me power. It had nothing to do with me. The bone god's head said anxiously. It had nothing to do with you. You can talk to the life ender saber. Gu Hai appeared in front of the bone god in an instant. The bone god's head showed a trace of fear. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of blue light. God-slaying light. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The two rays of light collided. The light of destruction was more powerful and shattered the bone god's jaw. Sizzle. The life ender saber stabbed into the bone god's head. No. The bone god shouted in despair. Boom. A large number of bone spikes emerged from the bone god's head and pierced into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's face changed. The bone spikes pierced into Gu Hai's chest and came out from his back. However, Gu Hai could ossify all the bones in his body. He gently pushed aside the bone spikes and avoided all the vital parts. Even so, Gu Hai's current state was extremely terrifying. It was as if his body was pierced by 10 bone spikes. Your Majesty! The Mosquito Dauren in the distance shouted in alarm. Master! Gauchen also shouted in alarm. I am fine. Stop them. Don't let them come over. Gu Hai shouted. Even though Gu Hai's body was severely injured, the life ender saber extracted energy from the bone god's head and quickly compensated him. Gu Hai immediately felt extremely comfortable throughout his body. Extremely comfortable. Chapter 1036. 10 bone spikes instantly pierced through Gu Hai's body. Almost everyone who cared about Gu Hai broke out in cold sweat. However, Gu Hai said that he was fine. He was already pierced into a sieve, but he was fine? Was this for real? However, since Gu Hai said so, they could only protect him with worry. In the distance, Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun slowly suppressed the bone god's body and destroyed it amidst loud booms. At the same time, they saw Gu Hai in the distance from the corner of their eyes. He pierced the bone god's head with one saber? Bone spikes emerged from the bone god's head and pierced into Gu Hai's body? Perishing together? The two of them looked at the scene in shock. Their hands did not stop moving. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of heavy blows, Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing finally destroyed the bone god's bones into powder. They slowly surrounded him. On the other side, seeing that the bone god was about to be destroyed, he crazily stabbed his bone spikes into Gu Hai's body. 10 spikes, 20 spikes, Gu Hai avoided the vital parts. Waves of energy were absorbed by the life ender saber. Gu Hai felt a large amount of ghostly energy suddenly enter his body. Ghostly energy? What a heavy amount of ghostly energy! Gu Hai said in shock. Gu Hai did not hesitate to use the great compassion poem of heaven and earth to absorb the ghostly energy. At the same time, a look of shock flashed across his eyes. Any ghost would have some ghostly energy. It was a special aura formed by a ghost under the nourishment of Yin Qi. However, the amount of ghostly energy on each ghost was pitifully small. The stronger the ghost cultivator, the more ghostly energy he had. However, even the strongest ghost had a limited amount of ghostly energy. Gu Hai originally thought that when he cultivated in the heavenly palace, he could not absorb all the ghostly energy. That was because there was too little ghostly energy. However, his cultivation required a lot of ghostly energy. Unexpectedly, there was such a huge amount of ghostly energy in the bone god's head. It should not be. Why is there so much? Don't absorb my ghostly energy. That was given to me by the immortal of the 6 paths to kill the bone ancestor. Give me back my ghostly energy. Give me back my ghostly energy. Without it, I am nothing. Give me back my ghostly energy. The skull screamed in despair. However, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth's overbearing did not stop him. Gu Hai absorbed the ghostly energy. On the other side, the life ender saber extracted another type of energy from the skull. The void bone marrow? No. Bone ancestor bone, are you trying to take it back? That's mine. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. The skull screamed. As Gu Hai inhaled the ghostly qi, he sensed the feedback from the life ender saber. According to the feedback, this void bone marrow was the source of the bone ancestor's power. All the power he absorbed from the void 800,000 years ago was in this void bone marrow. When the bone god plotted against him and killed him, all the void bone marrow was taken away. The life ender saber only wanted the void bone marrow. Therefore, it did not care about the huge amount of ghostly energy. It allowed Gu Hai to absorb it all. Rumble! The bone god counterattacked in despair. Countless bone spikes appeared and surrounded Gu Hai. It was like a tomb made of bones. Gu Hai was buried in it. Master! Gauchen screamed and rushed over. Don't come over. I am fine. Protect me. Gu Hai's cold voice came from the tomb. Yes. Dragon God Ing, the unborn man, and the mosquito Dauren immediately protected Gu Hai. They did not let anyone near him. Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing settled everything and came over. Meow. Is Gu Hai having a mental battle with the bone god? Do you need my help? Mao Tianyun shouted. No need. My master said that we just need to protect him. Gauchen stopped Mao Tianyun. The 10 faction leaders flew over and said respectfully, "Thank you for your help, Senior. Don't come close." The mosquito Dauren stopped everyone. Ho Ching also flew closer and looked coldly at the bone tomb in the center. Mental battle with the bone god? Gu Hai is really arrogant. He is not even a complete saint yet and he dares to have a mental battle with the bone god? He is really courting death. Ho Ching sneered. "Mr. Ho Ching, please be careful with your words. Just now, you were able to defeat the bone god because of his majesty," the unborn man said in a deep voice. "You called him his majesty? Ha. Ha. Unborn man, you actually submitted to Gu Hai? Ha, you really disappoint me," Ho Ching said coldly. No matter how Ho Ching looked at Gu Hai, he did not like him. Because of this, their hatred for the unborn man extended to the crow on top of the house, filled with mockery. "You are not in the position to judge what I do. You look down on His Majesty, but His Majesty did what you could not do. You could not defeat the bone god, but His Majesty killed him," the unborn man said coldly. "Killed him? Not yet. The bone god is a complete saint in Heavenly Palace. Even if he is temporarily suppressed, once he erupts, Gu Hai will definitely suffer a backlash. Complete saint in Heavenly Palace. He is not someone you can compare to," Ho Ching said coldly. "Haha, you have been here for a long time, so you don't know. His Majesty has already fought a large number of complete saint in Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Old 5, Old 6, Old 7, Old 8, Old 9, Old 10, and Old 11 have all fought His Majesty. Isn't His Majesty fine?" The unborn man sneered. "What? Impossible. They are all complete saint in Heavenly Palace. 7? Gu Hai fought with them. How could he still be alive?" Ho Ching was in disbelief. "I don't believe you." "Humph, don't lie to me. He is not even a complete saint. Who are you trying to fool?" Ho Ching said coldly. "Just wait and see His Majesty. He will destroy the bone god's consciousness soon," the unborn man said confidently. Ho Ching's expression turned ugly. "Master is so powerful?" Gao Chen said in surprise. Bullsh *T. Mao Tianyun was also in disbelief. "How is this Bullsh *T? Stupid cat, didn't you say that my master defeated Jiang Lianshan 800,000 years ago?" "Jiang Lianshan was also a complete saint," Gao Chen said unconvinced. "That is because Gu Hai used the power of countless people," Mao Tianyun said. "Humph, I don't care if you believe it or not." "I believe it," Gao Chen said unconvinced. Ho Ching frowned slightly, but he could not tell if it was true. At this moment, Ho Ching's pupils suddenly shrank as he looked into the distance. Ho Ching felt an aura lurking in the dark. "This is old Jiu of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Ground? This aura can't be wrong. He fought with me in the underworld," Ho Ching thought. He looked at the bone tomb not far away. Ho Ching's expression changed. Just now, the unborn man said that Gu Hai fought with the Heavenly Demon Sacred Ground. Did that mean that the people of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Ground were all Gu Hai's enemies? Old Jiu was a complete saint. Ho Ching felt the wind and immediately sensed that Old 6 and Old 8 of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Ground were in the distance. Were they here to kill Gu Hai? Ho Ching's eyes lit up. Long Wanyu and his sister would definitely not allow him to deal with Gu Hai. He was here and Gu Hai's enemies were here. Did he have to help stop them? Maybe. Alright. Since Gu Hai said that he could kill the bone god, we will believe him. We don't need to worry about the bone god. We should leave now. Ho Ching said calmly. Don't you want to wait? Mao Tianyun asked curiously. What's there to wait? Are you close to him? Ho Ching asked. Mao Tianyun frowned slightly. Didn't Mosquito Dauren and Dragon God Ing just now stop the skeleton race? Don't worry. Let's go back and report. Ho Ching said. Mao Tianyun thought for a while and finally nodded. All right. The two insisted on leaving. Mosquito Dauren and the others could not stop them. Of course, they did not notice Ho Qing's sinister intentions. However, Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun flew into the sky and left in a flash. Before leaving, Ho Qing looked at the bone tomb and sneered. Gu Hai took half a day to deal with the bone god's head. Obviously, he is far from the Great Perfection Realm. The others have not reached the Great Perfection Realm. If the bone god's head exploded, it might be able to deal a fatal blow to Gu Hai. Moreover, there are 3 Great Perfection Realm experts who want to kill Gu Hai. There is not a single Great Perfection Realm expert in this group. As long as I leave, Gu Hai will definitely die. Ho Qing sneered. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing disappeared into the sky in a flash. Only Gaochen stayed. After the 10 sect leaders thanked him, they immediately started to clean up the battlefield. Mosquito Dauren and Dragon God Ing blocked the skeleton race and guarded the bone tomb. While guarding, Gu Hai absorbed the ghostly aura while sensing the changes in the life ender saber. As the void bone marrow was extracted, the bone god became weaker and weaker. However, the life ender saber seemed to be transforming. When the bone ancestor was at his weakest, his consciousness had been erased by Gu Hai. The life ender saber only had some remnants of its past instincts. Now it was absorbing the void bone marrow and transforming. It seemed to be forming a new consciousness. Life ender saber, are you forming a new consciousness? Impossible. You are mine. Your consciousness can only be mine. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Immediately, Gu Hai sent more of his consciousness into the life ender saber. Golyalo. The life ender saber was an extension of Gu Hai. Gradually, this extension seemed to be breaking away. An extremely mysterious feeling was born in the life ender saber. As Gu Hai absorbed the ghostly aura, he could not help but open his eyes. He saw that the life ender saber in the bone god's head was slowly changing shape. It slowly turned into a human shape, into Gu Hai's appearance. However, this Gu Hai's body was made of bones. This is... Gu Hai said in shock. The life ender saber is forming a human body? It is slowly turning into a human shape? Consciousness. Right, I have to infuse more of my consciousness into the life ender saber. Gu Hai said with some excitement. Gu Hai thought of a possibility. After absorbing the void bone marrow, the life ender saber would completely form a fiendish ghost body. However, if he infused his consciousness into it, it would be like refining a skeleton clone. A skeleton clone? 1 consciousness and 2 bodies? Gu Hai did not know if this was right or not. However, at the very least, he would not lose anything. Would he gain another skeleton clone? Rumble. With Gu Hai's urging, the life ender saber absorbed the void bone marrow even faster. Ah, bone ancestor, I hate it. I hate it. I put in so much effort, but in the end, it only became you. I hate it. I am not resigned to this. The bone god roared in despair. Chapter 1037. Ho Qing was on his way back with Mao Tianyun. Ho Qing, are you hiding something from me? Mao Tianyun looked at Ho Qing suspiciously. What can I hide from you? You think too much. Ho Qing smiled. Mao Tianyun circled Ho Qing left and right. He was suspicious. It's still early. I know a good place with good wine. Why don't we go and have a drink? Ho Qing smiled. Ho Qing wanted to stall for time. The longer he delayed, the more danger Gu Hai would be in. I have a feeling that you're hiding something from me. You just said you were going back to report and now you want to drink? Heh, forget it. I can't accept your wine. Mao Tianyun rejected. I'm really not hiding anything from you. Didn't you ask me about the 4 bloodline zombies? Let's find a place and I'll tell you about it. Ho Qing tried to persuade him again. There is no need. I will ask Ho too. Mao Tianyun immediately refused. Then, Mao Tianyun flew away. Perhaps it was the cat's instinct, but he felt that something was wrong. That feeling came from Ho Qing, so Mao Tianyun did not want to follow him. Ho Qing frowned as he watched Mao Tianyun leave. He could only follow him helplessly. Not long after, the man and the cat arrived at a place with clouds. With a flash of their bodies, they disappeared into the clouds and arrived at an extremely spacious, small space. In the small space, there were rays of 7-colored light in all directions. It was the power of faith of everyone in the world. It gathered from the flawed celestial dome and went to a large hall in the center. Outside the hall, Chongqing and Ziwei were sitting in front of a pile of food and eating heartily. Their stomachs were like bottomless pits that could not be filled. In a small pavilion, a beautiful woman in a black robe was sitting there. She was playing with a few chess pieces in her hands and was smiling like a fool. Long Wanqing looked at the chess pieces and thought of Gu Hai. Squeak, squeak. Little cat, you're back? Done? Chongqing said in surprise as he ate the pork leg. How many times have I told you not to call me little cat? Call me Tianyun. Mao Tianyun said uncomfortably. Where's my sister? Hoqing asked. Hotu? He's accompanying Long Wanyu in his cultivation in the hall. He'll be out in a while. Chongqing swallowed the meat in his mouth and said. Where's Gaochen? Why didn't I see him come back? Ziwei asked while gnawing on a chicken leg. Him? He is accompanying his master, that Gu Hai. Mao Tianyun said casually. Hoqing wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Pata! The chess piece in Long Wanqing's hand suddenly fell to the ground. She turned her head abruptly. What did you say? Gu Hai is here? Long Wanqing said with great surprise. That's right, Mao Tianyun said. If Gu Hai hadn't come, we wouldn't have been able to deal with Bone God so easily. Bone God was in the great circle of the God Legion, but in the end, Gu Hai cut his head off. And now, Gu Hai and Bone God are clashing psychically. The battle is not over yet? Little cat, the Bone God is still alive and you came back by yourselves? You left Gu Hai and Gaochen there? You're too much. Ziwei jumped up. Mao Tianyun's face stiffened. What do you mean I'm too much? I wanted to help, but Gu Hai said there was no need. However, Mao Tianyun didn't know about the relationship between Ziwei, Chongqing and Gu Hai. Ziwei stopped talking and Chongqing said, I was blind to have misjudged you. You're actually that kind of person, no, you're actually that kind of cat. Chongqing and Ziwei's disdain deeply hurt Mao Tianyun. What kind of cat? That Gu Hai didn't want to help. Mao Tianyun shouted. That's right, Gu Hai can handle it. He said so himself. Everyone, wait patiently. Gu Hai should be back soon. Hoqing said. No, I have to go. Long Wanqing said excitedly. Regardless of whether Gu Hai could deal with the Bone God, Long Wanqing couldn't wait to go. She had to go immediately. Hoqing's face stiffened. Long Wanqing, you'd better not disturb Gu Hai. He'll be back soon. Hoqing stood in front of Long Wanqing and tried to persuade her. Get out of my way. Long Wanqing's face turned cold. Long Wanqing, don't. Hoqing tried to stop her. I want you to get out of my way. Long Wanqing suddenly emitted a powerful black flame aura. Hoqing's face changed. He was afraid that Long Wanqing would disturb Long Wanyu and his sister. All right. Hoqing smiled bitterly and stepped aside. I'll go too. Ziwei wiped her mouth and said. I'll go too. Chongqing said excitedly. Meow, what's there to go? Mao Tianyun was still in a bad mood. Ziwei and Chongqing turned their heads and ignored Mao Tianyun. Long Wanqing waved her hand and flew out of the small space with Ziwei and Chongqing. Seeing the three of them leave, Mao Tianyun was depressed. Ziwei and Chongqing should be on his side. Why did they say that? Mao Tianyun, forget it. They. Hoqing said hypocritically. It's all your fault. Why did you call me back so urgently? Mao Tianyun snorted coldly. He ignored Hoqing and walked into a hall not far away. Hoqing's face stiffened. Finally, he looked coldly into the distance. Ziwei and Chongqing's cultivations are not obvious. Only Long Wanqing has the strength of a complete earthly deity. However, we're dealing with 3 complete earthly deities. Ha, no one can save Gu Hai, Ho Ching said coldly. In the bone tomb where Gu Hai was, as the ghost chi and void bone marrow were extracted by Gu Hai, the skull of the bone god became weaker and weaker. There were many cracks on the skull, as if it was being eroded. The shape of the life ender saber had turned into Gu Hai's appearance. However, it was made of bones. Gu Hai was multitasking. He absorbed the ghost chi and continuously sent his consciousness into the life ender saber. In the past, Gu Hai had erased the consciousness of the bone ancestor in the life ender saber. However, the remnants of the bone ancestor's consciousness seemed to want to be rebuilt. Therefore, Gu Hai had to erase the rebuilt consciousness and fill his own consciousness. Gu Hai could not be distracted. He could not even move his body into the celestial dome of the ancients. It was as if 2 Gu Hai were sitting together and absorbing the energy in the skull. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Gu Hai's body. A gust of air blew in all directions. Gu Hai had extracted nearly all the ghost chi and formed a blue-black ghost chi core in his heavenly eye. When the ghost chi core appeared, a strong energy immediately filled his body. It was like the ghost chi connected to the world. Gu Hai's cultivation rose again. Ghost chi core, the 7th layer of the heavenly palaces? The eyes of Gu Hai's body lit up. There was still some ghost chi left. However, the remaining ghost chi was not enough to form the god-destroying light. On the other side, the skeleton doppelganger was close to extracting all of the void bone marrow. At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger's resistance was even stronger. Gu Hai didn't dare to hesitate. He tried his best to use his will to continuously erase the new will of the skeleton doppelganger. Gu Hai used most of his consciousness to refine the skeleton clone. The bone god had already become a thing of the past. Under the rapid erosion, he would vanish in the blink of an eye. Bone ancestor, ha 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 ha. You are still as cruel as before. You don't even let me beg for mercy. I can't do it anymore. However, you can forget about getting any benefits. Let's die together. The bone god roared in despair in the end. Gu Hai ignored him. Die together? If you had chosen to self-detonate at the start, you might have been able to do it. However, you are almost out of energy now. You still want to die together? What nonsense. The 6 Paths Immortal Dome is my witness. I, the bone god, will use my last breath to curse. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, never to reincarnate as the source of the curse. Send my voice into the ears of heaven. Immortal 6 Paths, the Yellow Spring Sea is the entrance. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. Immortal 6 Paths, please come and eliminate this traitor. The bone god said viciously in despair. Bastard! The expression of Gu Hai's body suddenly changed. Gotcha! However, the bone god had already exhausted everything. His soul turned into the source of the curse and instantly turned into ashes, vanishing into thin air. The skulls instantly turned into powder and flew up. All the void bone marrow entered the skeleton clone formed by the life ender saber. During this final stage, Gu Hai could not move at all. He could not relax at all. Unexpectedly, the bone god cursed him. Buzz, buzz. Gu Hai tried his best to refine the skeleton clone. At this moment, a voice mysteriously disappeared from where the bone god came from. From the sea, through the road to the Yellow Springs, it was transmitted to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. After leaving the Yellow Springs Sea, the voice soared into the sky and disappeared. Immortal 6 Paths, the Yellow Springs Sea is the entrance. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. Immortal 6 Paths, please come and eliminate this traitor. The faint voice was transmitted to the most secret place in heaven and earth. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky above the Yellow Spring Sea. A huge crack appeared in the dark clouds. Buzz! The crack opened, revealing the vast eye of heaven. When the immortal 6 Paths heard the voice of the bone god, He opened his eye of heaven and looked at the yellow spring sea. At this moment, all the living and dead spirits in the surroundings knelt down, bowing to the arrival of the immortal. Flawed immortal dome. Gu Hai tried his best to refine the skeleton clone. At this moment, Gu Hai couldn't even stop. Once he stopped, the skeleton clones might rush into his mind and injure him. Hurry, hurry, if the immortal six paths really comes, it will be bad. It won't be just the bone ancestor, but Wanyu. Wanyu will be in danger. Gu Hai said anxiously. The rib of Firmament? The reincarnation of Firmament? Which is more important? If he didn't hurry, he would be wiped out by the immortal six paths. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. While Gu Hai was trying his best to refine the skeleton clone, on a mountain peak not far away, a black-robed figure slowly appeared. Hey Gu Hai, it seems that Ho Qing is also looking forward to your death. When he saw me, he actually asked Mao Tianyun to leave first. The black-robed figure said in a cold voice. The 10 sect masters, Gaochen, Mosquito Daoren, Dragon Goding, and the unborn man suddenly felt like they were facing a great enemy. You are Heavenly Demon Holy Land's Old Nine? Heavenly Demon Du Wan? Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed. Heavenly Demon Du Wan, Heavenly Palace Perfection? Chapter 1038. Celestial Cuckoo Demon? As it took a step forward, countless green sprouts sprouted from the skeletons, followed by flowers. In the blink of an eye, the ground within 100,000 miles was covered in azalea flowers. Perfect stage Heavenly Palace? The 10 sect masters' expressions changed. The skeletons charging towards the center also paused. Your Majesty, the celestial cuckoo demon of the heavenly demon holy ground is here, Your Majesty. The unborn man said anxiously. Gu Hai was focused on refining the skeleton avatar. Although he knew there was danger outside, he couldn't answer. Mosquito Daoren, be careful. Dragon Shenying warned. All right. Mosquito Daoren frowned, then nodded. Facing a perfect stage cultivator? Mosquito Daoren really wanted to run. After all, the celestial cuckoo demon was ranked 9th in the heavenly demon holy ground. The corpse bug heavenly demon he didn't dare to provoke was ranked 11th. But looking at where Gu Hai was, Mosquito Daoren decided to give it a try. He's here to deal with Master? Ho Qing? That bastard Ho Qing, I was wondering why he ran so fast, so he did it on purpose. He wants to kill my master. Gaochen's expression changed drastically. Gaochen liked to sing, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He analyzed everything in a blink of an eye. Sect Masters, I'll have to trouble you to mobilize the power of faith to stop the celestial cuckoo demon for us. Gaochen immediately requested the 10 sect masters. You want to die with Gu Hai too? The celestial cuckoo demon sneered. The 10 sect masters looked at each other, then at Mosquito Doran's group. It was obvious that Gu Hai's group was tricked by Ho Qing. Ho Qing wanted to kill Gu Hai with a borrowed knife? And they were definitely not a match for this perfect stage cultivator. Although the 10 of them were close to the great perfection stage when they used the power of faith, they were only close. No, settle your grudges, we're leaving. One of the sect masters shouted. The disciples were stunned for a moment before nodding their heads. What? Sect leader Ran, what is the meaning of this? When Bone God wanted to destroy you, we helped you. My master helped you kill Bone God. Now you want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Gaochen shouted. Sect leader Ran shook his head. We were in danger earlier, but we didn't ask for your help. You? Gaochen was furious. I'm sorry, we can't help you with your grievances. The other sect leaders nodded. You guys are ungrateful. Gaochen roared gloomily. Divine Emissary Gaochen, we have no choice. He is at the great completeness of Heavenly Palace. We can't stop him at all. In the previous battle, our sect suffered heavy losses. We can't afford any more losses. He is obviously here to seek revenge on Gu Hai. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Sect leader Ran immediately refused to help. At most, I'll make it up to you guys by singing. You guys stay. Gauchen gritted his teeth and begged. Singing? Are you going to sing for us? Let's go. Sect leader Ran shouted. Boom. The disciples of the top 10 sects immediately turned around and flew away. Without hesitation, they didn't stop at all. Humph, a bunch of ungrateful guys. I curse you guys to die a horrible death. Gauchen cursed. Ha 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 ha, sect leader Ran was right. I only want Gu Hai's life. If you surrender, I'll give you a chance to live. Heavenly Demon Du Wan laughed. Humph, don't even think about it. Gauchen gritted his teeth. Since you don't want to, then forget it. I'd like to see how long Gu Hai is going to hide in the pile of bones. Heavenly Demon Du Wan shouted coldly. She stretched out her hand and grabbed at the skeleton grave where Gu Hai was. Jiang Chen's body, Earth Zombie Power. Dragon Shenying shouted. A pair of black dragon scale skeletal wings appeared on his back again, and he released his aura, causing the withered earth to tremble violently under the power of his aura. He threw a punch at Heavenly Demon Du Wan. Hong! The fist and palm collided. The void shook violently, and countless bones on the ground exploded instantly. The fist and palm were in a deadlock. Dragon Shenying blocked the palm of a perfected Heavenly Palace Master with all his strength. Jiang Chen's body? Ha, your body is indeed strong. But don't you know that there's a world of difference between perfected and non-perfected? Heavenly Demon Du Wan's expression turned cold. Her hand shook violently. Boom! Dragon Shenying was immediately sent flying by Heavenly Demon Du Wan's palm. Blood Mosquito Sting. Suddenly, a sharp spike shot toward Heavenly Demon Du Wan's head from behind. It was Mosquito Doran's domain clone that had launched a sneak attack. Ding! Heavenly Demon Du Wan flicked her finger. That spike exploded instantly, and so did the domain clone. Bam! In the distance, Dragon Shenying crashed into a huge mountain, but he instantly pounced over again. The 9th level of Heavenly Palace is indeed extraordinary. I couldn't have such great power at your level, but do you know what a perfected Heavenly Demon is? Heavenly Demon Du Wan sneered. Mosquito Doran's divine Dao domain erupted again. At the same time, 10,000 clones pounced on Heavenly Demon Du Wan. Immediately, the Du Wan Heavenly Demon's surroundings were impenetrable, and the terrifying 10,000 punches came crashing down. Break! Heavenly Demon Du Wan shouted. Hong! 10,000 Mosquito Doran's clones exploded and shot in all directions. I'm not Amethyst. I broke through to the perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan with Master's help. I cultivated myself. Let me show you what a perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan is. Heavenly Demon Du Wan sneered. As she sneered, she flipped her hand and struck out. It was as if 10,000 palms appeared in the void, and they went toward Dragon Shenying and Mosquito Doran. Boom! With a loud sound, all the clones were pushed back. Humph, perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan isn't invincible, and it's not impossible to kill. Many have died these days. Dragon Shenying continued to smash down with monstrous power. For a moment, large cracks appeared in the void not far away. Mosquito Doran and Dragon Shenying pounced on Du Wan one after another, but they were suppressed by Du Wan's palms and couldn't get close. Those who aren't perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan only use their own power. No matter how strong they are, what can they do? Can they compete with the power of heaven and earth? And perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth, merging the body into the Tao, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. How can you bunch of boorish people compare? If you don't enter the perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan, you'll never know how strong we are. Break! Heavenly Demon Du Wan shouted. Boom! Mosquito Doran and Dragon Shenying were sent flying again. The two of them and their domain clones all spat out blood, but they still continued to pounce forward to protect Gu Hai. Rumble! Not far away there was a huge battle. The unborn man was guarding Gu Hai's bone grave, while Gauchen was anxious and didn't know what to do. At this moment, without Mosquito Dauren blocking them, the skeleton tribe finally pounced. Oh no, the skeleton tribe is pouncing on us. The 10 sect masters are all good-for-nothings. Even if you don't help me deal with the perfected heavenly demon Duwan, you can deal with these skeletons. Gauchen was extremely anxious. The skeletons pounced. Gauchen was in a fighting posture, but he was extremely nervous. Just when they were 100 feet away from Gu Hai, the skeletons at the front seemed to have sensed a strange aura. Plop, plop, plop. The skeletons quickly knelt down, seeming to be extremely frightened. "My lord, please spare us," countless skeletons said in horror. It was Gu Hai's skeleton clone, emitting the aura of the bone ancestor. Instantly, the skeletons seemed to have met their nemesis, and they were inexplicably terrified. Why are these skeletons kneeling?" Gauchen was surprised. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. Dragon Sheniying was immediately shot back like a cannonball, crashing not far away from Gu Hai. Boom! The ground was smashed into a crater. Pooh! Dragon Sheniying spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty, Mosquito Dauren and I can't hold on any more," Dragon Sheniying said bitterly. Whoosh! After complaining bitterly, Dragon Sheniying pounced on the Duwan demon again. In the bone grave, Gu Hai was at the most critical moment and naturally couldn't respond. However, under the control of his mind, the ancient immortal vault door suddenly opened. In the ancient immortal vault, one day in the outside world was 10 years inside. During these days, Kong Xian had already swallowed all the Jiang Rulai clones into his stomach. At this moment, Kong Xian transformed into his human form and sat cross-legged in the void above. Monstrous black gas was emitting from his body. He was trying to make the final breakthrough. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Although the Jiang Rulai clone helped me improve to the limit, the Jiang Rulai clone wasn't at the great perfection level. No matter how much I eat, I can't reach the great perfection level. I'm just one step away from forming the Peacock Dao body, but this step is a step away from reaching the end of the world. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, Kong Xian said anxiously. However, at this moment, a void exit opened in front of Kong Xian. Gu Hai used his mind to send a voice to Kong Xian's side. "There's a great perfection level heavenly palace outside. Just a little bit more, try eating a great perfection level demon." Kong Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous light. Boom! Kong Xian flew out of the ancient immortal vault. Outside, the sky was filled with azaleas. It was as if the void was sealed off, blocking Dragon God Ing and Mosquito Dauren's escape route. The two spat out blood as azaleas flowers surrounded them. "You don't know what's good for you." Heavenly Demon Azaleas snorted and struck at the two with her palm. When the attack came, all the azaleas around them suddenly turned into palms. It was as if billions of palms were striking them. "We're doomed!" the two exclaimed. Just as they were about to be defeated, a gust of black wind suddenly swept over them. Rumble! Suddenly, the palm formed by the rolling azaleas was swept by the black wind and entered the mouth of a person who suddenly appeared. It was Kong Xian who resolved the crisis. At the same time, Kong Xian struck at Heavenly Demon Azalea's palm. Hong! The void exploded. Kong Xian took a step back while Heavenly Demon Azaleas stood in place. However, the palm strike dissipated. "Kong Xian? You can actually withstand my palm strike?" Heavenly Demon Azaleas said coldly. "Not only did I withstand your palm strike, but I'm also going to eat you," Kong Xian said with a ferocious look. The palm strike made Kong Xian realize that Heavenly Demon Azaleas was stronger than him. However, there was a limit to how strong one could be. If I can eat him, maybe I can break through? A crazy expectation filled Kong Xian's mind. I must eat him. Kong Xian, your strength has increased so much? But he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Mosquito Dauren exclaimed. My peacock tribe has records of inheritance. Our foundation is not strong enough. Even if we can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, it's limited. Only a perfected God can mobilize the perfect power of heaven and earth. He's obviously not a perfected God. You can't be fooled by his words, right? What do you mean by mobilizing the power of heaven and earth? I admit that he became stronger after mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. However, his foundation is not as stable as mine, not to mention your majesty. If your majesty was at my level, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Kong Xian said confidently. Is that so? Dragon Shenying said in surprise. The two of you back me up. Watch me kill and eat him. Kong Xian said with a ferocious look. Okay. The two of them answered. Chapter 1039. There was a bloodthirsty look in Kong Xian's eyes. In order to help himself break through to the Great Circle, Kong Xian was willing to give it his all. Moreover, in the previous exchange of palms, Kong Xian could tell that this Duwan demon was stronger than him. However, there was a limit to it because his foundation was not as good as his. Kong Xian did not have the inheritance of the Peacock tribe in the past. He had fought his way up. His foundation was extremely solid. Most of the time, he was invincible among his peers. Kong Xian did not know how Heavenly Demon Du Wan reached the Great Fulfillment Realm. Anyway, Kong Xian dared to fight with him, even risking his life. In an instant, Kong Xian threw out his six-colored divine light and rushed towards Du Wan. He fought with his life on the line, even exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom! Pooh! Heavenly Demon Du Wan's palm landed on Kong Xian's chest. Kong Xian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his six-colored divine light cut off a piece of flesh from Heavenly Demon Du Wan's shoulder. It seemed like Heavenly Demon Du Wan was at a disadvantage. However, Heavenly Demon Du Wan only suffered external injuries, while Kong Xian suffered internal injuries. However, Kong Xian did not care. The burning desire in his eyes urged Kong Xian to continue exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom! 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 Under a series of attacks, the battle between the two became more and more fierce and desperate. Kong Xian's robes were torn, and there were many wounds on his body. However, Kong Xian did not care. He continued to charge forward without hesitation. Kong Xian, you lunatic! Heavenly Demon Du Wan was shocked and angry. This was a completely suicidal way of fighting. Not far away, Mosquito Dauren and Dragon Goding, who were cooperating with Kong Xian, also felt their eyelids twitching. I finally understand why I am not as good as Kong Xian. Mosquito Dauren's eyes flashed with shock. Thinking about his cultivation, Mosquito Dauren felt that he was really lucky to be able to cultivate to this level. Rumble! The three experts besieged Heavenly Demon Azalea. Although they were still suppressed by Heavenly Demon Azalea, Kong Xian's craziness made Heavenly Demon Azalea shudder with fear. No matter what, Gu Hai was safe for the time being. Gauchen and the Unborn Man guarded Zhou Che. The three great experts of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land followed the skeletons into this world. At that time, the skeletons were not sure where the Bone God was, so they split up. The three great experts of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land also split up. However, the huge battle here quickly attracted the attention of the other two people. Suddenly, Old Eight's face sank. Who? In an instant, Old Eight flew close to him. Haha, Old Nine, you can fight against three people who have yet to reach the perfection stage? Old Eight sneered in surprise. Stop talking nonsense. Old Eight, come and help. Du Wan said gloomily. She clearly had the upper hand, but she kept getting injured. At this moment, Du Wan was very anxious. Although Kong Xian's injuries were more serious, this suicidal battle was very awkward. Old Eight did not go to help, but looked around. Countless skeletons knelt down in front of the skeleton grave. Gauchen and the unborn man stood beside it. It's over, it's over. Call him Old 8? That was Old 9 and this is Old 8? Isn't that more powerful? Gauchen's face changed. Old 9, what's in the grave that the skeletons are worshipping? Old 8 asked. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai is in there, having a mental battle with the bone god. If you don't help me, then go and kill Gu Hai. Duwan shouted. You dare! Mosquito Dauren shouted in shock. Ha 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 ha, you three lunatics, are you worried now? It's too late. At this time, even if I have to suffer more injuries, none of you can leave. Duwan laughed. Rumble! Duwan immediately blocked the three with all her might. Quick, inform His Majesty, quick! Dragon Sheniying shouted anxiously. Inform? Haha, it's too late. Gu Hai! Last time at the infinite celestial capital, you caused us so much trouble. Poison expert? You didn't bring him here, did you? Old 8 said coldly. With a cold voice, he hit the skeleton grave with his palm. Gauchen's face changed. Although his cultivation was very weak, he did not hesitate to hit back. The unborn man stood at the grave's entrance, not moving his fingers, as if he was also about to attack. Ha 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 ha, Central Celestial Palace? Ha ha, funny, a Central Celestial Palace wants to stop me? You and that Gu Hai will die together. Old 8 laughed. As he laughed, the power in his hand shook the void, and a strong pressure pressed down on Gauchen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Before the palm hit, Gauchen could not take it anymore. Seeing the palm coming for him, Gauchen's eyes filled with despair. Save me! Gauchen cried out in alarm. But at this moment, a palm appeared beside Gauchen and met Old 8's palm. Her slender palm was extremely small, but it seemed to carry the power of the most magnificent river in the world. It collided with Old 8's palm. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge black hole appeared in the void. Thud, 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 thud! Old 8 actually took 8 steps back, crushing countless bones under his feet before coming to a stop. What? How is this possible? Who are you? Old 8 said in surprise. However, at this critical moment, Long Wanqing arrived and met Old 8's attack with a palm. Beside her stood Ziwei and Chang Xing. Mistress, that's great, you're finally here. Gauchen was excited. Gauchen, your pants are wet? Chang Xing glared at Gauchen and shouted. He must be scared. How strange, this is the first time I've seen Gauchen pee in his pants. Ziwei laughed. Who said I peed in my pants? This is sweat, sweat. Gauchen's face turned red. Where's Gu Hai? Long Wanqing looked at Gauchen. Over there, His Majesty didn't let us disturb him. Gauchen shouted. Long Wanqing saw the grave that all the skeletons were worshipping. At the same time, she saw the unborn man. The moment she saw the unborn man, Long Wanqing frowned. Why didn't you attack? The unborn man's cultivation is not enough. Gauchen said blankly. The unborn man shook his head. Gu Hai is not in a life and death situation, I don't need to attack. Gauchen was confused by the unborn man's words, but Long Wanqing understood. The unborn man would only attack when Gu Hai was in a life and death situation, for the sake of Long Wanqing and her sister. At other times, he would not attack. As for other people, he would not attack. Long Wanqing frowned slightly, but she did not blame him. Instead, she looked at Old 8 who was not far away. You wanted to kill my husband just now? Long Wanqing said coldly. So what? Little girl, I didn't expect that Gu Hai was hiding a great fulfillment. What kind of power did you use just now? Why did you have the aura of a great river? Old 8 said coldly. Feel it yourself. Humph, you want to kill my husband? I'll take your life. Long Wanqing glared at him. She waved her hand. Boom. Hundreds of huge black rivers rushed out. Wherever the black rivers passed, all the bones were instantly decomposed. These black rivers were naturally the river Styx. Back then, when Gu Hai killed the Nether River Patriarch, he used the Nether River Patriarch storage to reconstruct Long Wanqing's body. Now, Long Wanqing controlled the hundreds of river Styx with a wave of her hand. Wherever they passed, everything was decomposed. What is this? Humph, it doesn't matter what kind of river you have. I have the body of a carp. I can swim in all the rivers in the world, Old Eight said coldly. With a wave of his hand, it was like a sea of golden fish scales rushing towards the hundreds of river Styx. Boom! Crack! Crack! Wherever the hundreds of river Styx passed, the sea of golden fish scales dispersed. Long Wanqing went down the river Styx and arrived at Old Eight's place in the blink of an eye. She struck again. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and Old Eight was sent flying again. Impossible! How can Gu Hai have a great perfection-level wife? Old Eight cried out gloomily. Long Wanqing did not give up. The 100 underworld rivers instantly disintegrated the fish-scale sea and soared into the sky. They were like 100 huge dragons that covered the sky and earth as they swept towards Old Eight. Walla-lalla! Old Eight was instantly drowned in the river Styx. While resisting the decomposing power of the river Styx, he had to deal with Long Wanqing's monstrous killing intent. Since you want to kill my husband, then die. Long Wanqing kept attacking Old Eight. Under the concentrated attacks, Old Eight was immediately defeated. No, no, this is impossible! Old Eight roared gloomily. In the distance, Heavenly Demon Du Wan, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon Goding were all staring in shock. This is Empress Long Wanqing? Then the terrifying aura from the endless celestial capital that I sensed previously was hers? Isn't she too powerful? Mosquito Daoran said in shock. Niece Wanqing? Dragon Goding said in shock. This was his sister's daughter. How could she be so powerful? Kong Xian saw Long Wanqing's strength, and his desire for great perfection-level cultivation grew. Even though he was covered in blood, he still pounced on Heavenly Demon Du Wan ferociously. Heavenly Demon Du Wan was extremely gloomy. She was counting on Old Eight to save her. Why did he get involved too? Boom! The battle between the two parties broke out again. Just as Gaochen, Ziwei, and Chongqing were worried, a voice suddenly came from nearby. Gu Hai's wife? Heh, you do have some ability. Stop now. Otherwise, I'll kill Gu Hai immediately. A voice suddenly sounded. The people fighting in all directions suddenly turned their heads to look. They saw that Gu Hai's grave was already enveloped by a large area of spider webs. Heavenly Demon Ponzi? The unborn man said in a low voice. Old Six, you're finally here. Heavenly Demon Du Wan said in surprise. This woman is too powerful. Damn, Old Six, you deal with her. Old Eight said urgently. Countless spider webs enveloped the surroundings. A black-robed figure was standing on the spider webs. It was Heavenly Demon Ponzi. It's over. They called him Old Six. Old Six? Isn't that even more powerful? Gaochen said in despair. Husband. Long Wanqing was anxious. She didn't dare to attack with all her strength for fear of breaking the vases. Heavenly Demon Ponzi looked at the skeleton grave, as if she was going to attack at any time. Crash! But at this moment the skeleton grave suddenly collapsed. From inside, a figure immediately stood up. It was precisely Gu Hai. Just as everyone was holding back Old Eight and Old Nine, Gu Hai finally completely erased the skeleton clone's recondensed consciousness. That skeleton clone was already formed. It was just that he had just cultivated a clone. Gu Hai was still not too familiar with it and temporarily stored it in the Immortal Dome of Ancient. After storing the Immortal Dome of Ancient, Gu Hai stepped out. A large amount of withered bones scattered. Gu Hai was immediately exposed and saw everyone. Husband! Master! Gu Hai! It was exceptionally happy to meet friends and family. Chapter 1040. Gu Hai stepped out of the skeleton graveyard. All of his friends and family had joy on their faces, but the three great sky fiends' expressions changed. Bone God was destroyed? Skyfiend Duan suddenly cried out in alarm. Gu Hai! Celestial Fiend Ponzi was the closest. Her expression was even colder. Previously, in the infinite celestial capital, because she dealt with Gu Hai, she almost died under the lethal poison. This fear made Celestial Fiend Ponzi feel as if she was facing a great enemy. At the same time, she waved the surrounding spiderwebs. Immediately, waves of pink poison gas emerged, charging straight for Gu Hai. Your poison has already been figured out by Cien Air. Do you think that this poison can still hurt us? Gu Hai looked at Celestial Fiend Ponzi with a cold smile. However, nothing happened to Gu Hai as he stood in the poisonous gas. While reaching out, Gu Hai took out the life-punishing saber. Gu Hai, be careful! Long Wanqing immediately cried out worriedly. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Long Wanqing, revealing a trace of gentleness. Relax, I'm still fine. Take care of yourself. Long Wanqing nodded. Reaching out, even more Styx River strangled towards Old 8. On the other side, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing suddenly pounced towards Celestial Fiend Duan. The great battle started once more. Gu Hai looked at Celestial Fiend Ponzi. Celestial Fiend Poison Gas did not achieve any effect. Reaching out, she waved. Boom! All around, rolling spider silk suddenly rolled up. Like a spider silk sea, it twisted towards Gu Hai. Zhou Tianjiu! Gu Hai shouted coldly. A blade slashed past. The rolling blade energy instantly chopped the entire spider silk sea in half, exploding in two directions. That torrential might of Zhou Tianjiu instantly arrived in front of Celestial Fiend Ponzi. What? Celestial Fiend Ponzi's expression changed, welcoming with a palm. Boom! The massive blade shattered a large expanse of the void. Celestial Fiend Ponzi's figure suddenly stopped. How do you have such great strength? Celestial Fiend Ponzi said in shock. This blade was actually evenly matched with Ponzi Skyfiend? Gu Hai waved his hand. Swoosh! All the skeletons were stored in the immortal dome of the Ancient. Gu Hai did not waste words with Ponzi Heavenly Demon either. Stepping forward, he slashed down with a blade once more. Zhou Tian 9. Boom! Under the tremendous power, Ponzi Skyfiend was immediately forced to take a step back. At the same time, she looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. Impossible! You haven't even reached the Great Circle, so how can you have such great power? In the past, didn't the Heavenly Cycle 9 need to mobilize the power of a dynasty before it can be accomplished? Ponzi Heavenly Demon said in shock. In the past? The foundation of Gu Hai's cultivation was so solid that even Long Zhangguo was ashamed of his inferiority. Every level of cultivation started with the perfect three souls. In the past, when he was at the second level of Heavenly Palace, he already had the power of an ordinary 7th or 8th level of Heavenly Palace. Presently, it was at the 7th level of Heavenly Palace. It could be seen how great Gu Hai's strength was. Furthermore, what Gu Hai cultivated was not one kind of qi. At the beginning, he could not see through its mysteries. As the types of qi became more and more, Gu Hai discovered that the power they produced was not just superimposed, but a kind of sublimation. With each additional type of qi, the power rose more than tenfold. In the past, the Heavenly Cycle 9 needed to mobilize the power of a dynasty, and it would even harm the fleshy body. But now, slashing out the Heavenly Cycle 9 was like handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. The Heavenly Cycle 9 was able to injure Rokudo Shinkuen in the past. It already had the might of a great circle. At this moment, since Gu Hai identified Ponzi Heavenly Demon, he naturally did not waste his breath. Kill. Boom. Another blade, the Heavenly Cycle 9. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was immediately slashed flying into the sky. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was the 6th, and in the past, Jiang Rulai was the 7th. Although he was stronger than Jiang Rulai, Gu Hai's explosive growth in cultivation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Impossible! Ponzi Domain! Ponzi Heavenly Demon exclaimed. With a wave of his hand, boundless spiderwebs filled the surroundings. A domain formed by spiderwebs seemed to envelop all of Gu Hai's path. However, when the heavenly cycle 9 appeared, it immediately formed a huge domain of saber chi. Around each of the 200 large-sized saber chis were 200 medium-sized saber chis. Around each medium-sized saber chis were 200 small-sized saber chis. Layer by layer, it was like the condensation of Gu Hai's 100,000 go play when he advanced. When the saber chi domain appeared, all the spiderwebs were shredded into nothingness. The heavenly cycle 9 slashed at Ponzi Heavenly Demon again. Boom! After another heavy blow to Ponzi Heavenly Demon, the two immediately fought high up in the sky. This is the cultivation of a great circle consummation? It's nothing much. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. The life-punishing saber in his hand continuously slashed, sending Ponzi Heavenly Demon flying backward again and again. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was stronger than Jiang Rulai. Her biggest reliance was poison. However, poison? It did not have the slightest effect on Gu Hai. Chun Xian had long been on guard against Ponzi Heavenly Demon. Naturally, she set things up for Gu Hai's body. Boom, 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 boom. Above the starry sky, Gu Hai and Ponzi Heavenly Demon fought along the way, shattering quite a few stars. For a moment it was hard to tell who would come out on top. Gu Hai even had a slight advantage. Impossible. Unless your cultivation of the gods is close to great circle consummation, otherwise, it is impossible to have such a strong foundation strength. How big is your human soul? How big is your earthly soul? How big is your celestial soul? Ponzi Heavenly Demon said anxiously. Haven't you heard before? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. What? It looks like you did not investigate my information carefully. The leaders of all the major factions in the world should have information on me. I have a human soul of 495 meters. Gu Hai said coldly. That's right. What? Perfect human soul? Ponzi Heavenly Demon said in shock. Earthly soul, 64 meters. Celestial soul, 81 meters. Gu Hai said coldly. Boom. Under 9 cycles, Ponzi Heavenly Demon's figure retreated once more. However, when she looked at Gu Hai now, it was like she had seen a ghost. Impossible. Perfect 3 souls? Only a great circle consummation person can do it. Furthermore, it is not an ordinary great circle consummation person. Only those great circle consummation deities can achieve perfect 3 souls. Why wouldn't you reach great circle consummation once you break through great circle consummation? I cultivated for 300,000 years and reincarnated 76 times, but I couldn't do it. How is it possible? Ponzi Heavenly Demon cried out in shock. Great circle consummation deities? Gu Hai's brows slightly furrowed. This was because in the battle between Qiyu and Matriarch Ji in the past, the two seemed to have mentioned that the two of them were great circle consummation deities. Furthermore, Gu Hai knew that Long Zhanghua was also great circle consummation deities. Even if you have a perfect human soul, I also won't let you become a great circle consummation cultivator. Because today, I'm going to kill you and eat your 3 souls. Perhaps it will be of great help to my cultivation. Ponzi Heavenly Demon laughed nastily. Kill me? You seem to be inferior to me right now, right? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. What do you know? Great circle consummation cultivators can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Do you know what the power of heaven and earth is? Oh, perhaps the great circle consummation cultivators you encountered in the past were too weak. They simply weren't on the same level. I'll let you see what the power of heaven and earth is. Ponzi Heavenly Demon sneered. As she sneered, her figure suddenly swelled, instantly turning into a giant black spider that was 1,000 feet long. Once the 1,000 feet long spider appeared, strands of black chi emerged from behind it. The black chi soared into the sky, but it didn't spread out. Instead, it was like thin threads stirring up the void law. Buzz. Behind the 1,000-feet-long spider, the illusory image of a large Tongtian tree appeared. When that large tree appeared, it seemed to carry a power that could destroy heaven and earth. As the large tree swayed, it seemed to draw endless power of heaven and earth through the black chi threads, pouring into the spider's body. The 1,000-feet-long spider's body immediately grew in size again. Gu Hai could feel that the aura around this spider's body was expanding without limit. Its power was becoming stronger. This big tree that reaches the sky and roots the earth, is it a great Tao? Is it the laws of heaven and earth? Gu Hai's face sank. That's right, it's the laws of heaven and earth. Right now, I'm mobilizing the power of great Tao. The cultivation of Old 8 and Old 9 isn't enough to draw out an entire great Tao. Consummation deity sovereigns can directly mobilize an entire great Tao or even more. As for me, I am in the center. Although I have not reached the level of completely mobilizing a great Tao, I can still do so after paying a certain price. Great Tao energy, the world's great Tao, I can mobilize it. Amid the loud laughter, Gu Hai saw cracks appearing on the shell of the 1,000-feet-long spider. Clearly, Old 8's cultivation was still insufficient. Forcefully mobilizing a great Tao energy put too much of a burden on his body. However, even if he could, the continuously rising strength made Gu Hai's heart pound. Great Tao energy? When Gu Hai mobilized the Great Tao, he had always been successful against the corpse bug heavenly demon and the others. Now, although he did not know what great Tao Ponzi heavenly demon mobilized, as long as it involved a great Tao, its strength would be incredibly horrifying. 9 cycles. Gu Hai chopped down with his saber again. Boom. With the great Tao energy, Ponzi heavenly demon's spider claw actually blocked the life-punishing saber. My strength has not reached the limits yet. However, it has already increased by more than 5 times. Ah, you still want to use the 9 cycles? It's useless. All of your methods are useless, including that Go Tao ritual array of yours. They are all useless. This is because I am also mobilizing great Tao energy. The great Tao is undefeatable. Prepare to die. Ponzi heavenly demon laughed sinisterly. You increased your strength by 5 times? This emperor understands. Since that is the case, take a look at this emperor's saber strike. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he chopped down with his saber again. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, the surrounding domain of saber chi suddenly expanded by close to 100 times. This domain instantly enveloped the entire starry heavens. When this saber strike appeared, the image of a large tree suddenly appeared behind Gu Hai. The Great Tao? It is not a ritual array but directly the Go Tao laws? How can you mobilize the Great Tao's might? You have not reached consummation cultivation yet. Ponzi heavenly demon suddenly exclaimed. 10 cycles. 10. Gu Hai chopped down with his saber. Boundless saber chi gathered, seeming to carry the strongest energy in the world. A small portion of the saber chi washed over Gu Hai's physical body. However, the impact made Gu Hai's body feel like it would fall apart. This saber strike drained Gu Hai's full power. It also tore open many internal injuries in Gu Hai's body. Right now, Gu Hai executed the strongest saber strike of the cycle saber technique for the first time after reaching the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace. Furthermore, he barely managed to execute it. Even so, every layer of the cycle saber technique increased its might by 100 times. It made this saber strike seem like it could split the world. Buzz. The saber light flashed brightly, and the entire immortal flawed dome of heaven seemed to turn purple from this saber strike. No. Ponzi heavenly demon cried out. The battles in the surroundings paused. When this saber strike appeared, everyone felt a heavenly might descend. Everyone felt stifled in their hearts. They even felt fear. Ponzi heavenly demon did her best to block. Hong. A vast black hole immediately appeared in the boundless starry heavens, shattering several galaxies. Everyone felt like their hearts were being squeezed. It felt like a crack opened in the immortal dome of heaven. When the life-extinguishing saber struck, Ponzi Heavenly Demon's huge spider body suddenly exploded. Perhaps the great Tao energy that Ponzi Heavenly Demon used to protect it did not turn it into dust. However, it instantly split in half. No. Old Eighth and Old Ninth cried out. Old Sixth, who was stronger than them, got chopped in half by Gu Hai. The saber light slowly disappeared, and the void slowly returned to normal. There seemed to be an unrecoverable crack in the starry heavens. The 300-meter-long spider's body was split in half. Gu Hai's figure trembled. Bang! Large cracks appeared on Gu Hai's body, and large amounts of blood flowed out. The Cycle 10 was too much of a burden on Gu Hai. Xiao Chen's heaven-replenishing energy surged out, healing his injuries. Gu Hai released a long breath and looked at the two halves of the spider corp. Chapter 1041. The power of Zhou Tianten was too great. That most powerful coiling silk skyfiend was actually chopped into two halves by Gu Hai with one blade. Old 8 and Old 9 felt goosebumps all over their bodies. How was this possible? Your backing is dead. Let's see what else you can rely on. Roar. Kong Xian pounced on Old 9 again with a sinister expression. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing also fought fiercely with Old 9 amidst their shock. Seeing Old 6 being cut in half, Old 9's battle strategy was also a little messed up. On the other side, Long Wanqing immediately felt relieved. She also attacked Old 8 with all her might, causing Old 8 to suffer even more injuries. Everyone saw Gu Hai's brilliance, but they did not know how much burden Gu Hai's previous slash carried. Perhaps he could only use the power of the Dahan under the heavens without hindrance. Now, just relying on himself, he suffered countless internal injuries. Fortunately, he had the power of heaven mending, which was rapidly mending his body. Ka. Suddenly, the two halves of the spider's body trembled. Gu Hai's expression changed abruptly. Not good. They want to merge? Gu Hai immediately rushed toward the two halves of the spider. Zhou Tianten? Why didn't I know you had Zhou Tianten? The two halves of the spider cried out in shock. Not dead. Gao Chen cried out in shock from afar. Gu Hai once again stepped forward with his saber. Zhou Tian 9. Boom. Under the heavy attack, the two halves of the spider were immediately forced back, unable to merge. However, at this moment, perhaps it was frightened by Zhou Tianten. It turned around and shot into the distance. In the distance, Old 9 still had the upper hand. The two halves of the spider quickly shot toward Old 9. Gu Hai naturally chased closely. Even if his body was injured, he had to endure. Otherwise, once the two halves of the celestial demon merged, he would be in trouble. Old 6, you're still alive? Old 9 was pleasantly surprised. However, in the next moment, Old 9th was alarmed. You lured Gu Hai to me? The might of Gu Hai's 10 cycles had left a deep impression on Ol 9. Only Ol 6 could survive that terrifying attack. If it had been him, he would have definitely died. Gu Hai won't be able to slash out the 10 cycles. Stop him and allow me to restore my body. Watch me crush Gu Hai into pieces. The two halves of the spider roared at the same time. What? Old 9th was startled. But Gu Hai's expression fell. His injuries were seen through by Ponzi Heavenly Fiend? Stop him! The two halves of the spider roared. Good. Old 9th roared. Despite being hit by Kong Xian's 6-colored divine light, he instantly pounced on Gu Hai. On the other side, Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing knew that things weren't going well and immediately pounced on the two halves of the spider. Boom. Boom. Even though the two halves of the spider were heavily injured, it was still not something that Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing could handle. With a wave of its claws, the two were sent flying. Old 9 threw himself at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's complexion sunk. He knew that this was a moment of crisis. Once he gave Ponsi's celestial devil a chance to catch her breath, all their previous efforts would be for naught. Gu Hai, prepare to die. Old Ninth waved his palm, and the sky full of azaleas whistled towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai was currently suffering from countless internal injuries. He could no longer use the 10th cycle. Although the 9th cycle could still resist the 9th cycle, every time he used it, his injuries would worsen. Just as the azaleas, that sky full of azaleas, transformed into an earth-shattering palm, Gu Hai suddenly paused. He waved his hand. Who? A black-robed man stepped out from the immortal dome. It was the skeleton clone formed by the life Ender Saber that walked out. This skeleton clone had just been refined and was still not familiar with its body's strength. Hence, it was sent into the immortal dome and came out after a short time. This was because several days had already passed in the immortal dome. Gu Hai was already familiar with this additional clone. When the skeleton clone stepped out, it gave off a sinister aura that made everyone's hearts tremble. Here, take the Life Slayer saber. Gu Hai cut his skin. A crimson saber immediately rushed out of his blood vessel. The black-robed Gu Hai's skeleton clone reached out and grabbed the Life Slayer saber. 9th cycle. Old 9th cycle instantly executed the 9th cycle. Boom. The palm full of azaleas suddenly exploded. The Life Slayer saber carried an indomitable might as it turned into a beam of scarlet light and instantly arrived before Old 9th. When the Life Slayer saber slashed out, a scarlet light soared into the sky. The scarlet light seemed to contain an illusion of hell. In the dreamland, all the people who were killed were reduced to white bones. It was like Old 9th. When he saw himself being killed in the illusion, he turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. Old 9th immediately showed a panicked expression. However, this momentary panic was incomparably fatal. Boom! The Life Slayer saber instantly chopped off most of Old 9th's shoulder. At the same time, black fog and scarlet mist appeared around the Life Slayer saber. Countless small skulls and evil spirits seemed to be gnawing at Old 9th's flesh. Arg! Old 9th screamed miserably. Old 9th's right arm went flying. At the same time, a large amount of blood was drained. After the skeleton clone executed the saber strike, it instantly chased after the two halves of the spider. It executed the 9th cycle again. Old 9th's spider body, which had just recovered, was cut in half again. If not for the great Tao energy protecting Old 9th, this saber strike would have cut off a large piece of flesh. What? It's also the 9th cycle? The coiling life demon exclaimed. On the other side, Old 9th's arm was chopped off by the skeleton clone, which cut off a large piece of flesh. Roar! Suddenly, a huge peacock flew over and swallowed Old 9th's severed arm in one gulp. No! Old 9th desperately tried to break free. There's no great Tao energy in my stomach. Refine. Kong Xian shouted excitedly. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sounds came from Kong Xian's stomach. Kong Xian's face immediately turned ugly. Quick, Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Shenying, help me. I need energy. Inject your energy into me so that I can refine the Azalea demon. Kong Xian exclaimed. All right. The two immediately jumped onto the back of the peacock and clapped their hands on Kong Xian's back, injecting energy into him. Kong Xian desperately tried to refine the thing in his stomach. Gu Hai waved his hand. Whoosh! Kong Xian led Dragon Shenying and Mosquito Daoran into the celestial dome of Ancient. One day in the outside world was 10 years in the celestial dome of Ancient. Let's slowly refine there. Gu Hai, on the other hand, walked toward the two halves of the spider. The skeleton doppelganger used the life-slaying saber, producing a destructive effect. Although it was not as powerful as the 10 cycles, the 9 cycles was stronger under the enhancement of the life-slaying saber's illusion. No, no! The two halves of the spider shouted angrily. At this moment, Gu Hai's main body also arrived. However, he did not participate in the battle. He only supported the skeleton doppelganger to prevent celestial demon Ponzi from escaping. For a moment, the sky was filled with rumbling sounds. The battle on Long Wanching's side was also about to end. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in shock. How is this possible? I know all about Gu Hai's background. Where did that black-robed man come from? The aura of a skeleton ghost? 9 cycles? Not everyone can use that. The unborn man clenched his fist. This stupid spider is so hard to kill? Gauchen said in shock. The battle in the sky continued for a while. There was still no victor. Phew! The exit of the celestial dome of the ancients opened again. Kong Xian and the other two came out again. Kong Xian's body was emitting a red light. Kong Xian, have you broken through? Gu Hai's main body asked from afar. I've already refined celestial demon Du Wan. However, I'm still lacking. It's not enough. Kong Xian said gloomily. Kong Xian? You want to eat a great perfection stage cultivator to break through? Long Wanqing, who was at the Netherworld River, suddenly shouted. Yes, Empress. Kong Xian answered immediately. Coincidentally, this old 8 is about to die. I won't kill him. You can eat him. Long Wanqing said. Happiness came too suddenly. Kong Xian was very grateful. Thank you, Empress. Thank you, Empress. Old 8 is about to die? The two halves of the spider suddenly trembled. He was blocked by the black-robed man. If this dragged on, he would die. Explode. The two halves of the spider suddenly roared loudly. Boom! Boom! The two halves of the spider suddenly exploded with a huge energy wave and knocked the skeleton clone away. Of course, the price of the sudden explosion of energy was that the spider's body cracked again. However, the price was worth it. After knocking the skeleton clone away, he could escape. The two halves of the spider immediately split into two. Whoosh! Whoosh! They turned into flowing lights and shot in two different directions. Even Gu Hai's main body could not keep up with the speed of a great perfection stage cultivator from Heavenly Palace fleeing aimlessly, especially now that he was severely injured. The skeleton clone caught up with the other half of the spider in an instant. Zhou Tianjiu. The skeleton clone slashed down. Boom! The escaping half of the spider was instantly blasted back. The explosion of energy just now had overloaded the injuries all over his body. Now that he was slashed again, a huge crack appeared on his body. He was extremely weak. Kong Xian, swallow. Gu Hai's main body ordered. Screech. Kong Xian immediately pounced on the heavily injured half of the spider. Whoosh! He swallowed it in one gulp. After swallowing it, Kong Xian's stomach rumbled again. Mosquito Daoran, please help me again. This half of the spider is more powerful than the Duwan demon just now. However, I have improved a lot just now. One person is enough. Kong Xian was in pain but happy at the same time. It was a huge blessing, but it did not disappear. It was a huge sorrow. Fortunately, there was someone to help him, and he could also subdue this half of the spider. All right. Once again, Gu Hai waved his hand and sent the two of them into the immortal dome of antiquity. The other half of the spider had already escaped to the horizon. Your Majesty, the other half of the Ponzi demon escaped? Dragon Shenying asked anxiously. It can't escape. Gu Hai's main body said indifferently. As he spoke, the skeleton clone in black robes flashed and chased after the other half of the spider. Even the two halves of the spider were not a match for the skeleton clone, let alone the other half of the spider. In an instant, the skeleton clone and the other half of the spider disappeared into the horizon. On Long Wanqing's side, she had severely injured Old 8 to the point that he was on the verge of death. After waiting for a while, Gu Hai waved his hand. Swish! Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran appeared again. Kong Xian had not broken through yet. Kong Xian was depressed. Your Majesty, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Kong Xian, catch. Long Wanqing shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the heavily injured old 8 was thrown over. Thank you, Empress, thank you, Empress, Kong Xian said excitedly. He opened his mouth and swallowed the heavily injured old 8 into his stomach. Rumble! Old 8 hit Kong Xian's stomach heavily, but Kong Xian's face was cold. This time I alone am enough, Kong Xian said. After saying that, Kong Xian sat down cross-legged. His body emitted bursts of green light. Gu Hai and the others waited patiently for a while, but they saw that behind Kong Xian, there was a sudden burst of light. In the light there seemed to be a 6-colored rainbow rushing to the sky. 1. The 6-colored rainbow seemed to be connected with a looming shadow of a big tree. Tongtian was extremely vast. Boom! The last loud sound was heard. With Kong Xian as the center, a superstorm broke out. The storm stirred up the void, and the void shook violently. Kong Xian opened his eyes. 1. 2 rays of 7-colored divine light shot out from his eyes. The divine light rushed to the sky and shot into the sea of stars. Phew! Kong Xian trembled slightly with excitement. He quickly got up and bowed to Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Mosquito Daoren, and Dragon God Ing gratefully. I have reached the peak of the heavenly palace and sensed the existence of the heavenly Tao. Thank you, Your Majesty and Empress. Peak. Mosquito Daoren was envious. Congratulations, Master Kong. Dragon God Ing took a deep breath and said enviously. Chapter 1042. Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian tree behind Kong Xian. Great Tao. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. I have already sensed a great Tao of heaven and earth. However, I can only use a little of its power. Even so, it is much more powerful than before. Kong Xian explained. Oh? You can sense a great Tao and use it? Gu Hai frowned slightly as he thought about the reason. Long Wanqing stepped forward and said, I heard one you say that when you cultivate to the great perfection realm, your physical body will become a Tao body. Because of the Tao body, you can sense the corresponding great Tao. What is a Tao body? Gu Hai was puzzled. I am not sure. I heard one you say that it is similar to the manifestation of a physical body. It can be consistent with a certain great Tao. Long Wanqing explained. Same frequency resonance? Gu Hai's expression changed instantly. The great Tao of heaven and earth has a special frequency of vibration. The Tao body was to cultivate the physical body to the same frequency, then form resonance and use the power of the great Tao? This subject feels that only when the 3 spiritual souls have completely achieved the perfect 3 spiritual souls, like Your Majesty, can one completely grasp a great Tao. Kong Xian analyzed. That is called Great Perfection Realm. Mosquito Daoren said with jealousy. Gu Hai nodded and said, Since that is the case, then properly cultivate. Find a way to reach Great Perfection Realm as soon as possible. Yes, Kong Xian answered. No matter what, Kong Xian's achievement of Great Perfection Realm was a huge help to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's strength would be stronger. Wanqing, I have kept you waiting all these years. Gu Hai held Long Wanqing's hand and said with guilt in his eyes. Wanqing is already very happy that my husband can come. Long Wanqing also said softly. It was not appropriate for the others to interrupt. They all turned their heads and pretended not to see anything. Master, I, Gaochen, am very touched that you came to save me. Gaochen wants to write a song for you. Gaochen's shout immediately disrupted the beautiful atmosphere of the couple's reunion. Mr. Good, I haven't seen you in a few years. Your cultivation has improved a lot. You're amazing. Chong Xing said anxiously. That's right. Do you have any ideas to increase our strength? The kind where you don't need to suffer hardships to improve your cultivation? Ziwei also asked anxiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Every time I improve, I break through at the edge of life and death. Huh! Ziwei's face stiffened. The brink of life and death? Forget it, forget it. This is good. Chang Xing shook his head. When the unborn man flew over, he looked deeply at Kong Xian. Kong Xian was also at the great fulfillment realm. The Dahan imperial dynasty's strength was growing too fast. Husband, I heard from Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing that you fought with the Bone God? Long Wanqing asked. Although there were a lot of husband and wife whispers to each other, Long Wanqing could not bring herself to say it in front of so many people. She could only go back to the previous topic. That's right. It has been destroyed. Oh no. Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. What's wrong? Long Wanqing was puzzled. Wan Yu is in danger. Before the Bone God was destroyed, he cursed himself and sent a message to the Immortal of Six Paths. He asked the Immortal of Six Paths to come to the flawed celestial dome. Gu Hai said, "What?" Everyone's expression changed. The Immortal of Six Paths? When the Immortal of Six Paths came and found Wan Yu, he would have destroyed her immediately. Your Majesty, why didn't you stop him? The unborn man anxiously blamed Gu Hai. It's not your fault. You just watched. If you had acted earlier, this would not have happened. Long Wanqing looked angrily at the unborn man. Let's go. We're going back now. The unborn man could only shout gloomily. Whoosh. Everyone instantly flew into the distance. While flying, Gauchen asked curiously, Master, where are the countless skeleton race members? They are in the Immortal of Ancient Dome. Don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head. Immortal of Ancient Dome? Gauchen was slightly stunned. Gu Hai did not explain further. It didn't take long before they arrived at a white cloud. Wan Yu is in there. Long Wanqing explained. Time is of the essence. Let's go in quickly. The unborn man said anxiously. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly stopped everyone. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Was there a battle recently? Gu Hai asked in confusion. No. This place is peaceful. It has been a long time since outsiders came here. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai pointed at a few mountains below. Everyone looked down. He saw that the mountains were charred black, as if they had just been burned not long ago. Is this Mao Tianyun's fire? Ziwei stared. Maybe that darned cat set the fire for fun, Gauchen said. Long Wanqing shook her head and said with a frown, although Mao Tianyun is a little capricious sometimes, he won't make a mistake when it comes to major issues. It's also impossible for him to wreak havoc outside goddess Ho Tu's array. Are you saying that the fire was not set by Mao Tianyun? Gu Hai's face darkened. Mosquito Dauren waved his hand and a large number of mosquitoes swarmed into the charred land. They searched carefully for a while. Your Majesty, there is still a faint smell of fire in the charred land. Although the fire has been put out, it should have been put out not long ago. Mosquito Dauren explained. Did something happen inside? The unborn man's face changed. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry came from the white cloud. Everyone was stunned. Mao Tianyun walked out of the white cloud. I was the one who set the fire. Is there any meaning in your analysis? When I excrete feces, do you want to study it? Mao Tianyun said in annoyance. Everyone's face stiffened. The unborn man immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Long Wanqing also smiled bitterly, as if she was ashamed of her earlier suspicion. Only Gu Hai did not relax his brows. He looked at Mao Tianyun in confusion. Have you dealt with the celestial demon? That was fast. Mao Tianyun said with a smile. How did you know it was the celestial demon? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. When Mao Tianyun was called back by Ho Qing, Long Wanqing could tell that Mao Tianyun should not have known about the celestial demon's ambush. But now Mao Tianyun said it out loud? Mao Tianyun panicked slightly. Then, he smiled coldly and said, I don't know how to see with my eyes. Do you think that with my strength, I could not see the battle just now? Long Wanqing was relieved. However, Gu Hai felt that Mao Tianyun was getting weirder and weirder. Let's go. Let's go in, the unborn man said. This was a large array in the clouds. There seemed to be a small space inside. Gu Hai could see that there were some Godao arrays in this space. However, this Godao array was not as good as his. The group immediately entered. There were many palaces in the small space. Divine power of faith gathered in the air. It seemed to come from all directions and slowly gathered in the central main palace. Heaven's Palace. A large number of guards stood at the entrance of Heaven's Palace, ready for battle. What's going on? When I left, weren't all the guards cultivating in their own palaces? Why did they come out together? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. When you left, Long Wanyu came out once. She said that she was going to cultivate in seclusion and that no one was to disturb her. She asked us to stand guard outside and not get close. Mao Tianyun explained. What? Cultivate in seclusion? Not now. How can she cultivate in seclusion now? I want to see Wanyu. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Immortal Six Paths received the news. Although he was not sure if she would come, Wanyu would be in trouble. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun suddenly stood in front of Long Wanqing and said, Long Wanyu said that no one is to disturb her. Even if the sky falls, no one is to get close. I am her sister. Long Wanqing said angrily. I'm sorry. We are also waiting for her orders. Mao Tianyun shook his head. Get out of the way. Long Wanqing glared at him. At this moment, Hoqing stepped forward and said, Long Wanqing, although Long Wanyu is your sister, she is also the reincarnation of heaven. At this moment, her cultivation has reached a critical juncture. My sister said that once you get close, you will cause irreparable harm to Long Wanyu. So, if you care about your sister, please stand guard for her with us. Hoqing also stood in front of them. Irreparable harm? What's going on? What are Wanyu and Goddess Hutu doing inside? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. I am not sure, but please believe in my sister. Hoqing said solemnly. Long Wanqing was confused and looked at Gu Hai. Calling out Long Wanyu might not work. If the immortal of the Six Paths came, no one would be able to escape. The unborn man also looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at all the guards and frowned. Finally, he said, All right. Let's wait for a while. Everyone nodded. Although Mao Tianyun and Hoqing were on guard against Gu Hai and the others, they did not stop Gu Hai and let him land in a pavilion. I feel that the cat was acting weird just now. Ziwei was confused. Me too. In the past, it would slack off whenever it could. Why would it stand in front of us? Chong Xing asked curiously. That damn cat even dares to stop my master. Does it know the relationship between Long Wanyu and my master? Gao-chen was also depressed. Only Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the hall. Gao-chen, back then, you and Mu Chenfeng's rumbling sky camp entered the netherworld together. Where is Mu Chenfeng's rumbling sky camp? Gu Hai was confused. He's cultivating in that palace over there. Gao-chen pointed at one of the palaces. Bring them all here. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gao-chen nodded. Soon, Mu Chenfeng walked over from a large hall in the distance. Where are the others? Gu Hai was confused. I don't know. They are not here. Gao-chen shook his head. Mu Chenfeng stepped forward and bowed happily. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Hearing Mu Chenfeng's greeting, the others did not take it seriously. Only Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. Because Mu Chenfeng usually only called him Hall Master. Hall Master of the first-class hall. Not His Majesty. This person is not Mu Chenfeng? Chapter 1043. When Gu Hai was dealing with the Bone God's head, Hoqing discovered Ponzi Skyfiend and the other two. He wanted to use them to kill Gu Hai, so he left the battlefield with Mao Tianyun. Hoqing discovered Ponzi Skyfiend and the other two, but he didn't notice 50 white-robed men standing in a village far away. The leader was the minister sent by Matriarch Ji De Hong. Ho Ching didn't notice because the 50 of them blended in perfectly with the village. It was as though they were a part of the village, and no one would notice anything unusual. Ho Ching left with Mao Tianyun. The leader, De Hong, squinted his eyes. This is getting more and more interesting. This flawed immortal dome? What are Ho Ching and Mao Tianyun doing here? And that Gauchen? No wonder Gu Hai wants to come. My lord, Skyfiend Du Wan and Ponzi Skyfiend are over there. Gu Hai is dead for sure. A subordinate laugh. De Hong nodded. Let's go and take a look. Look? What are we looking at? Are we not going to kill Gu Hai? The subordinate asked curiously. 3 perfected earthly immortals can't kill Gu Hai. Isn't the heavenly demon Holy Land a joke? I have a feeling that this group of people has a huge secret in the flawed immortal dome. We have to follow them. Let's go. De Hong said. Yes. The 50 of them immediately followed De Hong and quietly tailed Mao Tianyun and Ho Ching. Ho Ching and Mao Tianyun didn't notice. They chased until they reached the land of clouds where the Hall of Heavens was. They have entered, a subordinate said in surprise. De Hong's eyes suddenly glowed red. He seemed to have seen something different. My lord, are we going in? A subordinate asked. The power of faith? The people of this world worship Rokudo Shinkuan crazily. All living beings worship him, and the power of faith produced is extremely vast. A portion of the power of faith is gathered in the statues of Rokudo Shinkuan in the various sections. However, the majority of the power of faith is directed here? The power of faith filled the sky? De Hong said in surprise. Everyone was slightly stunned. Following which, everyone followed De Hong's example. Their eyes instantly emitted a large amount of red light as they looked at the fearful power of faith coming from all directions. It was like the water of the sea pouring into a hole in the eye of the sea. So much power of faith. Compared to the 800,000 years of faith that Tai Chu had the angels gather, it's far inferior. A subordinate said. Was the faith of the flawed, immortal firmament deliberately guided by someone? De Hong's expression changed. Deliberately leading? The creatures in the immortal flawed dome are the descendants of Rokudo Shinkuan's divine heavens, sect disciples. They worship Rokudo Shinkun. If we guide them, all the creatures in the world will worship him. Anyone who doesn't believe in him will be considered a heretic, and we will kill them with full force, said one of the subordinates. That's right, Yang Qi said. Someone's been collecting faith power for 800,000 years. All of the faith power of all living beings has been gathered here. At the very most, some of it will be left in the statues of the various sects and clans. Most of the power of faith has entered here. De Hong's expression froze. Is it Rokudo Shinkuan? The subordinates asked worriedly. No, the people in the flawed, immortal firmament don't know about this place. That means it's not Rokudo Shinkuan. De Hong said in a low voice. If it's not Rokudo Shinkuan, then it could be? If I'm not wrong, it should be Goddess Hutu. De Hong said in a low voice. Goddess Hutu? That's right. 800,000 years ago, after the heaven-defying battle, Hutu has been hiding in the netherworld. Although she has a few residences, she doesn't stay there for long. There's Ho Ching and Mao Tianyun here. That explains everything. It's Hutu. She's here to trick all the creatures in the world into believing in Rokudo Shinkuan. Meanwhile, she's secretly taking all the power of faith for herself. But how did she do it? A subordinate asked in surprise. Sinyuan. De Hong said in a low voice. Sinyuan? Everyone's eyes narrowed and their breathing quickened. Everyone knew that Sinyuan was the only immortal in heaven back then. He ruled the entire world, and the laws of heaven and earth were at his disposal. After that, Rokudo Shinkuan tricked him out of heaven and earth and was killed by Rokudo Shinkun. Rokudo Shinkuan obtained Sinyuan. When he returned to heaven and earth, Rokudo Shinkuan became the only immortal. Whoever obtained Sinuan would obtain the immortal firmament. From then on, he would become an immortal and live forever. All lives would be subdued. If Sinuan had the flawed immortal firmament, he could indeed collect most of the power of faith. A subordinate said in shock. However, my lord, this flawed immortal firmament should have a huge flaw. It could collapse at any time. Another subordinate said worriedly. What do you know? Sinuan, heaven trusted Rokudo Shinkuan very much back then and helped Rokudo Shinkuan create a new immortal firmament. Therefore, the 3,000 great Tao of heaven and earth must have been recorded in Sinuan here. In other words, there are records of the 3,000 great Tao in Sinuan here. Even if it's not complete, it's not far from it. De Hong said excitedly. Records of the 3,000 great Tao? Heaven imitates the great Tao of heaven and earth in our world. Once it's obtained by the great Yellow Dynasty. A subordinate said in shock. This is a peerless heavenly art. If the great Yellow Dynasty obtains the records of the 3,000 great Tao, His Holiness will replace the immortal of Six Paths. There's a high chance of that happening, De Hong said excitedly. We must obtain the flawed immortal firmaments Sinuan. A group of subordinates said excitedly. That's right. Even if we don't kill Gu Hai, we must obtain this Sinuan. Whether the great Yellow Dynasty can suppress the world and dominate both the Yin and Yang realms will depend on this. De Hong gritted his teeth and said, Yes. The 50 people answered immediately. Swish. However, at this moment, within the white clouds, Long Wanqing brought Ziwei and Chang Sheng and flew towards the battlefield in the distant ancient sea. Long Wanqing? Ignore them. Let's go. De Hong said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone answered. The 50 people soared into the sky and arrived at the white cloud in the blink of an eye. They began to study the entrance. Near the Hall of Heavens, Mao Tianyun was looking gloomily at Mu Chunfeng leading a group of elite Hall's rumbling sky camp disciples. Senior, did Hall leader really come? Where is she? Can you tell me? Mu Chunfeng asked anxiously. Meow. I don't know. Mao Tianyun was still throwing a tantrum. Senior, we've been obedient to you all these years. We're really excited that the Hall leader is here. Please tell us. Mu Chunfeng pleaded. Senior, please tell us. The elite Hall disciples said excitedly. Mao Tianyun looked at the crowd and felt uncomfortable. Is Gu Hai that good? Are all of you looking forward to him? However, these elite Hall disciples did help Mao Tianyun resolve his loneliness over the years. Hutu, Long Wanqing, and the unborn man were too serious and could not play with him. Ho Qing? He was too gloomy. Mao Tianyun did not like to play with him. Ziwei, Chang Sheng, and Gaochen? Mao Tianyun did not know how those three reincarnated. They were all weirdos. After suffering a few losses at Mao Tianyun's hands, they stopped chatting with him. Fortunately, these elite Hall disciples were more normal. When Mao Tianyun went out to catch fish, they accompanied him. When Mao Tianyun went out to hunt, they helped him with the sky-piercing cannon. They were also obedient. Now that they were begging him, Mao Tianyun's heart softened. Gu Hai and the others are very far away. It will take you a long time. When you are halfway there, Long Wanqing might have brought them back. Mao Tianyun advised. Then we'll wait and watch from the outside. Mu Chunfeng was still looking forward to it. That's right. Senior, just give us a direction. We will look there. The elite Hall disciples said excitedly. All right, a little to the east. Go and wait there. Mao Tianyun said gloomily. Okay. Thank you, Senior. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and quickly rushed to the outside of the small space. Seeing this group of people leave happily, Mao Tianyun frowned. Did I go overboard? Looking in the direction where Ho Qing was, Mao Tianyun's face darkened. It's that bastard Ho Qing's fault. I shouldn't have bothered with him. Forget it. I will be a good cat until the end. I will bring this group of brats to Gu Hai. At that time, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Chang Xing will have no reason to scold me. Mao Tianyun immediately thought through everything. Immediately, Mao Tianyun flew to the exit. However, once he was out of the white clouds, rumble! A series of loud sounds rang out. Ah! 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 The group of people who had flown out impatiently just a moment ago were all blasted apart by the group of white-robed experts. No! Only Mu Chenfeng barely managed to escape. She looked desperate. Meow! How dare you! Mao Tianyun's hair stood on end. A monstrous rage instantly rushed to his head. This group of people were his only friends, and they were actually killed? They were killed? In an instant, the sky was filled with flames. A mountain below was engulfed in flames and started burning. A fire dragon head rushed towards a group of white-clothed people. This group of white-clothed people was naturally Dahong and his group. A group of people who suddenly came out wanted to go back when they saw them. Go back? How could they let them pass the message? Kill. In an instant, the elite hall disciples couldn't escape from the clutches of Dahong and his group. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment Mao Tianyun came out. Kill them all. I will deal with this cat. Dahong stared. Buzz! His red eyes looked at Mao Tianyun's eyes. Mao Tianyun also stared into Dahong's eyes. Under this stare, Mao Tianyun suddenly fell into a trance. In a trance, the flames around him suddenly dissipated. Meow. You want to control my mind? Meow. This is impossible. This is the secret technique of the ancient sorcerer tribe. This isn't. Mao Tianyun exclaimed in shock. However, Mao Tianyun's eyes slowly lost focus. As they lost focus, they gradually became hollow. Then, he stopped struggling. Buzz! Mao Tianyun's eyes narrowed and returned to normal. However, at this moment, Mao Tianyun was extremely respectful towards Dahong. Greetings, Master. Mao Tianyun actually knelt down. Ancient Sorcerer Tribe, one of the 5 main tribes. Mind control. This is what His Holiness just extracted from the Divine Path Sorcerer Book. It is really powerful. However, you have consumed a lot of my divine power. Dahong sneered. Sir, don't worry. Even if there are other people inside, we can still control them. The group of subordinates immediately shouted. As for Mu Chenfeng, who was the only one alive, she was controlled by a white-clothed subordinate. All right, Mao Tianyun. Now, bring us in and control everyone. Dahong said coldly. Yes. Mao Tianyun said respectfully. Chapter 1044. Mao Tianyun was being controlled. Mu Chenfeng was also being controlled. With Mao Tianyun leading the way, Dahong and the other 50 people swaggered into the small space within the palace. The people in the surrounding palaces were curious, but Mao Tianyun didn't care. He led the 50 people to a large hall. The door of the large hall was closed. In just a short while, Quang! The door of the large hall opened again, and Mao Tianyun led the 50 people in white robes out. At the same time, a large number of internal guards followed them out respectfully. The group of guards led the 50 people in white robes and spread out. Not long after, all the guards in this small space were under the control of their hearts. After everyone was controlled, Dahong led the 50 people in white robes to the large hall where Ho Qing was. Quang! He pushed open the door of the large hall. What are you doing? Ho Qing was furious. Ho Qing, I have something to ask you. Mao Tianyun shouted coldly. If you have something to ask me, don't you know how to knock? Mao Tianyun? Who are they? Ho Qing looked at Mao Tianyun in confusion. He then looked at the group of people in white robes. Look at his eyes and you will know. Mao Tianyun shouted. Ho Qing didn't react and looked at Dahong's eyes instinctively. Dahong's eyes were red and Ho Qing was in a daze. Oh no, mind control? That's impossible. It has long been lost. Could it be Jiang Lianshan's Divine Path Sorcerer's Code? Ho Qing shouted as he struggled. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun immediately used the law of fire to trap Ho Qing. If it were any other time, Ho Qing would be able to break free. However, his mind was restrained and he couldn't move. Come together! De Hong shouted. Yes. The 50 people in white robes stared at Ho Qing with red eyes. You. Ho Qing was furious. You are indeed a wind zombie ancestor. You can resist my mind control. However, you won't be able to hold on for long. De Hong said coldly. Sister, come out. Ho Qing shouted in a daze. It's useless. We have already set up an array formation outside your hall. Your voice won't be heard. De Hong said coldly. With Mao Tianyun's help, Ho Qing's pupils dilated after a while. Then, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Greetings, Master. Ho Qing said respectfully. Okay. De Hong nodded. The entire small space was under De Hong's control. Next would be the Heavenly Hall. Are Ho Tu and Long Wanyu inside? De Hong looked at Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun. Yes. The two nodded. What's inside? De Hong asked. I don't know. Ho Tu never let us in. Mao Tianyun shook his head. Everyone shook their heads. My lord, all the power of faith in the surroundings is pouring into the Heavens Palace. Sinyuan is definitely inside. A white-robed subordinate said in a deep voice. De Hong nodded. A group of people slowly surrounded the Heavenly Palace. Looking at the hall in front of him, De Hong gave Ho Qing a look. Ho Qing nodded and stepped forward. Quang. Ho Qing immediately opened the door. Who is it? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to enter without my permission? A cold female voice sounded from within the hall. Sister, there's an urgent matter. Ho Qing shouted. Stop right there. You're not allowed to enter. Goddess Ho Tu said coldly. De Hong looked inside. The interior of the hall was a smaller space. Around the space, there were small floating islands. They surrounded the space in the hall. In the center of the space in the hall was a platform. At the top of the platform was a small ball emitting white light. The small ball emitted a hazy fog that made one's mind waver. Sinyuan? De Hong instantly confirmed what the small white ball was. His face lit up. Around Sinyuan, the power of faith was being drawn. As it was being drawn, the power of faith was being channeled into a humongous object below. It was a golden dragon that exuded a boundless noble aura. It seemed to be dead as it crawled in the void and absorbed the endless power of faith. It wasn't a golden dragon of destiny but a real golden dragon. However, some parts of the golden dragon were illusory, as if it was absorbing the power of faith to repair its physical body. His Majesty mentioned that the previous generation's firmament was a golden dragon. Is this Heaven's corpse? That's not right. Heaven was killed by the 6 paths back then and was smashed into pieces. Is he using the power of faith to revive himself? Goddess Ho Tu was Heaven's subordinate in the past. She has been collecting the power of faith for 800,000 years to revive Heaven and rebuild his physical body? De Hong's pupils suddenly constricted as he understood everything. On the golden dragon's head, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. She was Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu had her eyes closed as if she was meditating. De Hong didn't care about Long Wanyu. His focus was on the beautiful woman in a gorgeous black robe on the platform. She was none other than Goddess Ho Tuesday. De Hong saw Goddess Ho Tu, and Goddess Ho Tu also saw everything outside the hall. When De Hong and his group appeared, Goddess Ho Tu's pupils constricted. Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, what are you doing? Who are they? Are you trying to rebel? Goddess Ho Tu said with a cold expression. Rebel? Ha ha, Goddess Ho Tu, you are the one who wants to rebel, right? The world belongs to the 6 paths now. Aren't you rebelling by reviving Heaven here? De Hong sneered. As he spoke, he was about to step into the hall with a group of white-robed men. Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun followed closely behind with a respectful expression. Are you crazy? Why are you listening to him? No, you are being controlled. Are you being controlled? Goddess Ho-Tu's expression changed. Goddess Ho-Tu is knowledgeable. Why don't you take a look at who I am? Dahong laughed. As he laughed, Dahong's eyes turned red. As long as Goddess Ho-Tu stared at his eyes, he would immediately capture her mind and make her at his mercy. Since Goddess Ho-Tu knew that he was being controlled, she naturally wouldn't fall for it. She waved her hand. Boom! Instantly, countless small floating islands started to revolve around the space inside the hall. Rolling fog rose as Goddess Ho-Tu set up an array formation. Humph, what kind of array formation can you set up in such a small place? Mao Tianyun, break it! Dahong said coldly. Meow. Boom. All of a sudden, scorching flames surged directly into the hall, causing the surrounding space to tremor violently as well as countless clouds of mist to tremor. Remove the fog and let me see Goddess Ho-Tuesday Humph. Let's see how he can escape from our eyes. Dahong said coldly. Yes. Mao Tianyun shouted. At this moment, Hong. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the entire space outside the Hall of Heaven shook. What's going on? Dahong said in shock. It's the sound outside. I'll go and take a look. Ho Ching immediately flew out of the small space. Soon, Ho Ching flew back. Not good, master. The loud sound was Gu Hai's saber slashing heavenly demon Ponzi in half. Furthermore, Long Wanqing is suppressing Old 8 of the heavenly demon's sacred ground. Kong Xian and the rest are holding Old 9 back. Ho Ching said anxiously. Gu Hai. Humph, what an annoying thing. Dahong's face darkened. Long Wanqing went to fetch them. Gu Hai should be back soon. Mao Tianyun explained. Dahong's eyes were filled with uncertainty. All of you, stand guard outside. Don't let anyone come close. Dahong said in a low voice. Yes. Mao Tianyun answered. Dahong led 50 white-robed men into the hall. Creak. The doors of the hall closed. Mao Tianyun, Ho Ching, and the rest stood guard outside. Mind manipulation wasn't as simple as a puppet without intelligence. It had its own intelligence and quickly dealt with the surroundings. They were waiting for Gu Hai to return. Indeed, after a while, Gu Hai and the rest arrived. Mao Tianyun went to welcome them. He was afraid of being seen through, so he only stopped Gu Hai and the rest from approaching the Hall of Heavens before he left. Right now, Mu Chunfeng was the only one left in Class 1 Hall. As the others trusted Ho Ching and Mao Tianyun too much, they weren't too suspicious. Only Gu Hai was suspicious from the moment he entered. When Mu Chunfeng addressed him as Your Majesty, Gu Hai was sure that something was wrong. Mu Chunfeng? The best way to get to the bottom of this was to put Mu Chunfeng into the immortal dome of antiquity and interrogate him. She was his subordinate, so no one could say anything. However, Gu Hai didn't do that. He only nodded and didn't alert the enemy. That was because many pairs of eyes were staring at Mu Chunfeng. Everything was unusual and dangerous. Gu Hai looked around. He wanted to know what was going on. At the same time, Gu Hai gave Kong Xian a look. Kong Xian and Gu Hai had fought together many times. Gu Hai knew what he meant with just a look. Although he looked calm, Kong Xian was instantly on guard. At the same time, in the outside world, Gu Hai's skeleton clone stabbed the Life Slayer saber into half of the spider's body. Countless evil spirits and small skulls gnawed at the spider's body in the blood and black fog. After a few slashes, the heavenly demon had nowhere to run. It could only release poison. Gu Hai's main body wasn't afraid of its poison, let alone his skeleton body. Ah, my legs. You bit off all my legs. Let me go. I beg you to let me go. The heavenly demon begged. You followed us here. Aren't you going to fight us to the death? If it were you, would you let us go? The skeleton Gu Hai said coldly. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Great Yellow Dynasty. Matriarch Ji sent people to your location. It's the Great Yellow Dynasty's orders. They are the culprits. The heavenly demon cried out in despair. What? The Great Yellow Dynasty? The skeleton Gu Hai suddenly paused. At the same time, in the pavilion in the small space, the pupils of Gu Hai's main body shrank. He instantly understood everything. Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun weren't targeting him. There was a third party. The Great Yellow Dynasty? Matriarch Ji was such a reliable person. She even sent a few groups of people to capture Gu Tang's soul. This time, she only wanted to kill with a borrowed knife? No, there must be someone else. The problem here was caused by the Great Yellow Dynasty. They were guarding the Heavenly Palace. Something must have happened in the Heavenly Palace. The people of the Great Yellow Dynasty must be inside. Do it. Wan Yu is in danger. Quick! Gu Hai immediately pounced toward the Heavenly Palace. Kong Xian immediately attacked. Swoosh! The six-colored divine light was thrown toward the Heavenly Palace. Stop! Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun's expressions changed. They immediately came forward to stop him. Long Wanqing, Gaochen, Chongsheng, and Ziwei still didn't understand. The unborn man suddenly understood. Wan Yu was in danger? Chapter 1045. Swoosh! The moment Kong Xian's six-colored divine light was thrown out, Ho Qing extended his hand and a white gust of wind rushed forward. With a loud boom, the six-colored divine light and the white gust of wind exploded. Kong Xian and Ho Qing clashed together. Instantly, the two of them were surrounded by fierce flames. Kong Xian had a ferocious expression, while Ho Qing had a murderous look on his face. When the two of them clashed, huge spatial waves were created. Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbed. All the guards guarding the Hall of Heavens were instantly sucked into the ancient celestial dome. Meow! Mao Tianyun swung his claws. Instantly, huge flames were created in all directions. A huge flaming dragon head rushed towards Gu Hai. Styx River! Long Wanqing shouted. Walala! The surging water of the Styx River rushed towards the flames. The huge flaming dragon head plunged into the Styx River. Long Wanqing, what are you doing? I told you that the Long Wanyu cannot be disturbed. Are you trying to kill the Long Wanyu? Mao Tianyun shouted. I believe in my husband, Long Wanqing said coldly. When the unborn man heard that the Long Wanyu was in danger, he panicked. Almost at the same time as Gu Hai, he arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Heavens. Boom! The two of them slammed open the huge door of the Hall of Heavens without hesitation. The moment the door was opened, a huge fog surged out from the inside. At this moment, everyone could see everything clearly. The surrounding small floating islands were all blown into pieces. Clearly, De Hong and the rest had destroyed them. The Long Wanyu above Sinyuan and the golden dragon's head was still there. Goddess Hutu, who was wearing a black robe, was in a confrontation with the 50 white-robed men. Goddess Hutu waved a huge river, and the 50 white-robed men resisted with all their might. The 50 white-robed men had their backs facing Gu Hai and the unborn man. Just as Gu Hai and the unborn man were rejoicing that they had arrived in time, Goddess Earth Mother's eyes suddenly turned red. Buzz! The battle in the hall came to a sudden stop. Greetings, Master. Goddess Hutu suddenly greeted De Hong and the others respectfully. Pay respects to Master? You're crazy, Hutu! The unborn man shouted in shock and anger. Goddess Ho Tuesday Gu Hai had met her once 800,000 years ago, so they could be considered acquaintances. Goddess Hutu took these white-robed figures as her master? Master, Gu Hai and the others have entered. Be careful! Mao Tianyun shouted from outside. Master? Master? Who's your master? The unborn man shouted angrily. However, the group of white-robed people slowly turned around and looked at Gu Hai and the others. 50 people, each of them had a red light in their eyes, making one's heart and soul tremble. Boom! In between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal shook violently. Gu Hai's heart trembled, and he almost fell into a trance. Don't look into their eyes! Gu Hai shouted. However, everything was a little too late. Mosquito Dauren and Dragon God Ing Yi, who were following Gu Hai, fell into a trance. Dragon God Ingi fell into a trance and suddenly knelt down. Greetings, Master. What? Gu Hai's face darkened. Mosquito Dowren, who was in a trance, regained his composure. I'm fine? I remember now. This is the secret technique of the sorcerer race. Your Majesty, this is the secret technique of the sorcerer race. I heard Taoist Fly mention it in the corpse tomb world. Mind control. Mosquito Dowren exclaimed. Mind control? The unborn man was also surprised. Don't look into their eyes. It seems to be one of the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer race. Mind control. I don't know where Taoist Fly heard it from, but he said that in ancient times, there were very few sorcerer race members. At that time, there was a bloodline that shone brightly and controlled a large number of demons. Be careful of their eyes. Mosquito Dowren said anxiously. Mind control? Gu Hai's face fell. Gu Hai, you are really lucky. You actually survived the encirclement of 3 sky fiends? Da Hong sneered. Not far away, Long One you seemed to be meditating. Gu Hai, who was behind them, felt anxious. He waved his hand. Whoosh! The immortal dome of ancients formed a suction force that was about to suck them all in. How dare you? Goddess Hutu snorted coldly. She extended her hand and struck with her palm. Boom! Suddenly, the void rippled, and the entrance to the immortal dome of ancients was knocked back. Mind control. You really controlled everyone, the unborn man said with a gloomy expression. The unborn man was also very worried about Long Wanyu, so he naturally rushed over immediately. Unborn man, do you want to die? Goddess Huda struck at the unborn man with her palm. Boom! When the palm landed on the unborn man's body seemed to explode. He's dead? Da Hong said in shock. The unborn man was dealt with just like that? However, just as everyone thought that the unborn man had died from the explosion, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Lady of Earth, and struck her back with a palm strike. Boom! Goddess Hutu instantly staggered from the impact. Goddess Hutu was sent flying, but the unborn man instantly pounced on Long Wanyu. Humph, come back! Da Hong's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. Boom! A huge net seemed to appear in the void and instantly blocked the unborn man. The unborn man tore at the net with his palms, instantly tearing it apart. However, during this short delay, Goddess Huda reacted and instantly appeared in front of the unborn man. Bastard, get lost! Goddess Huda slammed her palm down. Hong! The shockwave crashed and the unborn man paused. It wasn't that the unborn man didn't have enough strength, but he didn't dare to use too much strength. Once he tore through the void, Long Wanyu would also be affected. Gu Hai also pounced over immediately. However, Gu Hai saw that there seemed to be a chess array formation inside, so he extended his hand and waved. Buzz! Gu Hai controlled the array formation, and a white barrier enveloped Long Wanyu. Unborn man, you can use your full strength now. I have already protected Wanyu. Gu Hai shouted. Alright, the unborn man said coldly. Da Hong waved his hand and threw all the white-robed men out of the hall. You are courting death. The Mosquito Dowren pounced with a cold expression. The Mosquito Dowren couldn't deal with Goddess Hudu and Da Hong, but he could deal with this group of white-robed men. The moment the white-robed men left the hall, they immediately scattered. In the blink of an eye, the Mosquito Dowren caught one of them. That person looked at the Mosquito Dowren with red eyes. I have the heart of a mosquito. Your mind control is useless against me. The Mosquito Dowren laughed sinisterly. Buzz! Instantly, a large number of mosquitoes surrounded him. With just a scream, he was devoured until only a layer of skin was left. After devouring the white-robed man, the Mosquito Dowren was overjoyed. This, devouring you can strengthen my heart of a mosquito? The Mosquito Dowren's heart thumped violently. Just as he was about to turn his head and continue, swoosh! A beam of 6-colored divine light suddenly shot towards the Mosquito Dowren. Kong Xian, you are crazy! The Mosquito Dowren shouted in shock. Boom! With his full defense, the mosquito Daoran was instantly blown away by the six-colored divine light. However, Kong Xian suddenly stopped fighting with Ho Qing. Under the mind control of the group of white-robed men, he suddenly bowed to Dahong, who was inside the hall. "Greetings, master," the Kong Xian said respectfully. While bowing respectfully, the Kong Xian and Ho Qing instantly pounced towards the Hall of Heavens. "Oh no, Kong Xian is also being controlled," the mosquito Daoran shouted in shock. The mosquito Daoran's scalp went numb. This mind control was too terrifying. "Empress, be careful. Don't look at their eyes," the mosquito Daoran shouted in shock as he looked at the Long Wanqing, who was fighting with Mao Tianyun. At this moment, a large group of white-robed men had already rushed over. All of them looked at the Long Wanqing with red eyes. Meow. Although Mao Tianyun was being suppressed by the Long Wanqing, he was able to stall the Long Wanqing. As long as the Long Wanqing was controlled, everything would be over. At this moment, the Long Wanqing did not know what was going on. When she saw the situation, she was in a daze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, a large group of mosquitoes surrounded the Long Wanqing and blocked the red light in the white-robed men's eyes. "Bastard black mosquitoes, die!" Mao Tianyun used fire to burn the mosquitoes. Long Wanqing, on the other hand, quivered and suddenly sobered up. "That was close," the Long Wanqing shouted in shock. "I will kill them. Empress, be careful of Mao Tianyun," the mosquito Daoran shouted with injuries. While they were talking, the black mosquitoes covered the sky and covered the earth. "Meow!" Mao Tianyun shouted angrily. Long Wanqing instantly unleashed a torrential flood towards Mao Tianyun. With a boom, Mao Tianyun's body suddenly retreated. The remaining white-robed men were all surrounded by the black mosquitoes. "My lord, save us! My lord!" The group of white-robed men shouted in shock. In the Hall of Heavens, the arrival of the Kong Xian and Ho Qing reduced the pressure on Dahong's side. Suddenly, Dahong heard the cries from outside and his face sank. "Ho Tu, go and save them," Dahong said in a deep voice. "Yes." Ho Tu immediately rushed out of the hall. Ho Tu waved her hand, and the water of the heavenly river gushed towards the white-robed men who were surrounded by the black mosquitoes. On the other side, after the Long Wanqing used the Styx River to knock Mao Tianyun away, she suddenly waved hundreds of streams of Styx River water towards Ho Tu's heavenly river water. Rumble! The water rushed over. Amid the screams, the group of white-robed men were all sucked by the black mosquitoes until only a layer of skin was left. The mosquito Daoran sucked the flesh of the white-robed men and suddenly trembled. It was very uncomfortable. "Bastard!" Ho Tu said angrily. "Ho Tu, stop them. I will go and help master," Mao Tianyun shouted. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun rushed into the hall. "Crazy, crazy! What are Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing doing?" Gao Chen shouted in shock. "Kong Xian betrayed us? How did this happen?" Chongqing said in confusion. "Mind control. This is not good. Ho Tu and Mao Tianyun are being controlled." Ziwei also shouted in shock. "Control." Long Wanqing's expression changed. "Long Wanqing, it's best if you don't move. Once master is done, he'll let you live," Goddess Huta said coldly. "Mosquito Daoran, protect Gao Chen and the rest," Long Wanqing shouted. "Yes." Mosquito Daoran rushed over. Long Wanqing waved her hand. Boundless Styx River. Rumble! The huge black water instantly destroyed all the buildings in the small space. The small space also collapsed in an instant. The black water surged towards Goddess Ho Tu's boundless heavenly river. Goddess Ho Tu was not afraid as she waved her hand. Rumble! Boundless blue water covered the sky and covered the earth, instantly competing with the black water. Mosquito Daoran led Gao Chen, Chongqing, Ziwei, and Mu Chenfeng and rushed into the distance. Long Wanqing was anxious as she fought with Goddess Ho Tu's. It was hard to tell who would win. The 4 small spaces were destroyed. Countless palaces were destroyed. Only the Heavens Hall was intact. The chaotic battle in the Heavens Hall stopped. Gu Hai and the unborn man stood on one side. Opposite them were De Hong, Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and Kong Xian. Looking at Kong Xian, who was standing behind De Hong, Gu Hai was shocked. Mind control? This is too terrifying. That day, Qi Yu led the 4 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection experts to the Great Yellow Dynasty. If De Hong controlled the 4 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection experts to deal with Qi Yu, Matriarch Ji would not have to do anything. Is this Matriarch Ji's trump card? What a terrifying trump card.